YouTube likes to do reconnect tricks. I don't know if it's Wi-Fi trying to automatically connect after you tell it not to, or if it's something going on their algorithm anytime we talk about these subjects. But I was talking to someone, I think his name was Nick H in the last stream, so hopefully they get the notifications and we can finish building on the difference between an American and a United States citizen, because that is important. Shout out to Composure Slim. Whoa. Let me get the party started right. Let me get this party started quickly, right? Damn, I bent up my cigar trying to do a damn kickflip in this motherfucker. Set it off to the left, y'all. Set it off to the right, y'all. Set it off. Crazy story, man. What a time to be alive. For the first time in 400 years, we're actually getting to American history. Can you imagine that? With all these schools and Walt Disney? And then when I started thinking something like how dirty they did, not just us, but they did the whole world that came here dirty by lying like that. When they have only lied for 100 years tops. Because I saw the emperors from Asia come in here in the late 1800s and they were still brown people. That's crazy. Shout out to Jonathan. Let me see something. If I can get, let me see if I can access no virus. Let's see what happens. Oh shit. We got 18% battery on this. And only one of the outlets work. How convenient is that shit? Well, that means we got a few minutes on the cell phone, a few minutes on the laptop. Shout out to Terran Art. Shout out to TDFB. Shout out to Jonathan, Composure Slim. Hopefully the other people that subscribe. And our sister Nicole, man. I barely see her in the chat no more. She should be in the 3 a.m. city. Shout out to her. We'll see. Oh man. Let me see if I backed up any of the history on this computer. Oh Lord. Tell me I did it recently. Tell me I did this. Tell me I did this recently. Please. Please. I did, but it's probably on a USB 3 drive. And this doesn't have a... Does it? No. This one does not. This is before USB 3. Oh no, maybe not. That was like Thunderbolt. You would fall. World you host. You fell. Yeah, no. Some one of these. Shit. I don't have one of those ports. That's Thunderbolt. That's a couple years too soon for this. So I had the recent stuff on this one, but I have the original stuff on this one. So let me check one more location to see if I put it in sort by kind, masonry, government, European secrets. And he totally flamenco. Well, I did back up his books before I nuked the Discord. Thank God. Because those were the ones right there. Yeah, Anatoly has one about Khan. But it's in a Russian coded language. You know how they go. That's cool. If you know, you know. You can still read through it. Photos. Let's see if I put it in photos. MG the Hood and what I'm about. Oh, I did. I did. Some of these, not all of them. So this ain't enough, but I'll go through the pictures that I did have tough. Because I kept getting more new pictures from the Discord. Yeah, salute to the tribe, Harut, Nick H, there you go. So you're asking me about the original Americans and things, and that triggered me to think about when I had my other channel. You could see it as I talked about it. So I'm going to try to go through some of the old images I saved at random, and then if it stands out, I'll explain it to you. So not that. All right, so this is what's on my grandfather's Ancestry.com image. It's a menorah. You know, it's the Star of David. It really isn't, but they call it that. Just pay attention to the honeycomb that's inside of that, because we're Beasleys, like bees, North Israel. So colonist Habergaston, he's the emperor and the king of Germany. But remember, it wasn't Germany a state back then. It was that whole area. It was their empire. So my grandfather, Carlos V, basically. And that's 16 generations ago. I turned the Mayan calendar upside down so you know what time it really was. That's calm in the middle of it. And it's a sun disk. And it's the same one you see behind Genghis Khan, just smaller. And it also looks like a UFO as well. When you see the UFOs in real life, this area right here is all plasma and liquid, like lightning. It's very beautiful if you have the privilege of seeing one up close. These are the ops, but the date's important. See, they're a different pedigree of people. And this is the king or the prince of France, African France. So like Napoleon and all of them, they would answer to him and his family. He doesn't have the fully connected beard. Okay, so the zodiac and the circle of fifths and everything is connected. Of course, everything we did was. Those are the Foley cards that got the game going earlier this year. All right, there goes Montezuma, mother grandfather. Mansa Musa Montezuma, same story. So that look like a black guy to you? So it is. So we don't. That's why we have feathers, right? Like, and do-rags. Don't miss it now. Same attire that I'm always wearing. But I want you to look at the buildings we built. Those are Tartarian buildings, correct? So it's Montezuma from the museum now. This is a real crest. And look at the buildings in the background. He's an Indian. He got a shield. He got a spear. He's Mohammedan, by the way, right? You would say Muslim or Musliman before it's religious, but like fundamentally, genetically. And that's why they have the domes. So we're Mohammedans here, right? That's Montezuma. That's Mansa Musa. That's him in America. My grandfather. Same story. Don't get it twisted now. Thanos, of course, same story. King James, by the way. There goes my grandmother. She's a princess, aka she's from the Empire, right? This is who Noble Drew Ali had a baby with. She's the Hindu lion tamer. It's her circus, but she's a royal. Look at all of her beads. And you know they use beads in black magic, right? Same story, by the way. They're magicians. And you see her two Cherokee Indian braids, or some people might call them French braids, but don't get caught up in the slave trade. She's a princess. So that's my grandmother. I think her name is Emma or Mary, in anglicized, if you will, or on paperwork. These are the different levels of the firmament. You got the firmament here, you got crystalline here, you got premier mobile here, and the empire level. That's where the noble gases and all of us come from, in terms of our soul animating in the sea plane under the Saturn realm, which is probably our dirt. There's another one, Etruscan, with one of the Jed pillars. Those are black people, right? See, Chapel Hill type shit, ain't it? Tuscaroran. Egyptian riding on a dragon, right? Same story. You see it's under dirt, though. So these are the originals. So, yeah, naturally, the original Americans are dark-skinned people. But that's like saying that original people of the world are dark-skinned people. Hello? This is when I started learning quantum algebra. Y equals mx plus b is the 3 kings times the 13 tribes. Algebra. Moors, right? Same story. Same story. My name means sketch or line drawing in Japanese. Hebrew. Come on now. So I'm a design or a sketch of who? Genghis Khan. There goes my grandfather, Noble Drew Ali, as a kid. Notice his hair texture. Just like my dad's, just like ours. He got beads on too. He's usually billed on his newspaper article as a Hindu magician. Indeed he was. Remote viewer, all kind of shit. Same story. See the eyebrows, the big nostrils, same story. So look how young he was. So him and my grandmother earlier, they had a baby around this time period. Not when you see him in the more Simple Science of America in Chicago. The baby grew up in South Carolina. He's from North Carolina. Tuscarora, the same colony, Murata. He's a noble, by the way. There it is. Same story. So that's not until 1925. He dies in 1929 of tuberculosis. So we're the same age right now. And that's Moroccan, so it's different. But I just knew that Louis Farrakhan had to know who he was because they got their science from him in his temple. My grandfather. Team up, price down. Hey. So that was the Somerset 9/11 incident. And that's where I spent every summer at. And I just thought that it was interesting that they gave it a 7-point star there. Another clue for me. Circle 7 Quran type shit. Same story. I was born over there. I spent the summer over there. 9/11. Michael. I just kept doing all the fucking quantum algebra loops to make sure I understood how our language worked. Mind you, I taught myself. There was a Space Force Delta 18. Well, if you do Del 18, it's DEC 9, December 9th, my birthday. It's important that that color is Etruscan blue. And the Etruscan pharaoh has what? How do we do this? Ish. Oh, you would, you fucking rapscallion. Let's try to zoom in on it. But he has a connected beard and goatee, by the way. So he's not an African. So why would a bunch of white people at Space Force, and by the way, I called him, why would he be looking down? Because this is upside down at a 7-degree, whatever. Remember? And then he has the fully connected goatee and beard. And he has the snake on his third eye, meaning his third eye is open. And his birthday, Del 18, December 9th. Same story. They're talking about me, Buzzo. Who else would it be? Then I learned about Mandela effect and then Mandel's law. Traits are passed down, traits that are not dominant or recessive. Alleles for each gene separated, only the allele to their offspring, blah, 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 blah. Well, I'm King James on both sides of my family, so it doubled up on my ass. Vega in Japanese. So I was looking for a Sega Saturn or Vega Saturn, same word. And then Altair showed up. Some research I was doing, forgot. These are all the text messages, hold on. So Murderous Mary. This seems like when they killed my grandmother, but they're using, because her name was Mary. Remember, she was in a circus with elephants and lions and stuff. So they're showing you that they hung an elephant, but I really think they hung my grandmother because of the time period. I don't know yet. And she was an Asian elephant in America, by the way. And we're the only ones with the traveling circus. Anyway, so Europa moon is one of the 4 Galilean moons. Remember, Jesus couldn't perform miracles in Galilee? Hello. Orbiting Jupiter. Unfortunately, I really think we're orbiting Saturn. I don't know how that works just yet. But there's 95 known moons, and we're the 6th. It's not even just the 6th closest, but we're also one of the largest in the solar system, like the 6th or 4th or some shit like that. Well, that's the first logo I drew a long time ago. Same story. Before I even did all the science, I already knew. These are all the American kestrels showing up when I started learning quantum algebra. So the American kestrel is the Heru feather that I have. That's them. Those are UFOs and their whitewashed versions of ancient black Tartaria paintings. But yeah, we had spaceships, obviously. Etruscan blue, and that's a black guy. So we're the Etruscans, Etruscans, all 3 kings. Same story. Cons, by the way. And what I be doing? Educating the retarded child. There goes more American kestrels. They just kept showing up on me before they almost murdered me. Almost got, like, right when I almost had my, I guess, ritualistic assassination attempt, the American kestrels, the guardians, started showing up for me in pairs, which is rare. That bird by itself, the American kestrel, rare as fuck. But I started the partners, the ancestors, if you will, if you're of our persuasion of events. It's pairs that were showing up for me, which are rare. And this is a different day. I think it's a different pair, honestly. There was one by himself. They're just watching me. One came here in the desert too, and there goes the bloodline right there. Ancestry.com. John Smith the Explorer to Elizabeth. Elizabeth had John. John had Thomas. He said the last name changed. Boom, 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 boom. The Hills, the Roberts, the Beasleys. There we go. The Stevens, the Lewises, the Hills, the Beasleys, the Beasleys. So we're all the Israel, like the Beasleys and stuff. But that's in recent time. But it started with John, the Explorer. So his kid is Elizabeth. Or that's the grandmother that I come from him. So his daughter. I'm their son. So the reason why we have English. Yeah, there goes, I'm a Smith and a Banks. So Banks is also Jews, like Benjamin Banneker, same story. Just shortened, 1700s, 1800s bullshit. That's when the angels start writing in the sky for me. And you can kind of see it. It's on Enochian, so it doesn't make sense. So it's not a skywriter like you pay for a message. It's almost Hebrew and Greek, if you notice the different character types. But right around here, Paradise, paradise. That's the only word I can get out of that. It just appeared out of nowhere over pyramids. And I'll show you the pyramids if I took a picture of it. These. So as they were, all of a sudden the DOT wanted to create all these pyramids. So, the mounds would be raised when the pharaoh was near. And right above where those are is when I saw this. So this is all spiritual stuff. I know most people don't understand it, but I do. You see how the sun looks out there too, right? The sun was crazy earlier this year. I don't know what the fuck is intensity, But yeah, so this is the skywriter. You can say it's like Braille or Ezekiel, which it is, by the way. He's the one that does shit like that. I'll make sure I got a good copy of that so you can see him. He has my face. How is that even possible? Why the fuck would he have my face? So somebody knows something, right? That's Space Force. All right then. Yeah, that's the way it's supposed to be. 4 angles, Gibraltar, instead of Libra, 3. Yep, they started refining them. More quantum algebra stuff, me figuring shit out. So it's all spiritual awakening stuff. This is all they say, oh, you're going schizophrenic. I was like, okay, cool. For the penis is mightier than a sword. I know this. I know the right. The Japanese and the Jews. Come on now. Desan ben Isaiah. Isaiah's a prophet. We know that's right. My middle name. Same story. Don't get it twisted now. The last samurais must have been niggas. Anyway. It's very easy to see. There was my birth chart. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Uranus, Saturn, Venus, Sun, Sagittarius, Scorpio, Scorpio, Scorpio. So I'm a double stellium. Kind of rare, you don't see that shit every day, but it is what it is. That's me burning my birth certificate because it had that weird script on the back of it. Oh, he got a delta on his forehead. I wonder what that fan art is about suddenly. There goes the Commonwealth document I always tell you about, that the United States belongs to the Moors. Hold on. There goes my grandfather. I'll try to find a picture of my grandmother that has the same hat, but hers is blacked out. I'll show you if I can find it on this. But that's Noble Drew Ali, right? Like closer to his age of death. He died by before 40. We typically do. I think that's why they try to kill me ritually around the same time he died. Anyway, they failed. Faggots. Let me see if I can find the part about the Moors. Hold on. Do I have to open this? Shit, do I have something? Do I even have a PDF reader? No Donald Trump. So we type Moor, and you'll see that Moors are in America. Tell them stop fucking playing with us. Mexico begins. Thence beyond the Bravo begin the Moorish people and their Indian associates to whom Mexico properly belongs. So who does Mexico and California and all that Texarkana and all that shit belong to? Moorish people. Ooh. Who are the Moors? Oh, my ancestors that came to the Americas. This is the 1800s. We came in the 1500s. So all the West Side belongs to who? That's why I'm here now, by the way. It belongs to us. It didn't say Mexico belongs to Mexicans. It said Mexico belongs to Moorish people and Indian socials. Moorish people is all the tribes that mix together. But they're Moors. That's a pedigree, not Moroccan. And that it's capitalized. That's what would be fucking people up. They don't understand how the idiots fucked up the meaning of things, not us. They're the ones writing about it in our damn language. How the fuck would they know? Anyway, as I was going through my awakening, we kept finding these. I don't know who created these, but they're all like different degrees of because you know Goku is Genghis Khan, and Gohan is Johann John, my father. So they're both my father, but you know, I'm in the 13th of John, 12 plus 1. I might even be John himself, actually. You know, that reincarnation bullshit we got going on. But anyway, we'll see. So what it be? Oh, that shit fucked up the game. Yeah. So you see all those black people there? And then you look at the buildings. So I don't know what people be confused about. Come on now. He's an Afro-Asiatic. Look at him. Connected beard, Asiatic eyes, the Batman hairline like I got. Same story, ain't it? Same fucking story. Look at the language now. The same shit that was in the sky. So when people are like, oh no, that's crazy, I don't understand what's going on in them. No, nigga, you don't have to understand. This the shit in the sky, and that nigga got my face. Tell him stop fucking playing with me. Tell him stop fucking playing with me. Tell him stop fucking playing with me. I'm just not cockeyed. And that's a different race. That's a different, you see, you got the hidden hand, the Masons. He ain't got no connected beard. They got the big, the wallow under their chin. Yeah, those are Africans. We're not Africans. That's what I be saying. You see me? Asiatic. You see him? Asiatic. That's an African. Totally different story. Now, some of those might be mixed in. These are the redcoats that you heard about in America that fucked up everything in the American Revolution. The Masons, the Dragon Lodge, the Green Lodge, the Boston Tea Party. It's them, not white people. And that's Elon Musk on Signal sending me his passport and ID to prove it was him. You saw how you spell my name? Same story. It really happened. This really happened. So I'm not just suggesting I'm just American. I'm a descendant of the empire. The emperor is my father's. It doesn't matter to me what anything is. It cannot. That makes no sense. I'm looking if there's more pictures. This is what my parents look like. So you see his hair and his cheekbones. And you see her cheekbones and her hair. None of that's African. Just keep that in mind. I'm not African American. I'm a lot of things, but they have disrespected my family in particular. This is when I found the Heru Khan feather. It appeared right in front of me. That's just when I sat down to take the picture. I had collected it as soon as I walked outside. That's the American Kestrel. That's the god of Egypt, Heru. The one that you see. There goes Genghis Khan's owl right there, visiting me on a totem. You know how us Native Americans are about our totems. It's Khan right there. That's when all your ancestors start to show up. I got this on my birthday randomly. Very important. Lion, Judah, Roarsome, Etruscan glasses, Dick Gregory. Once you get the glasses on, you can't take them off. So they put the glasses on me, and mind you, that's symbolic. Unless you're going through this, you wouldn't know it. But the green's for Venus. Roarsome, that means to speak up. Use your throat chakra, pause. So say what you need to say, you know, being impeccable with your word, 4 agreements. Now you got the glasses on. Now you can see things clearly. And this was in December. My awakening was happening before that, but it got ultra around February 22nd. So I just held on to that bag as long as possible because I knew it was symbolic and it was random. The way I got it was random. There goes my Indian, if you will, my dad's parents. She doesn't like showing her eyes because she has very weird eyes. Psychic. You see how his hair is, right? You see his nose. He's not African. She's not African. She's the one that comes from John Smith, but his last name is Smith, so he does too. So they're related higher up the food pyramid, if you will. She's a Beasley, he's a Smith, but she comes from Smith. He does too. So they're like third or fourth cousins. I mean, if you follow the bloodline. But she's in the Carolinas, he's in Pennsylvania, so separated by time. And he's the one that's all goody-goody with the KKK and the Prince Hall Masons. He's the one that died of turbo cancer when he got the 6th booster shot. Turbo Lyme disease, actually. She died years ago. Grief. This is Lucky Lefty's brother. The gangsters, the Black Jew Mafia of New York. I don't know his name. I think that's not Robert. I'll find out his name. But he's the big brother. Lucky Lefty's missing. They don't know what happened to him. I think he just moved to Raleigh after he got out that gangster shit. But his brother stayed behind to run our grandfather, St. Beasley, the one that took over the Moorish Temple of Science America, Beasley. They're talking about his grandfather. You notice they are not white people. I just want to keep highlighting that. They're Jews. The real ones. There goes my white ancestors, though. I thought this picture was hilarious. I was like, these motherfuckers do not look real. But see, he had his hand over his heart. They look so stiff. I almost want to say this picture is fake. Like, they look like animatronics. But I got that white boy in me from the 1800s, obviously. On my mom's side. Coming down from Carlos V, by the way. There they go again. I need you to just pay attention to their hair textures. So that's what we mean by American. Copper-colored, broad shoulders, high cheekbones, curly hair. That's us. So yeah, they're Americans, but the Americans are the Israel Jews, the real ones, the ones in the Bible. So we're not saying we come from over there. We're saying, no, the Bible happened here. King Jamestown, New Maryland Colony, where the King James English and Bible is. Yes, us. All the time. There goes American Kestrel visiting me again on the totem. Hairbrue Khan again. They got crescent moons in their feathers, the little ones when they fall down. So word to Muhammad type shit. We're not one or the other. We're not a religion. We're bloodlines. There he goes. Noble Drew Ali's son-in-law. He married Noble Drew Ali's daughter. I'm almost certain. If not his father. All mafia. But you can see he has the Habsburg jaw. That's incest. And he's red hair, so it's inverted pigments. So that Chicago mafia time, that's them. That time period in that Boardwalk Empire, that's them. And before my grandmother died, you see her hair, the 2 Indian braids. So that's when people are saying we're black or African American, it's so fucking disrespectful. Like, where, nigga? Look at their noses. Look at their cheekbones. What are you talking about? Look at their hair. Look at our skin color. It's copper colored. It's Indian red. So like, when I be saying that shit, I'm dead ass serious. I'm not from Africa. They try to put a white boy there. That's what I mean by the disrespect. But this is a modern painting. How the fuck would they know? John the Explorer Smith, Captain Smyth-EL, E-L, Angel, Captain Sir Knight, immigrant, Jamestown colony leader, his father, John James, Hakata Genghis, 1608, 1609, Pocahontas. So the reason why America exists, my grandfather. That's what I be saying. Like, ain't no president, nobody can tell me shit. How would they? Hereditamists, birthright, inalienable rights. All their treaties is with us, not the other way around. But they don't honor that, obviously. Left-witch Cherokees, same colonies. Caroline, Carlos the Fifth's kids. Obviously, that's a modern drawing. Whatever, take it with a grain of salt. But this is their paper trail. Albemarle, like I said, that was my bonus question on a really hard test one time, and it gave me 125 because I knew that answer. And I did not know why it rang out to me. But that's because that's our territory. Same story. I've been colonized on every level of my family, if you understand everything. Skateboard, football, that's just me. There's another American kestrel. They show up for the gods, man, I'm telling you something. They kept landing on that totem for me every time I went outside to pray. So I know what this is. I don't have the initiators or the people to help me though. The grandmother I keep showing you, this is her mother before she died. And that's the Noble Drew Ali thing I was telling you about with the black. So this is Noble Drew Ali's great granddaughter. Moors, right? But Hindu. We're Hindu, Moorish, Chalike, Saponi, is all the Israel tribes. She married a Beasley. This is Golden Lighty. So Lighties are Jews too. The real ones. The real ones. The ones they're hiding. We're underground. We're Underground Railroad. You understand? I don't know why. My grandfather, the one that's in the picture with my grandmother, this is his uncle. So you see how more chinkier his eyes is. But the part that was important, all our family name, there it is, member of Prince Hall Masonic family. Of course he is. He's a descendant of John Smith and Benjamin Banneker. Of course he is. Of course they are. Of course they are. But they're the Alexanders, like Alexander Bell and all of them. That's who they are. Married in. That's just one side. But that's his uncle. His father we don't have a picture of. He died in one of those really big explosions in the mines in Pennsylvania when they're like doing all the steel and stuff. My grandfather's father died in that explosion. One of the biggest ones. It's like, yeah, that tends to happen when we die. This one's interesting because it's me. And you see my mother died the day she got this for me. So my father had to go pick it up and take the picture like 2 days after she got into the hospital. And you see the constellation around it. I think it's Libra. And then the red Hakata Khan shit. So my mother knew who I was. Genghis Khan Jr. Quite literally. Quite literally. My first baby picture is Genghis Khan Jr. King of the Tartarians. Mongolians. That's us. That's my mom, the one who picked it up. So you see her eye set. We're not black people. Very important to declare that today. Proclamations and shit. It was one of the white people I showed you, this is one of their kids. Jacob Rush. They're the ones working on the railroad. Have you noticed something? Anyway, he got the elf ears. So whatever that magic is in the Rush bloodline, I got it too. Shout to him. See what I'm saying? Those are not Ashkenazi Jews and all these other motherfuckers who are running your governments today. I was looking for slaves in my family and I found some. They're indentured, but same story. Fuck the people that enslaved them. But if you look at her and her apocalypto feature set, that's not an African. But if you look at him especially, that's a European. He had 20 kids with her. So I don't know what type of slavery story they tell, but the motherfuckers were married, had land, the Peace family. You find them in New Orleans. There's only 3 Peace plantations, and they're all black people. The French, remember the Louisiana Purchase? So they're enslaved by black Europeans that came in the 1700s after us. But then we mixed in with them, obviously, right? Same story. Black on both sides, if you will. You understand how this story goes. But it's nuantic. This is the owl dancing for me. Run that back. Do it again. He just kept letting me get closer and closer to him, and he was just like making some type of shape in the sand or, pattern. I don't know what it was though. He must have thought I was one of the Indians that, you know, still did initiations and, ooh, sorry, it's 2025, brother. I don't know what this means just yet. But they kept sending me signs. And that's how you know your ancestors are in contact with you. All the time. It's the same thing. It's the American God that's stalking me. And Genghis Khan's owl. If you go to my YouTube shorts, you see that he appeared over it. This is in Tuscarora, in North Carolina. But that same bird popped up in the desert if you go to my YouTube shorts. The Egyptian god? He's the Egyptian god. That's the exact one, by the way. That type, that phenotype of American kestrel. So who you call Jesus is Heru. So that's the Jesus totem. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, how you doing? I'm that guy. So they're waiting for Jesus to return. No, they're not. We've been here the whole time. Y'all not waiting for me to return, I promise. I've been here the whole time. That's why. The European and the Americans, United Kingdoms, the Moors and the Jews, if you will. Same on both sides of my family. 400 years in a row. Ain't nothing else for us to mix with. There's only but so many niggas here. So we're United Kingdoms because we fucked and had kids. Royals, nobles, the bloodline of those. Genghis, John, and 12 others. Jesus and his 12 disciples. There's 13 stars on the first colony, right? The New England colony. New Jerusalem, new Jews and shit. The 12 plus 1. It's all Holy Bible shit. That's us. That's why it's dum diversus and unum sanctum against us specifically. That's why they brought their ass here. Now, does that make sense for you, Nick? Everything I said earlier. That's what I'm talking about. Very specifically, the United States Service Corporation formed its weapons against my family and all my associates and all my cousins. And I'm here for all of those. So when I speak, another pillar falls. So royal gift. You gotta play Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 9 was my shit, boy. You don't need no crystals for this one. I'll call it anima. For real. I was talking to Elon Musk and I told him, you keep fucking playing with me, I'm gonna blow up all your spaceships. On God. I took my fucking Etruscan robin, blue jay feather, because they hybridized for some reason. They all hatched in my backyard. Got one of their feathers, I put it in the freezer with some other special ingredients, and ever since, Elon's been losing money. I think that's why he's trying to cash out his Tesla stock. He lost all his deals in America, just like I said he would, didn't he? Didn't he? So that's how I knew more. That's how I knew more. That's how I knew, like, there's something going on. Trust me, nobody prepared me for it either. Trust me, my family is lip sealed. When they say one day the veil will be lifted, they don't even know what the fuck the veil is no more. That veil, man, whatever great grandmama told them to shut the fuck up, they never told them, like, they just passed shut the fuck up down. They didn't pass, what are we shutting the fuck up about? What are we not allowed to talk about? What are we hiding from? What is our family's secret? We know we have like these gifts and psychic and all this bullshit. We know we're Heinz 57. I mean, we're mixed with everybody. But what's secret about that? Ain't everybody? And now I kind of understand. Now I can understand. Like, I can understand why they, at peak racism, would hide our identity. Because we lived next to them without them knowing we was here. We had to, or they would have killed us and raped us. We were their targets originally, and they missed us. They're trying to kill off the bloodline of Jesus. and you're wondering if they're evil. Okay. You'll understand everything one day. I'm still figuring it out. But yeah, the Vatican said, fuck the bloodline of Jesus. They ain't been the same since, have they? Cool story, I guess. We're here. Did you know I make beats? I like long walks on the beach. I pray sometimes and cool things happen. Every damn day of my life is a struggle. No one gives a fuck about what I'm talking about for real. And nothing has changed since that Bible. How you doing? I'm just here to keep them honest, I guess. That's all. I'm just here to keep them honest. Stand on it. Stand on your hatred for God. Go ahead, stand on your hatred for the angels. Go ahead and stand on your hatred for Jesus or whatever you think he is. Stand on it, man, to the end of time. On Hades. Stand on that. That's my only attitude adjustment to this shit. I can't do nothing about it. I mean, if something happened to you, don't the angels come down? They down. Have you seen them? You seen all these UAPs come down here? At the same time I was waking up. That's when I started waking up. When all those UAPs in New Jerusalem showed up, that's exactly when I started understanding things I never understood before. Is what my cool little white girl say. Your light code activations. There's something to that shit. Falling out with my sandcastle family, relationships, everything with the hell at once. Just so I can fucking say, hey, by the way, I'm the nigga y'all been trying to kill the whole time. How you doing? I'm out here. Peter Till talking about the Antichrist. All right, he can't beat me. What Antichrist? I'll fucking Antichrist up, boy. The fuck are they talking about? They're still waiting for a white guy to open up the sky. The sky been open. Where are these UAPs coming from? Where's Atlas 31 coming from? That's Revelations. Hello? Now NASA telling you that this spaceship is communicating. Hello? Of course. 13. Atlas 13. Read it backwards. Atlas, the Atlantean. He's the one that's holding up the pillars of heaven, isn't he? He's from the rebellion against who? Why they named that shit that? Why they named their pharaoh after my birthday? Like, what are they really trying to get at here? And then I just suffice it to say that, well, there's angels that work in those offices. That's all. That's all. There's angels doing that. Inside of human bodies. So you're not confused. They manifest down here as humans, guys. Their craft can shapeshift. Don't forget that. So if that's what the white man is after, then the white man should call me. I got the answers. I could tell them exactly why they're cursed with a curse. And fundamentally, we know how to break it. Archangel Michael's a healer. Shout out to my Father throughout heaven. Holy be thy name. Paul Edwards says, what am I selling? I'm not selling anything. What is there to sell? Y'all stole everything already. Fuck. I ain't retarded. I ain't that type of crazy nigga. Ain't nothing to monetize. That is white thought right there. Ain't nothing to get out of this. I just said the whole fucking world tried to kill my family off. That's proven by Gaza. Now imagine if they were us, the real ones. So even right now, Donald Trump is helping them try to kill what would be my family off. Correct? Oh, now we understand everything. That's what my problem is. I'm not selling anything. I just know who all my enemies are. One prayer at a time, I guess. Sweet dreams are made of these. Remember, my grandfather said next time they come back, they send in a gangster boy. All that turned the other. He turned the cheek and did all that peaceful shit, kumbaya, my lord shit. You knew what was going to be needed at a time like this. That is not my charter, kid. Thank God I'm peaceful though. But I'm mixing with all the demonic people too. All that black magic and all that terrible sorcery shit. Those are all my ancestors too. Yeah. And I'm not afraid of using it, because where am I going? I'm going to go to hell by being myself? They'll welcome me there. Worst case scenario. Best case scenario. I'll go any fucking where I want. Worst case scenario, I'll be the king of Hades. Best case scenario, I go anywhere I want after this. That's when you understand who you really are. And that's how I know their story don't make sense. Because it don't. Some could say it never did. If they just come here to kill instead of live. What are they trying to prove by killing us? Weird fucking story. Look what they did, thinking we're not here. Hi, federal government. Hi, defense contractors. Hi, NSA. I'm Dwayne Desson Smyth-EL, the greatest grandson of Jesus. Are you looking for me? You're using our fucking language, faggot. They still can't get past the black part. Thank God. Greetings from Canary Islands. Hey, how y'all doing out there? How's the economy? How's your politics? Everything stable? Let's see if I can go out here without it reconnecting for 3 seconds, just to fuck the stream up. These motherfuckers trying to hold me back. Yeah, so my life is quite stressful, if you can imagine some shit like that. But I've managed to keep it, I've managed to learn how to regulate my internal, my attitude, my energy, and perfecting that. Mentalism, if you will. The universe is all in all is mental. And that still stands, no matter who you are. You ain't gotta be nobody's special person to kick ass out here. The Most High designed us to be awesome, period. Our bloodline, mine, it's more about responsibilities than it is about being Kim Kardashian and Kanye, obviously. In all of my father's stories, they're never even with Solomon when he was talking, he's like, I come from a lowly background. Even Aladdin when he's talking, I come from a lowly background. But the thing is, we come from lowly backgrounds, but we end up with some of the baddest bitches. I just want to keep that in mind. I'm gonna tell you something like how my life might pan out if they keep me alive. I'm past due for some of the baddest bitches on the planet, so I don't need all that other shit they talking about. I just gotta make sure my daughter ain't ugly. That's it. Y'all make this shit so complicated. Fundamentally, core level. Yeah, we all want nice things, but I want to make sure my daughter doesn't look like some of these bad builds with the big backs. That's all. I think that's important because I'll die one day and she has to keep going, you know? So once you understand that part about David, Solomon, and Dwayne, then it'll always make sense. We don't need things. We care about our people. We're not doing this for things. We're doing this for people. Our gifts are to help people and heal people and protect people. It's not to acquire anything. What's it profit for man to gain the whole world and lose his soul in the purpose? That's what they mean by it. The whole world is ours already. There's no world without people. Tree in the forest. There's nothing about this place if there's no people here to witness it. So the most important thing here is people. I just wish the people in charge knew that. Do all this MK Ultra reprogramming. How about instead of killing all these people, you reprogram them since you're so good at it? What do you want them to do? Work? No, we don't like the fact that they remember my grandfather. I know, you don't like the fact that they remember my grandfather. I remember my grandfather. Bring me that same energy, please. I'm tired of being here. Let's do something. Yeah. goofy. My existence just proves how fucking stupid that their agenda is, at least. We still come back, bro. We still come back. Love will find a way. Shout out to Nick H. Yeah, word. Thanks for going through all that. No problem. And that's not even the stash I was looking for. I have another one that's more poignant, because then it shows all the kingdoms and wars out over there in Europe. So, and then you just match the time period, what years it was, and then you say, okay, well, if those are the kings at the same time y'all got here, then same. Like, yeah, that's what we trying to tell people, man. I don't know why they needed to whitewash it, because it makes it strange. Because you affect everybody's history by doing that, not just ours. That's unfair. That's unfair to everybody's children, actually. And then for the Vatican to fag out and go away because there's so much pedophilia, it's like, so you did it for no reason. You're just gonna let it go? They're trying to rescind doctrine of discovery and stuff. You see the Native Americans protesting and stuff. I just wish they knew that they're from Tartaria too. Followed us here. I don't understand anything. But understand something, man. They didn't kill all of us. But I'm starting to understand why they tried. Yeah, I'm starting to understand it. I don't have a good handle on it yet. I can't control it all yet, but I have it. I'm experimenting. This AI thing they did is a beast. And it tends to listen to me. Almost everything I speak about in a certain frequency, or I'm doing these videos and I speak about it out loud, it tends to happen very shortly after. So it's actually helping. I just have to make sure I speak about, well, I ain't got to make sure nothing. I can feel it, but just not to be fearless and knowing that I'm doing the right thing. Almost got killed and died for less anyway, so I ain't even tripping on that. I ain't tripping on death too much. I don't even like it here. But while I'm here, yeah, I'm gonna fuck them up with the truth. Spiritual powers and ancestral souls separately. You can imagine the ones I have. The only ones they talk about. Yeah, it'll get better for us. I'm just trying to stay alive. I'll be 40 in 2 days from conception. The last time they tried to kill me was during the last blood moon, which was March 15th. And that's, I was like, oh, I did that thing to myself, like, oh, I'm a werewolf. You know, you survive a blood moon ritual, you know, owl type shit. And we'll send the wolf in sheep's clothing. So I'm like, oh, I'm a werewolf. Shout out to the Vatican and the Freemasons. Y'all know what that is, don't you? I'm one of those, so I'm, on Lycan time with the last eclipse, where I almost died this year. And that eclipse returns tomorrow. And then 2 days after that, I'm 40. So then it's just a complete cycle of the Mohammedan initiation for Muhammad, when Archangel Gabriel appeared to him. He was in the cave and everything. Or Elijah, same story, where he had to run away from Ahab. He's in the desert, same story, me. Our ancestries are forever, and this bloodline is a weird fucking bloodline. It's like, you're related to any of those people, you're gonna have to go through a very similar experience, you know, adapted for your variables in time, of course, but if you just look at the bones of it, like an algebra equation, like, yeah, they went through the same thing, man. No one believes us. Everyone abuses us and mistreats us. And then they wait for us to disappear before they go, oh my God. I look forward to that moment. You know I like being right. Righteous. I like being righteous. I'm also fuck shit too. 7 out of 11 though. 7 out of 11. That's all I need. Yup. We redeem the descendants or the bloodline of Lucifer. That's my generational curse. The descendants of Lucifer. Whatever that disobedience or rebellion was, we are the descendants of those who rebelled from heaven. That's us. That's why Atlas is down here, cursed, if you will. It's not a curse. It's a blessing. It said, Atlas, you want to be down here? Then here, you can have it. Take care of it. That's what we do. We're not here to be people. It'd be impossible. It'd be a waste of our nuclear energy. The real kind. Nuclear tides. So she came down here and created Garden of Edens, Evelyns, Venuses. Europa is definitely one of those. It's even in the description, so it helps the Bible stick out, to me at least. So she came down here with a team, of course. They're scientists now, just like you imagine the Anunnaki are. Just like Sophia and Valdebroff, if you will, without all the romantic alliteration from people who did not have our technology or understanding at their time. But it's crazy, they're closer to those spaceships, but somehow they became reset. I get it. Noah's flood, I get it. Tower of Babel, I get it. They reset them too. Obviously. Yeah. So they reset us too, again. But they said the Noah's promise was what? That God wanted to flood the earth again. AKA, it's not just flooding it. It's what the flood did. The flood ruined everything and made everyone start from scratch. So it's not just the water from the sky part of it. It's the fact that I won't flood the earth again. AKA, I won't make you guys have to build from scratch again. Because you notice there'll still be flooding all over this bitch. Just not like that one. It's flooding everywhere in Asia right now, still. The flash floods are fucking up everywhere, even right now. I've never seen that many flash floods in my life prior. It's like a Mother Earth, if you will, since we call her that, is going through her cycle. So it's as within, so without, as above, so below. So the realm, the plane, if you will, the ingredients, the carbon, the dirt. If the dirt is going through a rearrangement, and the volcanoes are going off, and the tides are changing directions, like, so as within, so without, and the water in you is doing the same thing. The current, we're being pulled in a new direction, and it's uncomfortable because we've never been in that direction. We've been going the wrong way for a very long time. It's almost like Stockholm syndrome to being fucking reprobate. But those of us awake, at least, you know what time it is, right? Ain't no black and white shit. It's what it really is. It's like we are all starting to wake up to the fact that you have to live in your authenticity, and then you have to protect yourself from narcissists. How did I do that? Did I lowest common denominator like everyone's fucking root problem? I think I did. I've been working on this for a long time. We're scientists, so like the root issue is that the people who are waking up are unable to fake it till they make it no more. They have to live their life more authentic and genuine and true to yourself and your actual existence and feelings. And surprise, surprise, that lifestyle does not require for you to like grind your face off until you're a millionaire. And then that's also going to cause kinks in the systems because there's no carrot there. So even in Japan, they're going through this. They've actually been going through this before us. The things our sisters are going through, China went through before them. So it's just hitting us at different times. But all the same, it's all the same design. It's the fact that humanity, all kinds, all shapes, all sizes, all mixes now. It's been 400 years. We all mix together again, just like the Philistines. And remember, my grandfather was fighting giants. Trust me, they was fucking on some of them. But you know how niggas are. Stop playing with me. You see how they talk about Angela Reese? Now imagine the girls in the Amazon. Same fucking story, part 3. So we are there too. So were we all at? Cool. We're not trying to redo the Bible. That is not what this is. That's what they are. That's what my ancestors are. Absolutely. No doubt about it. That's not what we are, though. We're not in that. Remember, I'm not in that book. I'm alluded to. Noble Drew Ali alluded to me. Genghis alluded to me. Daniel, all of them, they alluded to me. Jashers, they alluded to me. But they did not write my story. When you find a picture of Otto and Edith, you'll notice that Otto was holding the honey phone, Beasley's, Northern Israel type shit. Hello, Jerusalem, Mount Zion and shit. You saw Mount Zuma, Mansa Musa, my grandfather and shit. That's why, that's Jerusalem. You seen them damn domes behind them? Those, they call that today Tartarians. I could have sworn his grandfather was Genghis. Come on now, same story. So, those niggas is just cool as shit, period. It's just my grandfathers. I don't even look at the story the way they tell it because I know how we live versus how they live, so I have to adjust the variables for myself. Let me quantize this angle. No, them niggas was chilling with bad bitches for real. Stop playing with me. Eat, drink, and be merry. That nigga had marijuana trees. He had fucking nicotine. Motherfucker had boats. They probably even had some of the earlier Zeppelins. Probably could fly around the coast. That's probably how they created the maps. They just didn't have sustained air travel. Unless the sky people, the other half of us comes down. And that's the difference. We are not sky people. I am sky people. Hold on. Let's not make this too confusing. Hold on. Because I'm quantizing the story for science fiction, so we don't have to get lost in religion. Think of it like this. If you like playing video games, a pretty easy game to play if you're good at mechanics. It's called Horizon Zero Dawn, if you have a PlayStation. Do yourself a favor. Rent that game, or whatever, however you're doing on the cloud, and play Horizon Zero Dawn if they have it available to you. If you're on YouTube, you can look up Horizon Zero Dawn cutscenes, and basically they string the game together with just the movie. You can do that. You can watch, like, you're bored as fuck. Only if you're bored as fuck when you high. You'd be high if you want to, if you're watching the movie, because I'd rather play the game, but you can watch the movie, Horizon Zero Dawn. So watch the Horizon Zero Dawn video, play the game. And them, Fallout, especially Fallout 4, and Horizon Zero Dawn, the first one, Fallout 4, and there's one more game genre that does this, that tells this version of the story, almost. Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed, the first trilogy, 1, 2, and 3. Revelations. Get it? Revelations of the Judean bloodline. They need to stop fucking playing with us. But I understand, I respect them for doing it, and they're having to, the white boy behind that project, he's very articulate, so you could tell that he strategically positioned that story to tell the truth, but also to create plausible deniability. And he does the same thing that the Japanese people do about my ancestors. They still make them pale, but they'll give them melanated hair or green hair, so you're like, if you know, you know. Same thing with Goku and the Saiyans, because they have tails, and like, oh, they call niggas monkeys. But you understand, like, but it's Goku we talking about, Yakuza, you understand everything? Gohan, Yohan, Hawaii, King Kamehameha is over there on King James and his family. Yeah, my other, it's all the same empire. So they're always looking out for us while looking out for us. It's like they know that their publishers or their paradigm will not let them just say that as a fact, given they're studying history. They know why. Even if it doesn't apply to them, they can see the danger in it. They're not danger like getting killed, but danger like fucking up how your peers, and you know how it is with these collegiate people. They don't want to stand out, you know, benefits and all that shit. So I respect those who fuck with it enough for us to get it when it's time for us to get it. And the millennials, it was time for us to get it. As it was written by the so-called Native Americans. Like, yeah, we predicted this in every different language. Great grandma and all the girls she went to school with talking about the same shit, bro. They're talking about the same shit, and that's how we got here. They knew what would happen. They knew you showed up, just like they knew I showed up. They knew we would be indifferent to the bullshit. Because nothing lasts forever, and these are scientists. So Horizon Zero Dawn, Fallout 4, and Assassin's Creed. Just the movies. Play the game, but it's the movies, the gameplay, the cuts. If you can find them on YouTube, you do all three. But essentially, Horizon Zero Dawn is interesting because it's Sumerian at first. So this is what happens. You take our society right now, exactly where it is, and let's say Elon Musk, and a few other people in China, like right now. And their story is effectively that Peter Thiel and these niggas end up getting their automated bots so nice that they're using these automated bots to go into Venezuela and shut shit down. And then, you know, set up the pipelines, the resources and everything like that. So they're using these military grade, non-hackable. They have a very tough encryption, which was like why he won it on that platform, the guy in the game. So he gets this ill-ass military contract, like Elon Musk would, to create these bots, heavy encrypted. And then what happens with these niggas? They get greedy. They start selling this shit to militias. But here's the problem. We're even talking about it now. These particular bots, similar to the real-life version of this, the Manta Ray Mani Solas, they're self-replicating. So you understand right now, AI has a data center, AI, nuclear energy problem. We don't have the energy for that life right now. They're trying to speed up to it, though. Keep that in mind. But I'm talking about a video game movie. So they're speeding up to it. And so the bot can self-replicate, and it knows how to do this off of carbon. So basically, it'll go to the jungle in the Amazon as it shuts shit down, start up the new oil pipelines, and kill all the soldiers. And then it'll chop a tree down to get the resources and make another one of itself. So self-replicating. So you buy one, get however many free if it has the resources, right? And so I don't know how many years it is, but within no time, like maybe a decade, this shit goes sideways, as you can imagine. But not as you imagine it. The robots end up replicating so much that they started eating up all of the actual either oxygen or carbon of the entire planet. And because they made it unhackable, they couldn't like sneak in and change the code and turn that program off. It would take them hundreds of years to turn it off. And then it'll live hundreds of years. It's right now, like these people, our generation. So they said, all right, shit, we only got like, based on oxygen and carbon and shit, we only got about goddamn a couple of years left to live, period, on this bitch. All right, then, what should we do? We're going to recruit all the specialists, subject matter experts of everything, arts, culture, education, and science. We're gonna get the 12 tribe captains, if you will, or the 12 angels, if you will, who are responsible for these subcategories. We're gonna bring them into this underground bunker. We're gonna have them interface with computers and teach and vlog, basically train the AI on everything they know. With all the references, they're gonna collect paintings. They're gonna make this beautiful underground facility because topsoil is uninhabitable. Crazy ass robots that'll fucking kill you, but they keep self-replicating themselves until the oxygen is gone. Like, it's fucked. And they're not gonna be able to stop them and reset the earth for another fucking century or two. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna die underground, fool. So what they end up doing is creating their underground Alexandria Library in their Tower of Babel, and they set it up so that in that time period when the oxygen and all that shit should come back, and when these robots are able to be hacked, they already have the automation, everything ready for it in the future. And they have droids too. Obviously, they have these robots, so they have a couple of droids like you've seen on Prometheus, basically. And so even when they die naturally, these bots will continue the mission. 100, 200 years later, and the computer will do the rest once they could turn these crazy motherfuckers off. They successfully do this. So when you play the game, you're not these characters. You learn about this through the movie. You learn about the past, which is your future. And so you're one of these girls. She's a Native American white girl, red hair, in verso. So you understand what they're trying to say. And they're in like a little initiation for their tribe to go out and be able to hunt and do things by themselves. So she really wants to win and impress her father. She's raised by a single father. Cool story, very familiar. And what you end up finding out is that you're actually a DNA replicant of the scientists who put this project together. And you're not just kind of her DNA replicant, you're her exact everything. But culturally, you're now Native American in the future after everything resets. And you go through this world being her, being, if you would, quantumly entangled to your ancestor of yourself, which is very strange. Reincarnation type shit, almost. But she's her own, Alloy's her own, but memories and feelings is hers. So the game explores that. What's important though is, so how they pulled this off is that they could clone people. So they were going to time when these droids would say, all right, we're going to inseminate and clone some people. And culturally, what they did was they made a few of these sites in different places. So when people come, when these clones grow up and they teach them everything with the AI teaching like they're trying to do now, and the fucking droids feeding them and making sure they know how to take care of themselves underground. And then at some point in this process of an initial tribe, they then lock them out of the votes, if you will. They move out, suck and fuck, create new generations, and then they're like, where the fuck we come from? And sometimes you find the vault system, because you're still in a technological reset. Mind you, those bots that I was telling you about, that got them in this fucking situation. This is how they flip them. So then with the robot problem, they created two AI algorithms, one called Sin, one called Gaia. If you look at this damn movie, you don't see what the fuck these fuckings did. They said Gaia is Libra, Liberty, Europa. And I was like, these motherfuckers, bro. They be wanting to tell niggas everything, but they can't tell niggas anything. But they told you in that goddamn game that Europa, Libra, got the giants, the giant angels, that she's Gaia. So she comes out and she controls technology and things because it's automated. And she's able to re-terraform Earth using robots. Same technology, but peaceful. So, and what they have to do right with this is they have to get the atmosphere levels right. And more interestingly, if they don't, they'll tell her they become God, and then they have this other algorithm called Sin, who just tears everything down. Like, they say, nah, fuck all of this. We're gonna reset it immature, like, artificially, and then try it again, and again, until the computer or their impression back then determined that was the perfect circumstance for their society to thrive and get back to where it needs to get to. So they're able to edit premature timelines too. And that's what's crazy when you play that game, because you think, oh, I'm a reincarnation from her, but this is like our first or second time outside. But as you play the game, you realize, nah, this shit reset a lot, bro. Like, you think that bitch was like 500 years ago, 200 years ago. She might low-key been like 10,000 years ago. Like, that's like the shadow of the psychology of the game, because you don't know. They started with giants and dinosaurs, and you find them as you play the game, abandoned or dead. What was that called? Like if you went to the Amazon or something, what would that be called? Archaeological type of level. It's like, oh, these are the old resets. And I want to say that each one of those elements is biblical, it's Gnostic, it's the same fucking story, except for it being us now. It was us then. And so when you talk about the so-called Lucifer's rebellion and the third of the stars of heaven coming downstairs, meaning incarnating into these bodies. What you're effectively saying is that our physical ancestors, responsible for our actual expression as humans, are not from this planet, obviously, but they're humans in the way that we think we are, I mean. And they came here and terraformed it. The dome, Psalms 19:1, is their technology. Along with that, Noah's Ark, think of it as an Ark ship, and then the DNA storage facility. And then it goes to Europa, and after it's terraformed, it brings these DNA samples out of, they say it's 2 of each. I think it was 7 of each, actually. You see different numbers now. No Mandela effect. It's like 3 of each or 7 of each for certain things. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Variation, right? Because you can't 1 times 1 anything and get something different. Hence, that's the parable of why 1 times 1 cannot equal 1. Terrence Howard shit, flower of life. Obviously, flower of life is vagina, it's birth. So you cannot 1 times 1 and get anything. You end up dividing itself. That's why they have a half-life in their genetics, because they don't know fucking algebra. Same story, exactly, fix their blood types. Anyway, so they terraformed Europa. They chose the genetics to flourish here. And then I guess the ultimate agenda, per se, if you're thinking from that level, is that you want everyone here genetically to somehow reconnect all these nodes and modules organically, if you will, in order to recreate a certain species all over again. Yeah, then you understand everything. Ideally, if you add the element of reincarnation, which you can look at altered carbon and shows like that, but I'm trying to keep it in the same genre. So then reincarnation is the ability for those outside of the dome to beam down into these bodies. So greater is he who's in me than he who's in the world, be in the world, not of the world. So then you get back to Smyth-EL. You talk about the Maya and the illusion parable with the father. I'll tell you if you're not familiar with it. But it's all signing the same ideal that Maya, the illusion, or even in our Jew Kabbalah, and you look at the level or node that we're on, it's an illusion because you're not your body. But the thing that's not your body has a body. That's why it's like disorienting. If you just leave it open-ended, oh, you have a soul and random shit. For some reason, your soul will go to heaven and you won't have no bitches, but you'll be happy as shit singing to Jesus all day. But it doesn't tell you what a soul is. All we can say is we're named after Soleil, the star, the sun, the actual sun in the sky, or the sun in the one that's melting in Europa is Jupiter's rays. But let's keep it out of Bill Nye. Let's go back. So the light that animates this body is more important than the body itself. Obviously, it always talks about corrupting your image that God made you in. God did not make you in the image of your body. These are organic. These are the literal side effects of bad sucking and fucking practices. They're not really involved in that, outside of some of the bloodline shit, which I'll get to. But generally, you can create the species that they're aiming for by looking at it as a whole. And who wins and who loses doesn't matter. It's who evolves. And then you add 400 years to this. The whole face of this map is going to look different for most people, right? The average. Because the average, just of 1751 was tawny and swarthy. And it's not that right now. So you just mix it again, you get something else. That's what's happening to the vessel. And I call that sandcastle. That's your genetics, literally. Now your genetics are light codes, so light attracts light. So then you become quantum entangled to one of these that fit your light codes. So think of it as clearance or availability. Think of this as like a temporary vessel. There you go, because it is. Because if you existed before, that means you're going to exist after it. Before you got here, you existed. That's the premise of almost everybody's belief system. Like, you were a soul first that manifested in a body. Well, you're a soul first. And you're going to lose this body, so then you're a soul again. So that means your soul lives forever, right? You understand that whole eternity concept. But that's without understanding what a soul is. That's just like, it's just something. I don't remember it because I'm in this body. But before I got in this body, something happened, and then damn, I started remembering shit. Like, why am I here? And asking questions, and even have other memories and dreams and shit. And then, like, when I die, I think something happens after this. We don't know what happens after this in this body, but something happens after this. It has to, right? Like, you've been conscious kind of most of the time, but not all the time. So you dream sometimes, and you're not in that dream, but you're in that dream. So maybe this is similar to that thing, just a little bit more lucid. And it is. It is. You rub your eyes too hard, you'll see the pixels in your damn vision. So there's nothing to really change about the way we've been living in terms of understanding the Bible or just Big Bangs and stuff. We're still saying the same thing. It's just they don't have a reason. They can't triangulate why their accounting for this means anything. That's why there's nothing to believe. It becomes atheist or agnostic. Because it's empty. What's the reason for it? I live such a short, miserable life and I die. What's the point of that? Even if it's just what they think is natural, organic on its own. Seems kind of stupid. Even if you were a fish. So, it is what it is. We're here for now. But the thing that created these are like these. So it's almost as if those outside have accomplished something way more interesting than anything that they're talking about now with AI. What it sounds like we have done is that we've created a simulation out of organic material. That's where it gets tricky. Because it's not one or the other, Matrix or whatever the fuck this is without Matrix. It's both. It's not one or the other. It's not spiritual or physical. It's spiritual and physical in all dimensions, right? As it goes, so the Lord. So what that means is this is absolutely a simulation, but this absolutely hurts. That's absolutely dirt. That's absolutely a power source. And it exists in real life. Do that one more time. Because you don't understand how high-tech divine is. One more time. Remember, the white boys in charge are trying to copy something. They're trying to get to something they heard about. That's why they're moving so fast. But I want to tell you what it already is. Let me help you out. Think of it as us, because it is. What was the bitching about in the Anunnaki story? It came down to Earth, wherever that is, and the kids came down, right? So the sons of gods. And they're doing all the hard work and labor, digging out dredges, mining for materials, creating this terraformed atmosphere, building things, the things they need to do. And then they're younger than the ones who are commissioned. And one of them, their name is Allah, by the way. Shout out to Shaka Amos, who brought this to everyone's attention, the WB story. The first mention of Allah, he's arguing with Moors and Mohammedan type of religious, dogmatic views of it. But in the Sumerians, which is the precursor to any of it, Allah is there already. Same Allah that Jesus calls to when he's on the cross, right? Allah, Allah. Yeah, Allah, Allah. Look at the Bible, you fold it. Bible is just left with Eli. So it's there, Elijah, same story. Revelations just send the soul of Elijah back, type shit. Same story. He's the only one that didn't die and shit, next to Enoch, who becomes Metatron or something. Same story, same story. We can do supernatural and everything, all in the same story, because they're so copying us. Gnosticism, Egyptians. Cool. Doesn't fucking matter though, because this is a simulation. I've already landed on that. That's why I'm cool on a whole bunch of shit. But it's a simulation of reality. Let me walk you through it. Right now, meta augments reality. So you put glasses on, and it places things in your field of vision that's overlaying the image of your actual reality. But that shit ain't really there, unless you have the glasses on. The great shit. All right, cool fucking story. The other version of Grand Theft Auto, you have a TV, you have a video game, you have a file, and you're outside of it. So you turn it on, you power it up, it shows up on the TV, and now you're the guy in Grand Theft Auto, but you're watching him from your couch. But you're simulating, whether it's The Sims or Grand Theft Auto, you're simulating a different life, and you're focused on that. And sometimes if you jump too high, you feel that shit. You're locked in. But you know, you'll smell everything, you'll hear everything, your phone will ring. So you're not really locked in. Then there's another one, which is both, right? Where you can have the same exact thing in Grand Theft Auto, but then wear a suit and sensors and things. And even with AI, control it with your mind, if you will. And the only thing you will see is the eyes of the character. So no longer do you see yourself, but you'll still smell your environment. I'm sure they hacked that soon with salts. It's still your nose hairs, not his, right? So that's very limited contact to a simulation. That you can't go much further than that in the way that we're currently going. You always have that layer between you and the video game. Usually something with a monitor. All right. Now that's a long time ago. Where we're at now, in real life, the life that we're living in these bodies is already that. Except Westworld, another great show. They just removed it for no fucking reason. Fucking assholes. Oh, I don't want to pay old royalties. Then remove all the old shit, faggot. Save Westworld for last next time. Anyway, so Westworld. So what happens is, instead, the Anunnaki and the kids, they're like, yo, I'm tired of working in this out as desert, bro. We dying out here. So whatever body they're in, when they came down, that body is dying from this labor. It ain't working for us. So they rebel. They knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Uncle, open up. Uncle was like shook. He got a guard there with a sword, like an angel with a fire sword. Same kind of story. It's the first window. And he's guarding the door. He said, you want me to go outside and handle him? On Sodom and Gomorrah. He's like, no, I'm making a call. Interesting. Okay, he's down here, or wherever they started, and he's making a call somehow. He's communicating with something that's not here. That's the craziest thing about it. They explain it that way. No way, unless there's technology in the consciousness of the people writing that story. Anyway, so makes a call to Anu, big homie. That's where you get Anunnaki from, right? Same story. So Anu is the L, we're the Neph. Put it together, Nephilim. All right, hold on. So Anu comes down, big homie. You assume him to be God because there's no one else to talk about in the story. So he's God by default. And I don't mean that no disrespect to religion or beliefs, but I'm trying to tell it as science. So Anu in most cultures, Egyptian, Kupta, Sumerian, Atlantis, would be God in the sense that if you're in these vessels, he's God for real. I'm about to tell you what. So he pulls up on his brother. The little homies are outside tripping, got switches and shit, ready to kill him because he ain't listening. Big homie Anu come down like, yo, what the fuck's all this noise about? I thought I fucking told you niggas I need A, B, and C done. What's the issue? What's going on? How come you can't handle these little niggas? What's up? You got the nigga with the swords and all the guns and shit. Like, what's up? What the problem is? Now think about it, that's attitude. If they're family for real, that put their ass in check. This is a nigga with a sword. Wouldn't that be like their uncle or cousin or something? Like, why would he kill his little homies, right? So you have to understand there must be diversity to us. Instead of looking at it as all like one alien, it's just like all the same mother, father, son, daughter. Like Adam and Eve and shit, no. If we're mixed down here, we're mixed up there. Same story. Anyway. And he was like, this is what we're gonna do. Just tell me who started this rebellion. You fucking up my profits. So it's a mafia shit. And just like the angels that came down to get women, they said, hey, I have a feeling that if we do this rebellion and get the women, the earth women, that y'all basically will let me go down by myself. And so they took an oath. This is the book of Enoch. They took an oath, said, no, we'll come down here with you, and if it go up, we all go up. All right, cool. So the Anunnaki, same story. They said, if we do this rebellion, fuck up the machinery, because they're not hearing this. And we all did it. You know how it is, man. It's like, who did it? Who broke the vase? And no one say nothing. Same story. That's how you know we're the kids. And it was like, yo, speak up. They didn't want to speak up. You know how it is. No one speak up, and everyone get their ass whooped. So Allah, being the real nigga that he is, he's one of the kids. He's the actual one that came up with the rebellion. And he goes, and mind you, Allah is actually feminine. So it's a girl probably. Joan of Arc type shit. So I'm gonna assume that. Good science. So she goes, fuck it, y'all bitch. I did it. The story is interpreted as she's then sacrificed, and then Minerta and Enki, I think, or whoever the scientists were, positioned it as such that we're going to take Allah's intelligence, blood, and the earth for the clay, and we're going to form a new vessel, 7 boys, 7 girls, so more than one Adam and Eve, and then we'll blow the spirit or the life into it, whatever that technology is. Allah was like, cool, we good? So now everyone's satisfied. We got the troublemaker out of there. We got a new workforce so that you guys stop being bitch ass niggas. And then these 7 times 7 will breed and continue. So when you guys are done, or if you die off, that part I don't know yet. I don't know if they die. I don't know if the Anunnaki, as they appear, terraform vessels matter either. I don't know. Like if they, because they're dying here. So I don't know if that means that they were scared of dying and never existing again. That's not implied, because we're talking about something 3 steps up. So anyway, I don't know. I can't answer that yet. But I'm assuming because we can do it, that they can do it too. So I would assume their vessel will time out after hundreds of years. Remember, they live longer. And then when that vessel goes, they go back to the ship, if you will. And after that, they don't have to come back down and do all this stupid shit. They got something else. Narcissism is Valdebroff, and then his mother, Sophia, above the tree. She lives in a different inverted reality than him, and she comes check on him. He don't know he's the only god of his universe type shit. Sometimes we feel like that too. And then she looks at his creation. She's like, this shit is an abomination. And she takes her light, soul, spirit, and puts it into his creation. And then that becomes what we are. So there's these different versions of, there's something down here handcrafting the clay, and there's something above that's giving it to make it not a monkey. There we go. Like that chip, that pineal gland even. Because you see the gods on the wall, they're holding a pine cone and they're plugging it in somewhere. And you know they're gods because they have the feathers, animals representation, the mask. Some of the Quetzalcoatl or Montezuma with the Haru and everything. Same story. That's how you know when they put an animal on their head, what they're saying is that particular person, because it's a person, but he comes from sky people. He comes from upstairs. So, but everyone else is a creation or a clone, if you will, of what's upstairs. And that's very important. It's not different. It is, but it isn't. How do I explain this? We're just that fucking advanced. We, technologically, theoretically, we achieved immortality by being able to transfer our consciousness and soul to different bodies. So that you can actually experience whatever it is that we're doing. So, I'll tell it again. We pull up on the spaceship, we pull up on this moon and Jupiter's rings. I have a feeling we moved it to Saturn's E-ring for reasons. I just can't prove it yet. Whatever the case is. And even science is saying it seems like we're in an inverse reality anyway, like a white wormhole or something, which would try to explain the same thing. It's like, oh, so everything that's Jupiter is Saturn, everything that's Saturn is Jupiter. So I don't get too worried about it, but I have a feeling we're in Saturn's rings using Saturn's clay, and I have a feeling that it's Jupiterian, whatever that means upstairs. And then I have a feeling that Venus, Lucifer, Europa, that Venetian genetic team, Gabriel, they're the ones responsible for this creation, the Garden of Edens. That's not to say that there's not other types of gardens made by someone else. And that's why this shit gets confusing about multiple gods. So if you're us, and your Judean descent or Israelite descent or Hebrew, we say all the things, Moors, Hebrews, Phoenicians, we're all Egyptians first. First. So first. So if we're part of ancient Egypt, then we can stop the beef with each other and just go, we are the descendants of the Egyptians. Tough. Cool story. So, that's tough. We are. We are. We absolutely are. We're all Americans because Egypt was America. So we're all Egyptians because we're all Americans. So this is the day one for all of us anyway. But if you're us, what I'm saying is this moon was terraformed and domed like a snow globe. Project Dominic, Project Fishbowl, they know, they ain't getting out. Psalms 19:1. Cool story. Our ancestors that put us there, though, used the materials in handcrafting out of the clay of these materials, which are Saturnian on Europa, a Jupiterian rock core, but a Gabriel, Venus, Lucifer design blueprint Simpson stuff. So they created the garden and the ideas, the source code. That's why math is feminine. Algebra, Al-Gabriel, womb, matrix is all feminine. So we know this whole thing is feminine. It's a matriarch. So God, Allah would have to be feminine. See, and then I connect you back to Sumerians because that's what they're saying. They're saying Allah is Venus, Isis. Allah is Isis, the genes of Isis, Genesis. Then you back in the damn Hebrew Bible, like you see, we're the same people. These are not different sequences. These books do not represent different people. They're the same people at a different time. The Quran's more advanced, but it's telling a different narrative because they're in a different place than America. So that's the craziest thing about it. You would think the Bible took place there and whatever. The Bible took place there, here, and the Quran took place there. That's the biggest difference. And everyone from here didn't go there, so there's going to be different mixes, but originally they're all Egyptian. Cool story. So if you're descendants of Egyptians, then your people who created Egyptians, Atlantis, that was that advanced civilization we're talking about in Horizon Zero Dawn. They would be considered Atlantis. And then our Atlantis, the Sumerians, so the Anunnaki would be from Atlantis, Noah's Ark people. Cool. They come down, they terraform, they set shit up, set the laws in motion. And I think the thing that is simulating that, by the way, that light is the dome itself, Psalms 19:1, that this technology that's around just us, not the whole moon, it's just around us. So imagine a pocket on the moon. So it'll both be a ball, but yours is concaved and flattened for you, because water always finds level. So we know in our containment, it's flat, because water always finds level. So all your oceans are level, all your air flights, the horizon is level, aka meaning it's not bending, so it's not round. But if it is round, it's huge, so you have to go so much further up before the horizon bends, and it never does, in none of their videos and none of their pictures. This is very simple science that they love to just ignore, but it's because they're bullshitting. They know what Project Dominic and Fishbowl resulted from Admiral Byrd. We read it, Wikipedia it. These motherfuckers just wasting our time. Anyway, so whatever that tech is that's covering us up and protecting us from the waters of space and keeping us in an ideal environment to breathe and exist and procreate in, go forth and multiply and replenish the earth, right? So we have a very simple instruction to do interesting things, no 1 times 1s, and to just repopulate and just do what we do. But for us, it's simulated because it's technology that created it. We're not in the technology. It's weird. This right here is not in technology. This is technology. Those rocks are real. This is technology. Those rocks are real. This is technology. The oxygen molecule is real. It's all real. But this is technology. Made out of the materials of Saturn, Jupiter, Venus, Mercury, whoever. Collaboration, Tribe Called Quest. Red, white, and blue. United Kingdom. There's at least 3 kinds, 3 kinds, 3 kings, 3 kingdoms. There's at least 3. To keep it interesting. No 1 times 1s. It has to be 3. So we started with 3 kings. Y equals mx plus b. Y equals 3x plus 13 tribes. So 13 crafted sandcastles from the 3 cons or kingdoms, titans, planets. So it's not just like Venus was in on it. Venus, she set the tone for everything. But then say Mars and Mercury, when it dibs, everything will make sense right there. You have a lot of people with Martian memories, Mercurial Venetians, Martian Venetians, and then so on and so on. So imagine there's 3 different civilizations, unique to themselves in pedigrees, collaborating here. And out of those 3 genetic models, they created the 7 times 7, if you will. And then boom, send them out everywhere. Horizon Zero Dawn, all over again. So that's what it is. We're in a simulated physical environment. So that dome and the lights and the stars and the sun and the moon, they're controlling literal variables to keep this matter together, to move things, weather patterns. And it's automated. That's the illest shit about it. That's how advanced we are. Like even like when you think about the volcanoes and then the effect they have on the ocean, and they create new planktons and that creates new life. So like it's an exhaust system, but then as it exhausts, if if you're fishing, eating fish, or there's natural disasters, it recreating itself through a volcano underwater creates more sea life again. And you know the ocean is the breath of your planet. It's not the forest, by the way. It's the ocean. The ocean is what's breathing. So so with you or not here or conscious, it exists by itself. Whether or not you're dreaming, dead, or conscious, this exists by itself. And this that exists by itself is absolutely artificial, but it's in a physical environment. Don't get it twisted. It's so difficult to explain this. We don't have enough words and dimensions, but we can. We have video games, so we understand this. We understand this. So for us to do it right now, it would look like this. You go to the ocean, and it can be a small football field, and we say, okay, it'd be me and 2 girls, no homo. And I'm like, all right, so what I want to do is take our genetics and crisscross them and create 3 football teams and have them mix and go. And you're looking at it. They're underwater though, and they have an artificial dome. You made them smaller. Let's say they grow to 6 inches instead of 6 feet, right? For scale and perspective. But you're watching them as you are. So to them, you're fucking giant. But they don't see you because they're enclosed. You have CCTV HD inside, and you can literally look inside. Now, those people you created are in the bottom of the ocean, and they're in this biofield you created here on Earth, like what we call Earth. But they don't know that yet. They're still enclosed. And you have these scientists and these people, and you have AI and automation. So even when we die on this side, that shit will keep on going. But what we have done on top of that, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, and then they'll just be genetically automated. And that's without answering that fated question, does everything that's born or cloned have a soul anyway? I don't know. But it depends on what a soul is. So imagine if not only could we do that and recreate ourselves in miniatures and create new environments that are automated by AI and different type of magnets, and you know how it is, like we'll figure it out on some CERN shit. Now we go, check this shit out though. You know what would be cool? What would be cool? If we can go inside there. Nah, my nigga, I don't think they will be prepared for Attack on Titan. I don't think we should do that because you accidentally step on some shit like a Lego and you'll fuck their whole shit up. Good point. But what if we can go inside there? Oh, we can use drones and shit and androids and simps. There goes Fallout 4 again. And then remote control through a drone that's 6 inches tall like a G.I. Joe and move around that shit if you want to. Or you can just be like a fake UFO or look like an airplane that they make. Take one of those, upgrade it, and just fly around it. Understand something? Or whatever. Or you can just be the eyes on the tree if you want to. If you want to be on some voyeurism and shit. But keep in mind, these are really 6-inch size humanoids interacting with our ingredients. They're not in a computer screen. They're not in a VR headset. They're actually doing something. And if you fuck that dome up or something happened to under them because of the ocean and all that bullshit that we going through, it'll fuck them up too. But you have enough control and rules with your technology around them. And your technology within too. And you might just let them do natural things on their own. They may not even need a consciousness of a starting point of going, hey, you're 6-inch versions of us. They might tell them any fucking thing, right? right? Because humans and babies and people who are abducted and trafficked, they adapt to the way you raise them either way. So, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to give them a background code narrative. You don't have to give them a narrative. And that's why it keeps happening to us. And that's when they invaded us, humans, they fucked us over by stealing our narrative. And that's why we're so lost, if you will. But anyway, so then we go, we have a cooler fucking idea, dude. How about we create certain ones of these that are quantum entangled to us, and we're able to, attach the field of your pineal gland or the substance of the light itself. And these dumbasses figure out how to fucking transfer that to a cloud, which is what they're trying to do, right? But while it's in that cloud, whether you're dead or alive, you're there, and then we're going to beam that into one of these handcrafted joints that's compatible. Or you can just be in a chair for real. You just be in a chair still, and it'll be the same thing. You're going to actually third eye remote view project into one of these things, and the technology is going to assist you staying locked into its frequency. So you never really wake up back into your chair and you're idle down there. You can assume maybe that happens when we sleep. Don't get me fucking started. So, but those are not our dreams, right? So, unless you ever dream that, like, you know what I'm saying, you're looking at yourself on TV screens and shit, and then you go back to sleep, maybe. But the other dreams, nah, they're within our creation. But their creation, I don't know yet. We haven't done it before, or we haven't experienced that before. So, assuming you do this correctly, you can absolutely operate as a thing of any age. You can start one that's fucking built like the Terminator with all kinds of weird shit on it too. But if your experiment is under set conditions, you wouldn't. So you're just going as natural as possible. Like, all right, we want to start you, and you can be 100 fucking years old outside of it. But we're gonna start you at day one. You'll take over this thing completely and been synced up with it by the time it's 3. Boom, 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 downloads and everything. But you're still in this chair. But you're locked into this thing until it's not there. Like when they shut the switch off. So even if you did have an emergency outside and you shut the switch off, that thing would just die anyway. You understand? So it's on as long as you're in. And when you're out, it's out. So you zoom in, and you're crazy enough to say, hey, when I'm in there, just wipe my memory. I just want to experience this for a second. Now, you're crazy enough to do that because you know already. You're not in there yet. You make the decision to forget everything to have this experience. So this experience to you outside isn't the end of the world. If anything, it's the illest novelty nostalgia machine because you're literally living in a new world, literally, while you're just like in a sauna somewhere chilling. And we don't even know the time scale. Like this whole experience for me and you, if you're outside and it's, ratioed like that, like they said, to God, a day is 1,000 years or some shit. Like if you think about that, they're giving you a ratio, zoomed in, zoomed out. So a thousandth of time. So like your 100-year life up there might have been like an hour. So you could have like did like Atlantis, Ramses, Greeks, Romans, Africans, and right now, and you could have did that all on fucking Saturday. If you only regenerate, or they say reincarnate 5 to 7 times per plane, Blavatsky or somebody, whatever, who cares? So you get 5 to 7 lives, there you go, through different times. If they're doing that at scale, 1 out of 1,000th, then yeah, you can do every story on Europa in all 7 400-year epochs in one fucking day, just here. It's more like that. So your soul is the proof that you're one of those people. An NPC fundamentally would be a real thing, a real vessel in a controlled environment. Yes, it's organic material with some intelligent design behind it. But it's an NPC because it is not here on an assignment. So those of us, chosen ones, holy ones, etc., what we're getting at is that there's different classes of us on the spaceship, right? So to make it make sense for me, it'd be like, all right, so I'm King James, Kid, Jesus, Mercury, Jupiter. Okay, so the spaceship then. what they're saying is that that's my father's spaceship. That's my mother and father's ship that's hovering over Europa's dome. Cool. We're in there. In those vessels. Different than these. Anunnaki, Naga. Different degree. We created these vessels, but also we're going to use one. That's what it means to be an angel. They're saying, just like in the book of Tobit, when you encounter Azariah, in parentheses, they say he's Angel Raphael, but he doesn't know it yet. Like the writers, like you know what I'm saying? They're like, that's not important for the story at all. But for them to have that sidebar or footnote, you know, the writers or the people translating are trying to give you, the reader, an awareness that there is an awareness in their time. Hebrews 13, be careful who you entertain, for you might literally be entertaining angels. So Azariah is literally the angel Raphael. As Azariah, though. And Azariah is like a bodyguard, or, you know, he's security for Jews and stuff. Like he's one himself. He's related to him, but his job, his role, he's just, you know, he assists people on the roads. Because, you know, you got the bandits and stuff sitting outside of castles and waiting to rob people. The Robin Hood type of lifetime. So he's a guardian. But he's literally an angel too. So an angel that's a guardian angel manifested as a person, a boy. And he grew up and he's still living as a guardian. So as he's living as Azariah, you notice he's an angel, but he's not tripping on like anything or status. He was like, oh, you my cousin's people. Yeah, I'll take your little bitch ass son to the other town. Like, he's just chilling. He's living his life. But he's ultimately, no matter what happens to him as Azariah, he's still Archangel Raphael when Azariah is done in that story, right? In his life. So that's what we're saying. We're not talking about invisible sky daddies and fairies and clouds of heaven. Like, that's beautiful alliteration. A picture's worth 1,000 words of occult history. I get it. But they painted them white, so it ruined it for me. Let's take it back to technology, like the Egyptians said it was. So it's grandmother Lucifer's rocks, basically marbles, and we're using her technology or matrix or womb to create the dome on it. So it's her intellectual property, right, to simulate this thing. And then in our spaceship, we pulled up right behind it. And when we pull up, we can quantum entangle our consciousness into one of these bodies. That's it. That's it. That's how you do it. That's the best I can simplify this shit. So it can be compatible with all your religious. It is. This is what they're saying. They're saying that angels are those who are in a spaceship, who are beaming their conscious down into these sandcastles. Irregardless if we do that or not, these sandcastles are still there. When we pull off, these genetic experiments will keep growing, just like the koalas, just like the deer. The difference is Inky poured something extra. Sophia poured something extra. Minerta poured something extra into the sandcastles. So they're not just like, I guess, cavemen, right? Just wandering around, slaving. Because mind you, that's the side hustle. That's what makes this more niggerish. So you understand slavery and plantations and everything and how it's twisted. Almost funny. Because theoretically, if we go with the Sumerian version of what the spaceship is doing, the spaceship is only here on this moon, terraforming to mine rare materials. And I guess because of scale, it makes more sense to scale us down so that we can get into it. Then, 1 out of 1,000th time, you got mind you, they're outside of the dome. So even when they pour in with their craft, the time scale is different for them. That's why they're calling them interdimensionals. The interdimension is time itself. It's a different time scale outside. So it's a different, it's like time zones. So yeah, it would have to be an interdimensional craft because it would have to slow down. That's why they're so fast and light. They're like light because one time. So our time times 1,000 outside. Of course, it's going to look like that. They're coming in to slow down 1/1,000th at least, right? If you understand that. So whatever we are in those vessels, in those crafts, they're absolutely real. They're just outside of this time zone. Psalms 91. They're outside of the dome, but it's happening in real time. But in this dome, it's happening 24 hours a day, this is the local sun miraculous, and it's causing this type of gravitational time distortion for everything to grow the way that it does to support the life here. But as we're supporting life here in that time scale, we're literally mining this for whatever resource that we're taking upstairs 1,000 times faster than if we were to do it upstairs. Like if we were to actually be outside of this dome and just shovel this, it would be slow. Whereas if we created some type of nuclear, whatever the fuck this is, technology and sped shit up, then you can create a video game and then also complete your assignment. And then you still all did that shit on a Saturday. So what I'm saying is, if they're just terraforming this spot of this moon in an epoch of time, 2,000 years or 5,000 years, however the fuck you imagine that shit, and then everything floods and we start over again, imagine it being like a suction cup. Like, all right, we're gonna get all the gold and silicone out of here. All right, time it. Oh shit, them niggas getting quite violent. You wanna go down? I'll go down. All right, Maya, illusion. Oh shit, that shit was weird, nigga. Anyway, we're done here? Yeah, reset. Brahma, reset. Then move to the next spot of the moon. All right, let's do it again. So as you're watching your thing do that, it's happening really fucking fast. But if you decide to go inside there, you time stretch and have time down, and then you're inside of this bitch. So what I'm saying is, as above, so below. This hurts down here or up there. If they abducted one of us and time stretched us to their dimension or their awareness of the same material universe and a different gravitational dome, you'll be like, whoa. You probably feel like you have to, I don't even know if your pineal gland and your brain, I don't even know if our brains are compatible with that. Not fuck the body part, your actual calibration. I don't even, you know what I'm saying? That's probably why you don't hear too much about that. You scramble your fucking noodles trying to take a weak ass body upstairs with just the gravitational time difference. Not the weight, but the like that. Like on a really bad LSD trip type shit. Nah, I don't think they would. I don't think they perfected that with these models. And probably intentionally. Jack and the Beanstalk. I smell the blood of the Englishman. What the fuck is this nigga doing upstairs? Tower of Babel again. For like, remember what they said in Tower of Babel, right? The three angels that came down. They're like, yo, these little niggas can do anything. And if they keep working together, they will surely reach heaven. Come on, man. So whether that's an actual ladder to the fucking firmament or that's a type of technology that's miniature version, but then they're opening up portals to get outside. Either way, outside is literally there. We are literally here. We're in containment of something simulated, artificial. Reanimating or animating things that are definitely real. That's the story. That's what this is. You say you missed the whiteboard? Nigga, I am channeling. I can't even, what the fuck? I have to imagine this shit in my third eye, and then it has hit my hippocampus and my limbic and my fucking frontal lobe, and I have to translate it to English words and keep it linear all at the same damn time, man. What more do you want from me? I'm gonna run it back though. Shout out to Matt Cole, Frederick Potras. Shout out to Ampas, praise Allah. Inshallah is Michael, by the way. Stable Carter. Great Goo, yeah. Jupiter ascending plot 2 genetically. Oh, Jupiter ascending, yeah. They always jock in Gnosticism. They don't know any other story, boy. And they found that over here. Ain't that a bitch? Where they come from? Mm-hmm. We'll find the vault eventually. Mr. Now says it's different lobbies on the same game domain. There you go. Burbar T says we missed the whiteboard. Yep, just like dreaming, slowing down even more of the dreams last multiple days of actual perception. Yeah, just like a dream. That's great. Most people have most of their dream 5 to 15 minutes before they awake. And you'll feel like you were dreaming all night, but it literally happened 15 minutes before you woke up. Yeah, same story. It's just like REM, yes. But then it's like quantum, it's REM inception. So this vessel is REMing, but then that one, it's weird. Oh, I guess you only get one life in a dream too. Once you wake up from your dream, well, I don't know. I've seen dreams pass by my third eye. So I can't say the dream isn't there when you're not there. That's not true. I've picked from 3 before. Wait till you get to that level of fuckery where you can pick your dream. I haven't tried to do that in a while. 2 days ago, I noticed it was back. I don't know what chemical that is in our brain that allows us to do that. But you can pick your dreams. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. But you're not in that dream when you wake up. That's all. The moral of the story. Fuck the metaphysics. The moral of the story is, if you're here awake, washing your hands and eating tacos, you're not in the dream. But that dream, that frequency or that realm or that portal is there. I feel like it's there all day, actually. The only reason why you have that dream is whatever mechanism that is paying attention to it. So the fact that you only have one attention module is how you know the thing we're calling awareness or consciousness is individual. Meaning, if you understand what I'm saying, then that individual consciousness is what's being beamed down into this body. So that awareness or that consciousness, no matter whether you're awake, on drugs, or dreaming, that thing right there, that's player one. But I think player one is connected to something outside of this. So that is the interface. So like, oh, your ego, your id, and all that stuff, yeah, that's attached. And you are perceiving through that. And you're making choices, and you're hearing weird sounds and words, and you're reading strange things that everyone contributed to, and you mold yourself around that, absolutely. But had you started somewhere else, you do the same thing somewhere else. It's the awareness that makes the difference. It's the vehicle too. You could be born with no legs and still have that awareness. That would suck, by the way. I hope those are NPCs. But anyway, like that sounds like a person that didn't have enough fucking money to jump into this bitch. If we're honest, these sound like the motherfuckers that did not have enough credits to get all the features. Like they did not pay the, you know how it is. They didn't get a gold membership. They just wanted to be here to see something. Like them people. I hope that's the way that's worked out. I do. I really do. I really hope that these poor souls are not souls at all. Like they don't have to live through that shit twice. But then if you're outside in the ship, it'd probably be funny to you ultimately. Yeah, because we would have the same awareness and attitude about everything. I think that's why every religion and every metaphysician just tells you to fucking eat, drink, and be merry. Because you end up figuring it out while you're in this body. Like, oh shit, this is fake. But it's not. You really die down here. But if you're a soul, then you just end up back upstairs. And you know the ill shit is? You might not even have to be in that spaceship. You can be on a planet right now doing the same thing. If we're in the rings of Jupiter, you can be on Jupiter right now. If we're in the rings of Saturn, you can be sitting down in Saturn right now and, focusing the tech or the light or the frequency to this moon and join. And there's 4 Galilean moons, all in the same orbit. So you might be able to jump into Callisto or the other ones. So yeah, but one at a time, because you fundamentally are an individual consciousness. So it's very much like a video game. You can only play Counter-Strike or StarCraft. You can play one after the other. You can play one for 2 hours, you can play one for 8 hours, right? Reincarnation cycles and duration of life. But you can't play all of them at once, which is where they're getting confused with the string theory and parallel universes. It's like your consciousness would make any of this seem like a parallel universe, first of all. And I think that might be how Mandela effects can occur, where your whole global variable, if you will, within this dome is rewritten, and like things are just completely removed from material universe, like Chick-fil-A's or Berenstain Bears. Like that actual book doesn't have that no more, and it's the same book, right? And that's the key thing about the clues of this. It's like something like the Mandela effect. It breaks it right. It helps us see it so clear, actually. Whatever the cause is, I can tell you through several experiences in real life, pushing the issue of Mandela effect to real people. They always have an artifact, and it always changed. So, if just one Mandela effect out of me, if just one of them were a Mandela, like one of them were truly not a false memory, a rebrand, or some other supernatural white man reason for it. If it's just one of those that changed, its physical presentation, and it changed a global variable across all of the rest too, but you had in possession of one. Every fucking day I look at this shit, and it was goddamn a purple t-shirt. And then one day your favorite purple t-shirt is missing. You forget all about it. You remember one day you look at you going through your closet, you see this shirt and it's fucking blue. And you say to yourself, I've never had this fucking t-shirt in blue. Holy shit, this is my favorite purple t-shirt. When the fuck did I get a blue one? Where's the purple one? Like, nah, nigga, you missed everything. That is the purple t-shirt. But now it's a blue t-shirt. That's what I'm talking about. That happens to people. Local Mandela effects and the big shared ones. So people will say, oh, it's CERN, it's this, it's that. Cool story, let's slow it down. What are we saying CERN is doing? It's taking this dome, it's taking the energy and resonance that's feeding it, obviously, and it's creating a pulse. And in creating that pulse, they're assuming whatever that atom is doing within this dome is causing different variables, if you will, of molecules and atoms to change history. It would have to change the history, right? It would have to be Berenstain Bears the old way, the whole time, in our linear progression. So it's assuming that they can go back, change a variable back then, and then it's changed forever. It remanifests as the change somewhere. They're assuming that in that field of idea. Cool fucking story. Let's make it really fucking simple. Not only do you not have to time travel, not only do you not have to go back or send a light particle back, you can just change it globally right now. You know how I know? Because we do it all the time. Every time we pray. Oh, y'all ain't ready for that conversation. So, think about it. CERN uses all that energy and all that mystery and all that faggot shit to change Chick-fil-A from a C to a K to a C and a K. Like, we're so confused now. 3 times. I kept track of all of them. And, cool. Maybe they are. Or maybe something like that is. But what I'm saying is, just from Neville Goddard, just from dynamic thought, just from rewriting old memories, I have experienced locally that I can pray or just meditate on certain things that happened already. Let's say more commonly between people. And then you know how things go and you create the illusions of how it is and, you know, in the absence of or the job, whatever, like, you know how shit be going. And then you pray, you meditate, and you change it. And then soon, like really soon these days, you'll walk into or something will happen or some notification, some phone call, or you bump into somebody and it will give you the confirmation if you've been paying attention, like what you set your intentions on completely changed your reality. Because if you didn't ask, meditate, or pray for it, you knew already, which is why you're praying for it. It'll go that way. But preemptively, you set a course for it, and within a day, a week, or a year, it went that way. So you know that your conscious awareness that's able to slow the body down and tune all the senses out and go into the imagination, pineal gland, and set off that radio frequency or that chemical frequency, all law correspondence. And then boom, eventually something will happen. Or I've done this in a quick fix. I'm gonna tell you something. Listen, we've been causing our own Mandela effects while we're in this body. So like, I don't have to time travel to know that it's a possibility that if I can do it in my local lobby, then something globally could absolutely change all the variables at once. And you just don't know when it happened. Like all of a sudden people wasn't talking about it, and the next day everyone was talking about it. Like, when the fuck did it happen? Well, it happened within the last 2 weeks or a month or a year. I mean, check. You can't check the websites. They changed the fucking website already. The only time you catch them though, and that type of thing, is when people did something wrong. Like if they spelled Berenstain Bears wrong, let's say they added an extra E at the end, they'll find that. They'll find that they spelled Berenstain correct, but had an E on it. So when there's errors in the thing, it stays. Very peculiar. But the actual bar for bar from the factory that first printed it, all of those change. The same way. People do not find old versions of it. They're fucking liars. but that's because it's quantum. That's what I'm getting at. Your pineal gland is quantum. It's a quantum computer. It's technology. It's exactly what the Anunnaki said. That little pine cone that the giant had, and he put it in your head. That is the technology that allows that shit I'm talking about. So you are a supercomputer walking around a simulation that's within a physical reality, and outside of this dome, there's another physical simulation experience that might be similar to these, but probably way different. Probably. Boom, boom, boom. We win. So one time, this happened a lot actually. I've been wielding that power since I was a kid. And I didn't know it was a gift. I just motherfuckers be lying. They say they believe in God and they praying it works. And I just took it for granted. So when I was a kid, I'll tell two short. I'll try. These are longer stories, but I'll try to tell them real quick as it pertains to Mandela effects and prayer and manifestations and understanding the technological amplification of it. Obviously, because you are definitely technology, a technology. Wherever we are is driving a technology. So I was a kid. I was at a park. So I'm like 8 years old or 9 years old, right before I moved to North Carolina. So I'm in East Orange, New Jersey. I'm with my female cousin who's older than me. And we're hanging out all summer. And we go to the park. We go to this corner store. We go to the park. Go to the park. Everything's cool. I go on the swings. There's a kid there. He's kind of retarded. I'm talking about 80s, 90s retarded, not the new autistic retarded. The old school retarded. It's different. So he's kind of retarded. And everyone's having a good time. And then he pushes me off the swing. And he laughs. So my brain goes, mind you, I'm in 3rd grade or so. I'm like, he retarded enough to be spiteful. He retarded enough to get his ass whooped. So I got up, dusted myself off, and I would have been cool because I didn't know no one pushed me. But when he was laughing, ha 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 ha, I was like, oh, it wasn't just like fun. It was like he was trying to hurt me. So I waited for him to get on the swing, and I did it to him. You know, eye for an eye, leave the whole world in the sand. And he didn't take that well. He didn't get hurt, but his pride got hurt. So he was crying really loud. He was embarrassed. And that's weird. Like, he almost hurt me. But he couldn't get as high as I could on the swing any damn way. He retarded. But I pushed him a little bit. Like, it wasn't that serious. But he cried like he broke everything. So he get up and he's wailing. And he pushed up on me, and I punched him in the face a couple of times to back him up off me. And my cousin, she hanging out with some girls or something, and she sees it happening. She's like, all right, it's getting hot. It's time for us to get up out of here. Because he's retarded. He's the type of retarded people that probably don't feel pain, which is crazy. So why is he crying? Because he's evil. He's crying because I got him back, not because he's hurt. So we walk. Now the park is about a 5-minute walk to the apartment. It's on the same block, but it's 5 minutes as a kid walking down the street. This kid is wailing, and we can hear him behind him. And before we know it, he's running after us. Mind you, we gotta get to the corner to get to our apartment building, but we don't have the keys. This is back in the day when you hit the buzzer, or you yell out the window, or you knock on the door, and the windows are open, and they kind of know you're knocked, so they let you in. So we had one of those doors. And we didn't have the key that day, so we stuck outside. So this motherfucker, man, he follows me and my cousin all the way to our fucking stoop, trying to hit me. The problem is he's retarded, y'all. He wouldn't know when to stop. So he gets up on me, he's crying, like horribly. I can see this shit in my head now. And I remember there's a fence lining our door, so like those old chain fences on each side to the stoop. And I just remember he pushed me against the fence, and every time someone pushes me against something, I just hit them so many fucking times. I don't know. I punch him in his face again. I punch him in his eye, and that got his attention. He said, "I'm going home crying." So he's walking down the street and hears his ass wailing. Remember, that's a 5-minute walk, and then he gotta go to his actual apartment, which was on the other direction, across the street and shit, next to the store. So that took about 15 minutes in all. He comes back with 8 other niggas. 1 nigga get 2 niggas, 2 niggas get 4, 4 niggas get 3 niggas, and 3 niggas get more. I was like, wait a minute. This was a 1 versus 1 in a +1 handicap, and I wouldn't need my female cousin to jump in, but she would. But he comes back with 8 people. Mind you, we're 8 years old, dog. We're kids. He come back with all his cousins and everyone that lived in that apartment building talking about their cousins, because none of them looking like each other. And he was the ugliest one. I know he ain't related to him. fight shit. Like I can fight a little bit, and she can fight too, but that's still 8 people, man. Like, nah, not today. He pushed me. He started the shit. So what ends up happening is, it's 8 of these kids, and the oldest one, who's like 11 or 12, he's talking so much shit. He's one of those. And he was like, "Which one of you? Blah 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 blah." And I just raised my hand. I was like, "What's up?" Like it was me. And you know me, I'm always diplomatic and literal. So I'm like, see. So what happened was, where he had got me fucked up on the swings, I was like, you know, we gotta teach this kid something. So I returned the favor. Wasn't that serious. Then he pursued me after trying to hit me, bite me, or you know how they are. They try to scratch you or something. Like, so I two-pieced him up at 2 different intervals of him following me and stalking me back home. That was me. And then my cousin, she's speaking up because she's ready to go. Like, she's amped up because all the boys are there. And she's like 12. So he's just talking. And the other little kids, the younger ones, they're kind of looking at me, kind of mad, but they also see him crying in his goddamn face. Now he got a black eye the second time. So they don't want to run in to try it. So they're waiting for their big cousin, the nigga talking so much, to run in. But it's weird because we're sitting on this stoop, and they would, if they approached us, the walls against us. So like it wasn't like we can get away. But they didn't stand in front of us. They stood to the side of the sidewalk. So it's like we're almost shouting at each other. So from the door to them to the street where the cars were parked, you know, it's like 20 yards, 10, 15 yards. So it was weird they didn't run up on us. But he's just, you know, everyone's hearing this shit. I'm sure it's entertaining if you're an adult listening to fucking middle school and elementary school kids beefing. So I don't know how long that lasted. Time slows down for me when shit gets drastic and I get cold and I start calculating. And I remember, because I was getting bored, like I was tired of hearing them. And I remember closing my eyes and praying. I don't know what I said, but I asked God for help. Like, I'm not worrying about fighting. It is what it is. Pretty soon someone's gonna come through, open this door, or my dad's gonna come home. You know, how bad can it be? But I don't even feel like entertaining this shit because of the principle of the fact that this kid pushed me off the swing. This kid pursued me and put his hands on me. I'm defending myself. Why is this happening? So I forgot what the prayer was as a young boy, 8-year-old, 9-year-old. But it was a prayer because I could see it now. I could see me closing my eyes. I can feel myself slowing down and getting cold. Open my eyes up. And then once you do that, you kind of just prepare for whatever. It's just like, however this is going to go, you're no longer in your mind about how to do diplomacy or defend yourself. It just is. You just, now I'm in the moment after I do that. And maybe within seconds of that moment, right there, of me changing the channel upstairs, the boys stop and go, ooh. And all of a sudden there's another kid. Remember, it's a straight street to the library, or from their apartments, the street, the library, and the park, and then us at the other corner. So you can see all the way down, kind of. So you see this kid coming, and he's about 2 minutes away. They go, oh, and as he's getting closer, the kids are getting hyper and hyper. And it's kind of like, oh, y'all done did it now. Challenger number 9 is here. Like, what is it, MG versus 100 gorillas? Like, how many niggas did y'all need? But this one in particular, this guy, he's the oldest. His name's Carl. So all of a sudden, Carl manifests. I guess his mom or someone sent him to find out where the kids went. So he's coming down to go get them to take them back home. And they're hyped because they think Carl's about to come and beat us up or beat me up. Like, oh, these niggas bitch. They ain't want no smoke. And Carl's like, he's confused because he knows us already. We walk with Carl to go to school. And Carl has a crush on my cousin. So when they told Carl the just like the damn Bible, they told him the fake version of the story, and then my cousin spoke up, and she was like, nah, blah, 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 blah. And that one over there was following us and pushing him off the swing. So he's just looking at her. And he's like, oh, man, y'all go home. And I'm like, that's it. Mandela effect in real time. Ain't no way in fucking Hades. I closed my eyes for 30 seconds, and just like that, the weapon that they were waiting for to come fight me is the same exact thing that told they ass to go home. That fucking fast. It diffused all the energy in the air. It was weird because it could have been and ought to have been the oldest cousin coming up, seeing his little cousin crying and wanting to fight me. Obviously, that's what time period was, period, for all the other fights I was in. But that one right there was so interesting because it's already 8 fucking kids. It could have been a different cousin that would not had that resonance of recognizing me or having a crush on my cousin specifically. Like that was her boyfriend. Shortly after, maybe 2 months later. That's so fucking like impossible. Same year. I've had to use this ability a few fucking times. That's why I know the Mandela effect is real. It's to us we call it answered prayer, the real kind. I'm walking home. Yeah, so right, yeah, this is the end of third grade. So I'm 9 years old. So my life is crazy. I'm going back and forth, busting everywhere. I'm trying to figure out how to get home, and I'm just a baby. I'm 9 years fucking old in fucking East Orange, Brick City, cracker. So I gotta not just worry about getting to the home. Like, so my route was I gotta go from school, walk around the corner. We used to live on the corner, but now we live down the street. I gotta walk down the street past Upsala College. It's about goddamn 2 miles away, and then I get to his apartment complex where my dad's ex-girlfriend is, and from her I'm supposed to stay there till about 3:45 with one of her neighbors because she's at work, and then when 3:45 comes, I'm supposed to walk to the end of their street and go all the way down another fucking 10 minutes and take the city bus to another city an hour away so that my dad's new girlfriend can pick me up when she gets off of work in a whole different city. Whew. And 9 years old. So that's cool. I've perfected that route. I'll walk all the way actually. I had two best friends. I had one that lived on one block where I used to walk around and go, and I had another friend that takes me to Upsala College on the other street to get me closer to if I need to go to Iris House. So depending on what day it is, I'll go with Tyrone one way and then catch up and go the other way, or I'll just walk with Wade the whole way to Wade's house and then I'll just continue to Iris House. I'm a navigator. This is before Google Maps, by the way. So I was used to that pattern. But then because I had the new time constraint, oh, but you have to get to the city bus, New Jersey Transit, by 4. I'm like, nigga, I'm not Olympian. So I'm gonna take this after school bus and it takes you all the way to Iris House actually. I wouldn't need it for around the corner. I would only have taken that bus to go to Iris House. So I want to get on that bus because I gotta go. Who the fuck do I see on this goddamn bus? These motherfuckers are never on the bus. I never want to ride the bus, but today I need to ride the bus. And these motherfuckers are on the goddamn bus. His name was Anthony. Her name was Bridget or some ugly ass name like that for a black girl. And then they had a little ugly friend. I think his name was Tony. Anthony was always provoking me. He was like a narcissist bully that was like 2 grades higher than me, but he never wanted to fight. So I was always irritated. And then he's always with Tony. I think you know how it is. They're gay before they know they're gay ass boys, and they're always together. So they're just a fucking problem. And I don't want to deal with that. But here's the problem: it's not even them. I would have gotten on that bus and fucked them up if I had to. But it's the girl, and I don't hate girls. So the girl, this is an evil little girl that I knew from another neighborhood. She was friends with the kids that I used to go over the house like a year prior, and I hated her ass then, and I hate her especially now. And now she just happens to be best friends with the motherfucker that's trying to bully me. This is the worst time in human fucking history, God. So I go, I can deal with these assholes. I can deal with Anthony. He's just an asshole. He don't even put his hands on me. He don't want no smoke, but it's annoying. But the girl, she tried to put her hands on me. And that's going to inflame the boys. You know how they try to show off. And I'm like, I know how the story goes. I've been in so many fights already and seen so many other fights. So let me avoid it today. I fucking cut to make sure she don't see me, and I just walk. So they getting on the bus to go around the corner. They don't even live in the direction I gotta fucking take this bus. That's the weird shit about it. So I'm walking around with Tyrone, like, all right, whatever. Tyrone, you're going halfway. I got to rest of this half of the street by myself. And who the fuck do I see in front of me? These assholes took the bus up the street and got off on the first stop, and they're just in front of me now. I stop and close my eyes and do the same thing I just told you I did, and I still do it now sometimes. I close my eyes, I'm like, listen, God, I need you to show up for me real quick. This is what I need. You know, I have 20 different problems right now. And I'm recounting this for you because I'm telling the story, but in my brain, I got 20 minutes to get to the city bus, or my dad's going to kill me. I got X amount of time left of this other thing. They're right in front of me within 30 to 40 yards, and because they're walking perpendicular, they haven't looked left yet to see me yet. I know if they see me, they're going to wait, and I got to go that way. But her bitch ass lived the other way, so where the fuck's her fast ass going anyway? All kinds of questions. And then I go, but on this day that the Lord has made, and in my head, I was like, God, please just help me. I didn't even ask for a particular route. I already did the calculations in my little neurodivergent mind. I had to wait or run. But before I chose to walk into that shit and even try to, you know how it is. You can finagle your way out of some shit. That improv, or you just have to fight these niggas, whatever. But that ain't my problem. My problem is I got 20 minutes before my dad kills me. I need y'all to know it's different. It's a multiplier effect on my fucking anxiety. So I'm like, shit. And I prayed, and I opened my eyes, and right behind me, a car said, beep. I look, and it's my Uncle Carl. He's pulling up those old Honda CRVs, hatchback. And I'm like, the fuck's he doing here? And he rolls down his window like, hey, you okay? Where you going? I was like, I'm looking at them still. I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta go to Iris' house. Oh, like up the street? Yeah, I'll take you, get in. Cool story. Carl lives in that apartment we used to live on in that street. It's a house actually. But he never home in the daytime. He a truck driver. So the only time he comes home is after 8 p.m. That's the only time I've ever met Carl in human history. I've only seen Carl outside at nighttime, unless he's off. But on this day that the Lord has made, not only was Carl off that day, and I didn't know, because he's usually not off during the weekdays when I'm walking home from school. I never see his car in the parking lot. And it wasn't. His car wasn't in that driveway. I would have knocked on that door too if I needed to. But he wasn't there that day. But he was coming down behind me from further down the street from wherever he was running errands, and he saw me right before he got home, and then he was like, do I need a ride? What? And I sit in that car, I put on my fucking seatbelt, and I look out the right side of that window, and I see these assholes still walking. I'm like, Jesus Christ. And he gets me to where I need to go, and then I just ran straight to the bus stop. I still got in trouble for doing that though. I forgot to check in with Iris's neighbor. So Iris's neighbor, for some fucking reason, freaked out that I didn't check in. Although, when they call my dad as I'm approaching my dad. So it wasn't like they're worried and they don't know where I'm at. She didn't know where I was at. My dad knew where I was at because he got the fucking phone call when I was with him. So it was like, oh, you didn't go to such and such house today? And I still got fucking in trouble. Moral of the story is, here's the moral of the story though. This is the key takeaway. I still got my ass whooped for that. I just need you to know, like, you know, God will answer your prayers, and some shit just be left out for some reason. But it builds character. So in the moment of my trouble, mind you, this only happened because this asshole need me to go an hour to another city on fucking New Jersey Transit when I'm 9 years old and we don't have cell phones. Keep that in mind. So I'm only doing all this fucking military training shit and navigation because this asshole doesn't have a fucking car and he's working way out and he's trying to entertain a crazy bitch, quite literally. So at that time, I'm 9. So yeah, when you close your eyes and everything stops and slows down and freezes and you get very serious and sincere about whatever the fuck you need, your deliverance or your help or your even just answers sometimes happen like that. and it always shows up in your physical reality. It's never like, an angel doesn't come by and scoop you up and drive you to home and shit. No, it'll take somebody who ain't normally there. They'll be there on a special extra day off for whatever fucking reason, and then they'll be there at the same time you there, and then they will take you to your next destination point. And that hasn't not happened my entire life, actually, by the way. It always happens like that now. Now that I've known that. But as a kid, going through that, I didn't know that's what was going on. I'm throwing Hail Marys. I don't know. There's no guarantee in this mechanism that I use that would have worked for a kid or anybody else, actually. And that's where this shit gets really, really deep. No one taught me how to do that. It's the only thing I knew how to do, just from, scanning the environment and what you heard people say. I'm not from a religious or church background, the type of people, they're in the hood and shit's all fucked up, shout out to the 70s. So it's not the same thing no more anyway. But I still had it in me. And man, it Mandela affects your whole reality. She was going the wrong direction. Motherfucking, he don't be home at this time of day. I'm only here right now because these assholes was on the bus, but now these assholes ain't on the bus. Like, all the variables was making me confront that problem that day. And I prayed, called an audible, Mandela affected, and I got away from that ass whooping. And then me trying to hurry up and get a fucking cosmic brownie before the bus comes, I still get my ass whooped. It was just, it's fucking mind blowing. But it's real. That is what you control with your pineal. That is what Neville Goddard is teaching. That is what metaphysics is. That is your free will. That is your willpower. That is what they're alluding to in the Bible every time they ran into a situation, just like one of mine, but 100 times more serious. They do the same fucking thing. Some of them are more evolved because they're in kingdoms, so they have way more exquisite rituals with frankincense and myrrh, and they might do like some type of thing to control their hunger because they're adults. But I was a fucking 9-year-old. I was a fucking 9-year-old who didn't know nothing about nothing in life. And I know I needed help from something that none of us could see. And I closed my fucking eyes. And I asked for it like a fucking 9-year-old. And all of a sudden, I got a ride. I got a cosmic brownie. And I still made it home on time. I won that day, by the way. And no matter how my dad's narcissistic ass responded to being embarrassed that I didn't check in with some other bitch, that has nothing to do with my story. Why do I need to check in with her, bitch? I'm right in front of you. Anyway, but you know how it is. I'm 9 years old. He's worried about that. But come on. But he wouldn't believe my fucking day. If I told him this story today, he wouldn't. It wouldn't. His brain wouldn't even. That didn't happen. Yes, it did, nigga. I'll never forget it because I prayed. I'll forget a whole bunch of other stories that similar to fuck shit, but the ones when I prayed, like when there's a pause in the game, and then I need something and I ask something else, and the pause in the game, and it's like A to B, and like that's fucking impossible, bitch. That's fucking impossible. Get the fuck out of my face. I don't want to hear you talking to me about no goddamn you believe in God and atheist shit. Fuck out of here, nigga. Did you hear what the fuck I just said? And those type of experiences, I did not know. To my chagrin, if you meet in my generation, in my time zones, in my locations, if you met people who went to church, or had a grandmother that was big on praying, you know how they're quoting certain scripts, or they have how do I say this? It's kind of like how they depict in black movies. You know how it is at Thanksgiving, and they always get like that one person to pray for the food. Like everyone joins hands and it has a very certain tone or texture to it. I've only seen versions of that. And that's today is what I call cute and clamorous. It's like, yeah, wonderful oration, wonderful generic coverage for people and things. I get it now. I get it. But so when people were talking about praying, in my mind I see that. The ritual, the dogmata, the church version of things. And I'm not saying there's no power in that or it doesn't work. I'd say that doesn't work for me. Mine's is so more personal. I'll do the other prayers, and I know a few from the Bible, but in those moments as a 9-year-old, as a 6-year-old, even as a 21-year-old, really, Nah, I don't think they understood the assignment for real. So I go back and read that shit and I say, oh, I've been doing it right by myself. And then you learn metaphysics and dynamic thought and all that stuff. They're telling you the same thing. They're taking prayer and making it a formula, a function. Church people are just adding the hoopla to it, but it's a function to it. The Bible has one of the original functions to it. If it's based on their language, and then everything in between, metaphysics, Rosicrucians, is hundreds of years later, and they're trying to add physics and science to it. But ultimately, no matter which version of that reality you choose, it requires you to at least believe this one thing, that you have the capability of calling a spiritual audible, and something in the spiritual realm ultimately responds to you. No matter what you believe, no matter what Bible it is, you as a humanoid has to accept that you can ask for a thing to a thing that's not visible, and then it not being visible is able to respond to you, and then something visible happens to your satisfaction or to your relief or to your redirection. To all the different degrees it happens and can happen. You have to believe that at least, no matter what you call it, no matter if it's technology, cherubim, or aliens, or dinosaurs. Like, no matter what it is, what we be talking about is that we have experience with needing something in the physical realm and not having an answer or solution or way out, but then consulting with something internal which we perceive as outside, and then it somehow manifests something in front of us as a relief. So when I heard black people and Baptists and all these people talking about prayers and how good God is, and running up and down the streets and putting money in the fucking basket, I thought everyone in the church knew what the fuck I'm talking about. I just assumed, like, we all here for this reason, right? Like, do you believe you want to go become Christian? You want to get baptized? Like, they going through these steps. They going through some rituals. Look at their fucking shoes, nigga. Like, they believe something. Like, God is so good to them. The way they grandmama tell the story. So you assume. Maybe grandma does believe that. But what about everyone else under her? And I did not have the nuance my entire life to realize that there's way more people unlike me and even their hoopla grandma than I've ever imagined. There's so many people who not only just treat that as cute and glamorous or traditional or old school or ritual or like a way of life for those people. And then they have to, and those type of people, what they'll tell you, back in slavery, man, and the white man lied to us in the Bible to control us. Like, and so you have those versions of people, and because they say that, and that's how they move away from it. And I moved away from that crazy hoopla shit too, but not for the same reason. But what I understand is that they walk away from that without still knowing what the fuck I'm talking about. So they're not walking away from God and what I'm trying to convey to people my entire fucking life. They're walking away from the design of things, the ritual. They're walking away from that, and because they are walking away from that, they walk away from their concept of God, where it's like they don't have a concept of God. They just know it's not there. And then some of those people in the millennials, probably through Sinetta and stuff, and they start getting into Kemet and Egypt. They start trying to imagine gods on walls and Osiris and things like they. What I'm saying is, all these people, because they come from a cute and glamorous background, they jump into these other systems, like Bobby Emmett said, and they still apply the same rules. They update their language model and paint it the same way. So it comes across like, Brother Polite, what are you trying to say, my nigga? Like, you got the fucking tattoo in your eye and everything. Are you Herukan or not? You're an African, so you're an American? Which one is it, brother? Like, you're a Mason, you're Polite, you're Brother Polite? Which one are you? You're Nwupi Nation of Moors? Are you ever going to teach about Moors? Like, where are you going with your God thing? Black woman is God, and I don't take care of my kids, or something like. You see, and he inspired so many people who were on that same hinge of like, we can't do this sellout, goofy Sunday church model, but we believe something or need something, but now we're battling intellectually and ahas and learning social manipulation and benefits. Like, we're becoming pimps without a pulpit. So I had to understand as I got older, like, whoa, there's so many more men in that polarity about God. I didn't even get to women yet, but just men. So many men don't actually believe in God at all. they believe God is real. So it's two different things, right? So it's no difference than how the white boys that I went to school with was like, oh, science and Big Bang. The Big Bang is real, but they never seen it. But then the people who never seen God, like, no, God's definitely real. I mean, obviously we're here, but they're looking at the Big Bang and God the same way. Like, something created us a long time ago, and we're here now. I believe that. That's different than believing in God, and definitely from their bitterness of white Jesus is definitely different than believing in a white Jesus. But because they don't replace those variables, they're just still stuck with the idea that obviously God is real, though. Because I mean, look at this stuff. Obviously, there's a God. It wasn't us. Look what happened. We were always mean and killing each other. Like, obviously, there's a God. But they're talking about it objectively. Objectively, obviously, there's a God. Objectively, obviously, there's science and codes to universal quantum reality. That ain't what I've been talking about my whole life, though. That's the hardest thing about this language. I didn't know either. I didn't know either. I didn't know that people didn't believe in God when they said they believe that God is real or anything in that conversation of religion. It was like, I'm not a religious person, I'm a spiritual person. I don't know what that means. And remember, they've been saying this since I was a kid. It was less people saying it, but that saying is old. So I pay attention to those people. It's like, oh, that's curious. Like, are you fucking heathen? Tell me about it. And I'd be waiting for them to fill the blanks in for me too. Like, all right, so if it's not these crazy ass hoopla people, what you find out? Like, tell me what the difference is. And they're even more vague than the damn nigga that go to church every Sunday who don't read the Bible his damn self. Like, you are just the same copy, but without the obligation to be there with your grandmother and dress a certain way and not feeling guilty for sucking and fucking and putting money in the goddamn basket. That's the only thing you change. Because you step out of this element and you're learning on your own, and I understand it. Everyone has to, I think. But no one in my whole life was able to fill in the blanks. Like, all right, so if it's not that, then what are we saying? And very few times. In the midst of all that chaos and the thousands of people I've met, few, usually females, they'll say something that resonates. They'll be like, I had a situation, you know how it is, a toxic relationship, or they had a new mother, and they need a place to live, and shit is going to shit, and, they're trying to figure it out. And I've seen those girls, especially the ones up north, who had to figure it out by themselves. Back then, if you ask them, they would say at first, like when they go from a teenager girl to a teen mom to on their own, that transitional step began with a prayer to God. I do remember that. I remember so many of those sisters at that time, late 90s, early 2000s, I hear it so many times, like, well, I prayed on it, and da-da-da-da. But then the next time I see them with those type of sisters, they'll reconnect it. They're like, yeah, God answered my prayer, or this happened, and even they codify that or not. My ESP can feel the reconnection because I'm approaching this person for my word should not come back to me void. I'm approaching this person because I'm waiting for a report from them. So I'm already expecting to listen to their answer as a confirmation of God. But their mind, they may not be. But so many have them. So many have acknowledged that from point A to point B, they pray to God. But what's interesting is after I got that confirmation, I'm like, okay, all right. Okay, so somebody gets it, whatever it is, somebody gets it. Like, I'm not off, I'm trying to get on the right track. So I'm like, all right, God be showing up for people if they pray and extra stuff. I seen it on, people on TV, oh, pray for God to heal you. I tell you one thing, praying to God for healing me don't ever work for real. I'm gonna be keeping it $1.55 for you. I gotta manifest. I gotta change to a cold shower. I gotta man, nigga, I gotta do everything my damn self when it comes to healing myself physically. But when it comes, I'm sure God helps, but and you learn and you're able to teach other people the different ways and stuff. So I appreciate it now, but I've seen me pray for health issues that never go away like that. But then I also remember praying as a 9-year-old boy, and Uncle Carl's right there 15 seconds later. So, human confirmation at least base level that there are enough people down here at that time who believe that you can go inside, need some type of support, petition something unseen, and then it manifests in a physical reality, and they reported it back to me. Cool story. So I took that as a model, and I assumed that everybody else was doing the same thing. Oh my God. By the time I met the Muslims that were immigrating and other people who were like Hindu or Buddhist and stuff, I'm like, so you guys got like a secret way to pray? Like, what's going on? You guys fine tune this bullshit? They normally talk about rituals and their family, and they don't actually talk about God at all. A lot of them talk about religion and traditions, and they'll tell you what God is in their religion or tradition, but they don't talk about God at all. Like, they don't come to work or come to school or meet you and be like, yo, God did the craziest thing for me today. You want to believe the story. They don't do that. But they'll have the appearance. They'll attend the temples. They'll have their own culture and not indulge into the reprobate stuff. Or they used to. I don't know what the Kardashians fucked that up, I guess. And Mia Khalifa. But back then they wouldn't act up like that. So you would think that was God doing it, their God, or their way, as a kid, you're trying to process it. But then when I asked them about God itself, the substance, and praying and help and getting things, it was like, no English, no English. Why would not too many people use the same prayer language model, and that's because of step one. I don't think enough people around the world even believe that they could ask God for help. That's how fucked up this is. The church, the Una Sanctum Dum Diversus, they removed that shit, and it was so slick in doing so, because they made it important for the Pope, for the rabbi, for the leader of a building to be in control of so much more than just your prayers, but control of your way of life, your politics. They give out orders once a week, basically. Because they came over here in that model, their parishes and their people, or their slaves, if you will, and a lot of them don't even read the Bible, so they're at the mercy of thinking about God and the music and the sounds and the temples as an artifact from a long time ago. But now what's important is that you behave and you're accepted socially in that environment. And at the end of the day, the head of the church is what's covering you, right? Like, God becomes philosophy to them. It's not personal at all. It's not personal at all. It's not even in their language model that you can tell the whole fucking world to fuck off and God will still be with you. See, I understand something. So that's what the problem is. I don't think it's a matter of people picking religions or figuring out what happened in timelines and histories as much as that there's so many people who've never tried God for real. Fuck accessing altered carbon and alternate realities. Y'all been missing out on what's already here. Hate to see it. Any questions? Hold on, I'm running it back. Mr. Now has something to say. Hold up. There's different lobbies on the same game. Robarty says, I know what channeling. The symbols you write when I channel really stuck. Pause. I'll get back to it, bro. You know how it is. I'm in a desert season. You don't only have a fucking setup in my fucking computer again. It's just a matter of time. And not a lot of time either. When I'm past enough tests to have to wait. I've waited before and got it before. I'll get it again even faster. Amen. Mr. Now says you have to be half asleep long enough to trigger a screensaver randomizer to pick from. Oh, so you understand the science. 3. Mr. Now says if you go to sleep with an intention, you already dreamed that specific thing quicker to fall asleep to. That works for me. It randomly works for me. I won't say it never worked for me. It doesn't usually work for me, but it has worked for me. I don't know the difference. It does what it wants. Happy to be here, sub-tier. I choked enough Saturnian women to know they are here for sure. They are, at least. And by choked, I do not mean felony known as battery, but noticed and repeatedly saw the same tone, yet the past to the present is different from the present to the past. I do it with a picture of myself as a kid and send it back whenever info, etc., and I become much more okay with or process the stuff faster. But when you send your intentions back to your previous self. 3. Salute to Mr. Noel. Killing well, marshmallow, Robartists. That's why I take so long when I fall down the rabbit hole. Pause. I had to convert what I learned about a new spiritual system into symbolizing my body as a temple and vessel, and all that goes with that. Yes, that's a good way to do it. Robartists says, peace to Mr. Now, Noel, and Jonathan. Hey, Jonathan, Verbal, Harut, and Mr. Vacation. Mr. Outside, that's hilarious. Jonathan says, everything but God. Jonathan says, or a variation of a New Age God where they try to use God to manifest unnecessary material things, aka a Santa Claus or Easter Bunny God. Yes, they treat it like it's they treat God like an idol. Yeah, and they're beefing over idols. Wow, weird fucking story. It's the same story we wrote in the Bible not to do that. And then you're like, well, what's the difference? Your religion, blah, blah, blah. And first of all, Christianity is not my religion. Do not insult me like that. They stole our book. We was who we were before there was a Christian. Do not do that. Do not say that. We are Christians because we use our family Bible. No, 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 no. The Bible does not belong to Christians. The Christians refer to the Bible. It is not the same thing. That book was not prepared for or by or about Christians. And not one damn page. Christianity is after the Bible, dude. Christianity is actually a military branch back then. That's how they formed their militaries, because that's how you form people into militias if they're not related by blood. So you would say, do you believe in this thing? It was like being recruited. So when you recruit the church, remember the Inquisition, the conquistadors, that's all church. That's an army. That's not a Sunday school. That's not a feel good about God. That's why you have churches in so many black and Indian neighborhoods, because that's military operations. That is a shock and awe and liberate minds and shit. That's propaganda machines. That's the speakerphone. That church. So we have conflated because of them church, dogma, doctrine, dumb verses as being God and what the Bible is. No, you take that Bible out of that whole paradigm, put a table by its damn self, and remove all the labels and all the doctrines and just read. And as you read that shit, it's going to tell you who wrote it. Judeans and Israelites. Cool fucking story. Now, you got to pause it again. Now you're reading it and you ask yourself, am I a Judean or Israelite? All right. If you are, okay, now you're about to read about some of your kinfolk. If you're not, oh, you're going to read about some crazy niggas. Cool. Stay with us, though. Stay with us. But now when you read it, it's no longer personal. Now, if you're not that, you're reading this as a documentary or biography of these different tribes of people, and obviously someone collected these different scrolls and assimilated them. And then obviously our beef is that someone came later and remixed some shit to try to change the narrative to get you to be subservient to slave masters. I'm with you. But if you read it correctly to begin with, you would have divorced all of them out of your mind anyway. Because if you're in that book, now you're going, oh, this is about my family. And then if you have your family, cultural traditions or habits and patterns, just the pattern, just the bones of the pattern, and then you see it in that Bible again, don't matter what the fuck they try to do with it. You can make this make sense. On some nigga shit, on some hip hop remix, lo-fi and everything. That's how we do it. With everything else. So I do it with the Bible like I do it with anything else, and it makes so much more sense. The only thing we were fighting with is what the damn conquistador, Inquisition, colonialist was trying to say it was. By taking our shit, remixing it, and selling it back to us. Same story. That's what China about to do to them. Take all of their strategies and their ideas of manipulation, economic hitman, repackage it, and they're selling it back to us. As above, so below. As within, so without. As now, so then. As now, so in the future, man. Like, it's universal laws in at least 7 dimensions. So they're experiencing their joint collective input into this algorithm, man. Shout out to Mr. Now. He said he gotta go out and catch the replay tomorrow. So oh yeah, and don't forget that damn blood moon eclipse tomorrow. That's the end of the fucking cycle from March 15 until now. Finally. Maybe I'll get a fucking stage clear screen and some fucking multivitamins or something. Cause shit, I need a re-up of fucking something, man. That's a long fucking short year, bro. This is a fast, long, short. Quantum time ratios be damn. This is a long, short, fast annoying ass, weird ass, elevating ass, awakening ass ear. It's all the fucking problems and all the fucking mysteries all at the same fucking time. It's bothering me. But hopefully after tomorrow, shit will. I mean, the last full blood moon was March 15th, and it was pretty obvious within 24 hours where my life was going. So, prayers for Monday, y'all. If I calculate my life on the last blood moon and how that night went and how that next day went, and then I can measure it all the way up until fucking coming to Vegas, actually. Yeah, that last blood moon, it was pretty instant grits on informing me on that life was changing in this bitch. So if this one is anything like that last one, Lord have mercy. Next week, and that's just my local story. That means that same effect happens in the in other levels of the story in other people's lives too. So I'm saying that for you. If you notice something interesting that happened to your ass around the middle of March of this year, and your life been kind of like, the fuck happened this year, then this is the summation of that loop at least. I can't tell you what it fucking means until I see what the fuck he's gonna do to me. I don't know. I just know it's tomorrow. And I don't think North America can see it, which is stupid. But it's interesting. It actually lasts for an hour and 22 minutes this time. And it's something else too. Yeah, this week. Just listen, y'all. This week. Fuck it. Then you got the 9/9, September 9th, 2025 now. So it's the 9/9/9 portal. They just gotta spin some shit. But numerology speaks to the matrix and the code too. So yeah, those numbers resonate. 999 portal could mean something indeed. Especially off a goddamn eclipse. So you go from 9/7 to 9/9. That little transition right there. And then there's a partial eclipse, September 22nd. Look at me sounding like Benjamin Banneker's almanac. And then I don't know, it's just September, bro. It's just, do you remember? Some September, like that's all it is. This is September for real, y'all. If you're if you're locked in with your spiritual awakening side quest, that is. And we seen it happening on a global scale. We seen it happening in the karma of the United States government. Like a lot of that shit is celestial. The reason why they can't add up. It's their Pluto return of their bullshit. And unfortunately it wasn't them, so they're paying for the karma of the people they're not. It's crazy, man. It's a weird. They played a weird destiny swap game with us, and I don't recommend it. I don't fucking recommend it, man. They want a whole bunch of sandcastles. Now they gonna be lost in the fucking flood. No Tower of Babel. So cool story, bitch. Enjoy your liquidity. They're not maritime banker enough for me. They're not Judean enough for me. It's damn illegal in Ezekiel for you to have goddamn interest rates and usury. They supposed to be God's people. Fuck out my man. Even if you trying to fake some shit like that is what I'm saying. Like, it'd be different if they want those people, but they was acting like they was us, like actually following the fucking Bible, right? That'd be amazing. Like, show me how to Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie. Like, these people think they us for whatever fucking weird reason, and they actually did it correctly. Like, that would be amazing. The world would have changed already. But because they're not us, and because they don't follow nothing in that book, it stands out to me. It's like, oh, so they're using that book, my book, our book, as cover for their fuckery. I wonder where narcissism comes from in the damn church community. So yeah, same story. They're teachers, by the way. So yeah, that's why it's as above so below and why people hate church. It's because it's based on the way that they do it, which is bullshit. It's to hide behind. It's to throw rocks and hide their hands, and to still have the valor of being special and godly, even if they don't say they're children of God, which they better fucking not. So yeah, like nah, man, nah, these niggas got the game fucked up. So now they're getting fucked up, just in the mind, not their plans and their money even. That's not what the problem is. That's the side effect. Money is a measurement of currency. So the more mistakes they make in politics, in diplomacy, and pissing people off, you gotta realize it starts in their mind. So that's what I'm talking about. The cosmos, the tides, the energy, the radiation, everything that affects you affects them too. And their choices and decisions that aren't adding up tells me, and it ought to inform you, that something is wrong inside of their minds where nothing adds up, where none of their like they set the agenda for a reason and they're not even noticing. We did A to get B, but we keep getting C. Like they haven't even stopped to reevaluate. Like, how come every time we choose A whether it's bullying, enforcing, or tariffs or restricting things, like they do that for a reason in their end. And when they get to their end, it doesn't happen. It's like, wait a minute, I thought the tariffs and sanctions was supposed to get us to have leverage and restabilize A, B, C, and D again. Let's do 20 more of them. They do 20 more of them. And they're like, that's interesting. We still have a trade deficit issue here. We are doing the sanctions thing. All right, let's sanction them more harder. They sanction more harder, pause. And they're like, the money should be rolling in now, but it's not. Oh, man. It seems like they don't want to ship to us, but that's okay. We'll show them. We'll stop them from coming to our country, right? So they can sell things. Like, all right, so yeah, that'll teach them. We'll send back 10% of them. It's never everybody, right? And then they're like, well, fuck it. On social media, they say they don't want to fucking be here anyway. It's too fucking expensive. Well, we'll send some other ones home. Let's see if the Mexicans will say something different. And the Mexicans like, we'll help you take the Mexicans back home. We know they'll be here next week. Shit. You gonna send him to my grandma's house? No, I'm gonna go raid my cousin's city. I'm gonna send him back to my grandma's house. And you gonna pay me to send my cousin to my grandma's house so I can send the money that I got sending my cousin to my grandma's house to both of them so they can finish building my grandma's house. And when they're done, they're gonna be back over here. Is that what they telling me? Like, you understand what I'm saying? Y'all don't understand what I'm saying. Y'all haven't met the gangs and the cartels and MS-13s. No. Y'all don't understand anything. There's probably more MS-13s and cartels in ICE than ICE is dealing with. I don't think y'all understand what the fuck I just said. It's more than likely that those 21,000 jobs he had is all ICE members, and most of those are cartels and MS-13 family members. So you're paying their kids and their affiliates $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 to send their cousins home. Just for them to get on the same fucking cell phone network and like, hey, yo, cuz, all right, man, you get there safe? Yeah, no doubt, man. All right, so come back across the goddamn border September 23rd, man. We'll go ahead and give you some of that orange skirt steak. Like, let's be fucking serious outside, please. Let's be serious outside, please. Please? Would y'all please be serious? Like, what the fuck is he doing? Making liberals and DEI people upset at the audacity of doing nothing? Oh, it's so intense and so scary. He's gonna get the Mexicans to throw the Mexicans out. Meanwhile, on TikTok, yo, this wall right here, you see those 3 little doors at the bottom? They're open already. Like, let's just walk under that shit. Man, let me show you how it is to go grocery shopping in Mexico. For the $40 that I smuggled on this side of the border, I was able to get tomatillos and I made some tacos. Yeah, it's gonna take me a week, but I'll be back. Follow me on my Instagram, nigga. ICE is using all the tax dollars to put certain Mexicans on timeout. And they now really revving that shit up, acting like it's serious. They're sending 2 random Hondurans people to Africa. I thought they were Afro-Caribbeans anyway. No, they're sending them to Africa. Nigga, you wanted to go to Africa anyway. What's wrong with going to Africa? The liberals are going, please don't send them back. Please don't send them back to Africa. Send them to MS-13 land where all the gangs are instead. They got black black people scared or upset at the fact that they're sending anyone to Africa. Like, Africa's like the worst destination from some cartel and gang members to go back rather than Mexico. This is a human rights violation. How dare do you send them to Africa, a place infinitely more peaceful than I think they should go if you're sending them anywhere? What the fuck are y'all talking about? If they send them to Africa, they up. They still got their bank account numbers. They were Mexican, not retarded. They still got money, nigga. They pulled up on them out of nowhere. They make a few phone calls once they get to Africa. Like, does Cash App work out here? Where's the village at with the internet and shit? As soon as they get their money, they up. You heard what the fuck I said? United States citizens getting a free ride to Africa. What the fuck the problem is? What are they freaking out about? That sounds like a win. You know how expensive it is to be in the United States right fucking now? And you know it's supposed to be cartel wars and some weird shit going on right now in Mexico. And you're telling me that the thing that's really setting the game off is that they're sending these motherfuckers to Africa with all their US dollars? They live like a king for those 2 weeks. Are you crazy, bitch? Them niggas gonna be lit. The fuck? They came over here to work and hustle and scheme and do some behind the scenes shit. Now they get to go to Africa? That's what the problem is? You know how fast they'll fucking build those houses in Africa, bitch? You don't understand anything about him. If they're sending a whole bunch of Mexicans and Hondurans and Venezuelans to Africa right now, men who got money, if they can get on the internet, and who already know how to do some shit, and they're like, fuck, what am I going to do in Africa? The same fucking thing they did when they fucking went to another goddamn country. They don't know all the customs and traditions and language quite well yet. Motherfucker, these are the people that do that shit for a living. You sending them to Africa with 10,000 USDs? The fuck we crying about? How come they won't send me? Deport me to Africa. Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? My 6'3" ass walking through a village in Africa right now. They have dinner and fucking lunches for me in 2 fucking hours. I just need to know, can I at least take a shower here? Are you crazy, bitch? Are you fucking crazy? Trump sent our asses to Africa then. Is that what's going on outside? They just sending people to Africa. That's like the craziest thing. No alligator Alcatraz, not hell, not Hades, not prison, not slavery, not back home in a fucking people beefing over what cartel they belong to. Nah. We want to draw the line and freak out because they're sending people to Africa. What if they're from Africa though? Ooh, you think there's no hybrid races mixing in Africa? You believe the white man in their TV again, don't you? I know that's right. You'd be so surprised. You see a whole bunch of Chinese-looking people in Africa. Just like you see a whole bunch of Chinese-looking people in Mexico. The same way you look at Chinese-looking people in goddamn South America. Ain't that a fucking bitch birth rate? So then you realize that Mexican breed and pedigree is not really the same thing as saying a person who's native to Mexico. Just like how all black people are not from Africa. You start to understand everything. Maybe they are from Africa. Maybe they are indeed African, genetically and everything. Never been anywhere else, but they look like they're Mexicans. I know that's right. Elon Musk is South African. You don't look like the Africa you see on TV. His ugly ass out there though. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, we haven't been enough places. They definitely ain't gonna show us. Try to find 4K Saudi Arabia for real. Ice low-key making passport rules. Come on now. Haru says all they need is a VPN. Noel says slap Mr. Beast when he does a YouTube over there. Send my ass to Africa, boy. He said it's retail arbitrage. Oh, from earlier. That's funny. Shout out to Gary V, Uncle V. Nazis are stuck in the fiat loop. Side note, is the brighter than normal? The moon, I don't know. I've been noticing it lately. It feels brighter. Yeah, I've been taking pictures of it. I haven't thought about it in terms of brightness though, because it's usually not there. Royalty says, nah, it was black at night, and when I left the gym, the mood, it was red, the moon was red. Oh shit. I thought it was odd about how you spoke about how bad Vegas was doing. Normally you see commercials for Caribbean destinations during NFL games, but this was the first time I seen one for Las Vegas itself. It's doing bad. And they got almost $1 billion to promote Vegas, the LVC people. And they've been looking at social media and people talking about how Vegas is dying, and they're trying to respond to it. Their plan of action is reprobate, though. They went to, what did you say they wanted to do? They wanted to rebrand the Vegas billboard. They wanted to pay for a billboard to go in Los Angeles. That's very interesting. They specifically said Los Angeles to remind people, I guess, or to put it in their mind that they should come to Vegas. And then they wanted to get the hotel and casino resorts to all gain agreement on giving out free bottles of water, because that was a big deal. $26 bottles of water in the fucking desert, as hot as this place is. It's an extra slap in the face. It's not like going to Disney World. You're in a fucking desert. Two different stories. So they like give them a free bottle, bottles of water with the ads and stuff on it, type shit. And then every hotel or resort is offering some type of free food voucher or some type of other deal. And the individual casinos and resorts, they have better implementation of that suggestion, by the way. So it's a cool thing. But the problem is that people stop coming as much, especially from California, because everything else is expensive too. So when Vegas did the thing that Vegas does, or their stockholders now, remember, they're like, well, raise the prices on this and keep up with COVID and the pandemic. So now when they drop shit down, it still didn't drop down yet. That's how greedy they were. They raised prices, then raised prices, and then added resort fees and parking. So they just dropped down to the added prices layer, but it's still too expensive, and it's still higher than before the pandemic. And I don't think their minds, the people who have a $800 million budget to not just get people to visit Vegas locally, but they do this internationally too. Vegas is supposed to be an international destination for business conferences and things like that as well. And of course, all the human trafficking and whores. I'll tell the LVC this if they get these messages. The reason that you don't have a problem with the sex trafficking thing you got going on is because these are some bad built bitches. I would re-up your subscriptions or get another, I don't know what it's called. Whoever secures the strippers and the women for the things that are obviously human trafficking. Nope. There's no reason for anyone from New York, Houston, Atlanta, or Los Angeles to come to Vegas for that shit. I'll be honest. I'm a man of all men and shit. I don't think so. I don't think that's enough. If you're putting these women on the brochures that I'm seeing on Instagram that work at these clubs, ain't nobody coming to Vegas for that. So if you want to attract the men that come to Vegas for that, you need to find out what these men want that's like that to make that, and then make it that, and then you'll have more people come back to Vegas for that part of the game. But here's the problem with the shit. They're trying to appeal to the younger generation, and most of them little niggas gay. So no matter what you do, even if you change the color palette, you're gonna have to get like an old man that recently got divorced, and his kid is finally 18 years old, and he got some child support money to himself. Millennials. They might wing it if you can secure the right types and pedigrees. But the boys that are into the trannies and things like that, that's why they added that to the sign. Welcome to fabulous Las Vegas. Nah. LGBT human trafficking don't hit the same anyway. They don't hit the same. It don't. You can't market it like that. Because them old white businessmen that go for the ladyboys, they're not telling no one they're going for the ladyboys. In fact, they don't want no one to know that there's ladyboys there. So you can't brand it like this is the ladyboy destination, because then all the people who habitually go to those places or Vegas be looked at like, oh, you going to the ladyboy place. So I don't even know why they're playing with that. But for a younger generation, maybe. They don't seem to be so antagonistic to any suggestion of the sort, let alone participation, as within so without. So if they don't say nothing about it, then it's probably rooted in their mind anyway. They're probably way more fluid than we are by the design of DEI in their school for the last 20 years, for sure, and definitely the media. They done sissified everybody's kids. It's a whole new subgenre of social order because of it. Oh, it's like a no affair. If people are straight on TV and kissing, it doesn't that. Now look at the kids. Tell me who was wrong. You don't even know what fucking universe you live in no more. Because motherfuckers didn't listen. Anyway, reprobate mind wins again, I guess. So, yeah, Vegas is fucked because, for so many reasons. Like I said, the data in the breach of their state computers let you know they're under attack cyberly. Trump or the federal government is playing games with solar power here. And if they don't commit to that, then everyone's electric bills go up. There's a ton of foreclosures here. And trust me, that's not unusual typically in a place where you're gambling your savings away. But it's a lot at once, like everywhere else. In their market, because they're blocking out Airbnb to give the home buyers and sellers some type of advantage, and the hotels, of course. But what that has done to the homes, a lot of people, I think, bought these new developments in town, in these type of, I don't know what they're called, suburbs, if you will, although there's technically not a suburb, but suburb style zoning. And I think a lot of people invested into these for Airbnb. And because they're not allowed to Airbnb, they're kind of like sitting on a house for no fucking reason. So a lot of the supply of the housing market is people sitting on investments that they can't flip. So they're trying to wait as long as possible to sell it before it dips. And then all this other shit happened economically, so now they're looking at a loss. And a lot of people are willing to compromise. They would have to drop their price 40%, I think. And that's where it's coming from. It's not just like, taking a $10,000 cut, which would be a high cut for them if they're flipping, right? And they've been sitting and paying, I don't know, Vegas should have property taxes, but doesn't have state taxes. Something, they're paying something every year to keep it, but to not be able to sell it for a profit at all, it's probably going to let a lot of these go, just into foreclosure rather than deal with the headache at all. Not pay the taxes no more, you know what I'm saying? Like withdraw from it. So you have a lot of that. They only counted 1,000 people in their underground tunnels. They flooded a lot of them out. But the ones that are under the Caesar's Palace and stuff, where people live underground, they say there's about 1,200. But I think there's a lower level where the trafficking happens, if you know anything about that. But I don't know. So if you think about a place that gets millions of tourists, 1,200 homeless under Vegas is nothing. If you think about it, from what I've seen on this corridor, which I'm on the extreme border, so these aren't the prolific drug colonies or it's not close enough to the airport, basically. So even in zooming out of Vegas towards, like, I've been in DC, New York, and other places, they don't even got that many homeless people for per capita. It's a lot of people on drugs, but homeless, there's plenty of shelters here too, so that's not true. But I mean, like, people outside, I should say. You would expect for a city that has millions of people and millions of more tourists that there'd be so many more. But what I'm saying is their homelessness or derelicts are not to scale for the size of the populations that coexist in the city at any given day. So in that way, it's not bad yet, but drug abuse and gambling and alcoholism is bad by itself. So you'd have that either way because of what this place is. Fundamentally, Sin City. So fundamentally, Sin City doesn't seem as bad as Philadelphia. Keep that in mind. I don't think. it's a bad time for Vegas, which means Vegas typically has way more people, way more activities, way more energy and like it's way more it's energy that is missing. It's lacking energy. Even the people here, remember all the boomers that retired out here? These are old ass people now. They're not. It's this is the era for millennials, but it's skipping us financially. That's what their fundamental root problem is. They're trying to bring back the old Vegas of the 90s to 2010 without realizing all those people are at least 40, 50, and 60 years old now. And they did it already. So if it skipped millennials, it definitely ain't going to Gen Z. They don't, not only can they not afford it to that gravitas, they don't even know what to do with it, right? They couldn't, they ain't got the music, they ain't got the visuals, they ain't got the beautiful women. They don't have it in packaged in that way where it would be Vegas. So no, it ain't gonna happen. Vegas is the spirit or hmm, Vegas as an incorporated city would be fine. It'll just have to downsize to a city and refine its identity because I don't think it's going to be in business meetings, swap meets, sex tourism, and gambling addiction. You know, mm, in that sense, Vegas is dead already. If Vegas does not turn into something else, Vegas will absolutely die. It can still be tourism. It can still have casinos and resorts, but it's fundamental why people come here to live and work and how they work and why they make so much money off of that hustle. Nah, this population will cut down and down and down the size, and they'll keep the key players going. It'll always have that element, but as an identity, as a cultural thing, it'll have to shift into something else, and that's why that solar power thing was so important. But they'll probably convert those to nuclear, and all of a sudden Vegas will be a fucking data farm. It's already gridded out. It's very interesting how they cut Vegas out of this valley, but that was turning into a data farm. I don't think casinos are coming back. I don't think, I'm sorry, I don't think a city of casinos is coming back. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. They'll have to move Vegas to China. They'll end up moving Vegas to China or Asia before this Vegas comes back to like what we remember in the movies and the holidays and stuff. No, there's too many new people, not enough money, and then the quality of entertainment and where we are culturally. So that's not Vegas. That's not even Vegas' fault. It's 80-20. It's 20% Vegas' fault for being greedy, but it's 80% the culture. For real, like who could throw a concert here that you would want to go to Vegas? Like the Usher thing was cool because of social media, but on a regular, if you didn't see no posts on social media about Usher being ridiculous, would you really like see the tour schedule of Usher at 50 years old and go, I'm gonna go to Vegas. Oh, and I want to see Usher in Vegas. Probably not. And no disrespect to him. I know his diehard fans will, but you would wait for him to come to your city is what I'm trying to say. Or Backstreet Boys maybe, right? Like, but those are acts from 30 years ago. So they're appealing to millennials and up. But it wasn't all millennials either. Tough. So there hasn't been nothing else to put there. Like you put Ice Spice headlining at a casino concert, and even if you could get her demographic out there from New York and Bronx and Atlanta and Miami, they wouldn't have that type of expendable income or life experience or social conditioning to do the things that Vegas is designed to Vegas kind of walks you through things. And these type of personalities, this generation of people, they don't have the media to support it. They don't have the stories to support it. Very few do, unless they're born around. But I even noticed with the locals, the kids, they don't know they're in Las Vegas. They wearing hoodies. They're looking down. They have low energy. A lot of the males in my patina are very effeminate or a different type of energy. And I'm neutral West Coast too, in that degree. So maybe that's a thing. But nah, that generation seems more effeminate, putting girls in their place type of energy, like, but in a raised by a mother way. So I noticed that. But what I'm saying is that social diaspora right there, their whole model of reality is different than anyone before them. They're an experiment for real, right in front of your eyes. So they couldn't Vegas it out for real. They still trying to live through NBA young boy and worse in terms of like habits, pills, trying to sell weed next to a dispensary. Uh, if they do go to like waste money and stuff, it's hostile because of the music and the culture and the gang type of emulation. So they don't really throw parties. They don't gather and congregate and have block parties of hundreds of people. So they couldn't smash out a casino. They couldn't take over a poker table. They couldn't uh, cause that to be a big deal to the city. Like, oh my God, such and such will be out there. Oh, or you see their name or hear their name on the radio. You won't see them. Everything is now social media, and then it's like three people when you really look at it. The video and not the people commenting. You gotta look at like not the friends that are saying, "Hey, what you guys doing?" But you look at the videos like a room of 3 to 8 ugly people. So because of content creation era, and trust me, I'm in the middle of it. Like, because I create content, I guess, but not like they do. They need a reason to create content when they do things socially. I can just do things socially and not need to create content, or I can create content socially. Mm. Those type of people you see trying to do the things that we used to do naturally, they're making an objective to do those things for content. They're not actually in that culture, tradition, or lifestyle. So it's all performative. Obviously, they're in front of a camera, but when the camera goes off, they're not there all night. You know what I'm saying? They're not following the girl hotel to hotel because they can just get her Instagram and go home. You know what I'm saying? They're not like going from party to party, partying with white people, partying with Mexicans, and then just like somehow end up on the beach somewhere, but we're in a desert. Like, they're not doing the Hangover movie. They got ops watching them on Instagram Live. They can't even do the thing without turning on their fucking phone. In fact, and I think the elders, the money you're trying to invest in changing programs, they can't. They don't understand them. I barely do. I'm just very good at observing them, but I don't understand. I wouldn't understand how to go from where they are back to where it was before me, and I wouldn't. I have learned to accept it is what it is. If it works for them, cool fucking story. That's their problem. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's their dynamics. So, is there a world where those kids and these new people who are under 30 exist in where they would need a Las Vegas outside? Where they would need a New York City? Where they would need a Beverly Hills, Hollywood experience? No. They've been capping for at least 10 years. All that other shit requires it to be real. I hope people understand that in business. When you're prioritizing AI and automation and fake shit, and you're promoting it in place of people who have a fake alter ego avatar, even on Facebook. Our generation was outside already, so when we came to the internet, yeah, we knew one was the internet and one was real life, but we did not create an alternate ego once it came to Facebook and MySpace. That was who we were, unless we're artists, performers, or entertainers, but still, you've seen our face, so we expected to see you in real life. Whereas the generations after that, and even some of the other the cultures that are on our internet, not from here, they're new too to the internet, to our internet. So they act like, they're the ones who want to type nigga in the chat still in 2025. Like, they're weird. They're never going outside, guys. I just hope y'all know that. There is no outside to them. That's the difference. Because they weren't outside, there is no outside. And when they're outside and you see them, it's just low vibrations. That's the number one complaint about that whole generation, is why they're so muffled and muted in energy. So much so they don't even notice what the fuck that means. And I don't think it's like food supply, because I eat the same thing. It's the fact that their subculture something's going on in their minds that causes them to preserve into, it's like they're in a shell when they're outside. And it's a contradiction because on the internet and on their phone, when they customize the pictures and do the angles and stuff, for that 30 seconds, for that one frame, or for those 60 seconds, they look alive. But when that phone ain't looking at them, they got fucking hoodies on, they in slides and Crocs. Like, they save the Yeezys for like 2 pictures on Instagram. They really don't go out nowhere where anyone would give a fuck that they're wearing Yeezys for. They're not stepping. I haven't seen it yet. Even some of the cooler kids that I come across that talk to me and stuff, they drunk and on pills. And those are ones that are like 21 to 28. Like those guys I see, they're just high. But not in a good kind of high. They're like they can't handle it. You know what I'm saying? Like a person that can't handle their alcohol, they're high like that. They're high like they can't handle their substances. Because the culture. They're overdoing it. They're going from lean to coke to weed. Then weed gets boring because they did coke. And then eventually, all the drama they create in all these multiple substances. Like, that's the thing about music and their culture. They're like in the same room, I guess, doing everything at once. Whereas when you were outside, it was niched. We had this thing called, those are white people drugs. What does that really mean? Well, the white people on that side of town, that's what they buy and that's what they do. Us over here, cocaine, marijuana. And then, the women like to do the pills, obviously. Oh, you got that 800 milligrams. Shut your ass up, grandma. You're an opiates. So now it's their culture is mixed. And then, you know what I'm saying? They are not experiencing outside. And then what made it worse, because they're 21 to 28 now, so that means the pandemic happened 6 years ago. So their whole high school era, or their whole middle school era, they're on Zoom. So all through puberty, they're stuck in their room. And then we go, these kids are just in bed all day. Did you miss the fucking fact that for the last 6 years, they've been in bed all day? What the fuck are we talking about? There's a whole fucking generation that went to school, college, high school, middle school, all of them, that age range, from middle school to college. And it happened in the middle of that or the beginning of that, depending on how old they were, 6 years ago. Yeah, the fake pandemic, because of the insolvency of the banks and this fucking weird ass genetic ass culling the population experiment with Bill Gates and Fauci. Because of that, these kids have been robbed out of the most formidable years of being outside. In place of being outside, they created this sub-reality of Kai Cenats, ice cream yums, and a ridiculous subgenre of content and edits that don't even make sense to us, but it's funny to them. So I'm not here to I can't even grade it, right? I don't have the frames for it, but I can objectively stand out and go, I see what the problem is. These people do not live offside of their phone. That's important to know. They never got their dopamine from home. They never got their dopamine from the lunchroom. They got all their dopamine from group chats, being in the zeitgeist of whether it's the boys getting money with the crypto, or the boys getting the money with the sports betting, or not boys getting money. It's the gooners, you know what I'm talking about? It's their version of Freaky Frogs and the weird shit they're into with the trannies, and then you got the fucking people who are not taking music seriously, but they're the Comic Con version of rappers. And to them, that's natural. It makes sense. Like, oh, all the rappers are acting and da da da. So I'm gonna act like I'm a rapper and rap, rather than back in the day, you'd be a dude who could really fucking rap, and you become a rapper when you put out a product and you're selling it, and then people will see you. You didn't have a phone to create content. You would have to rap your ass off and then be invited to a studio. And then that demo would have to be sent to New York or California. And then you would have to meet all these people and ride on that subway and ride on that train and ride on that plane and eat at that place, all without your fucking cell phone. Puts different wrinkles on your brain on top of that, where they go, I'm on my phone and I've seen some things. I can buy some things. I can say some things. And it'll be really fun with 3 of my friends and shit. And then we'll get 3,000 people on the internet to be like, cool story, bro. And then you show it to our generations, and we're like, the fuck is this weird nigga shit? And that's because we're judging two different things. In their heads, they did that shit. Yeah, that person's acting and sounds like a rapper. That's the beat off of YouTube, and this is the costume, and this is the wordplay and the silly memes that we created by ourselves on the bed on our phones for 6 years. Don't forget that part. And we're like, oh yeah, we're too busy tearing each other apart about Tinder, Kevin Samuels, spirituality, and dumb shit at home with narcissists trying to steal all the fucking inheritances. Yeah, we're going through a different era, I guess. So, at the same time, so the United States Service Corp shot its foot by shutting everything down, freeze framing generations, even ours. Like they froze us as soon as we got to our 30s, real good, and then unpaused the game and said, well, fuck your 30s and fuck your 40s. You're not going to make that ramp where your life gets easier economically because you're of the age. No, everything just got much worse for you too. Thanks, guys. I worked my whole fucking life and stayed a decent human and a fucking outstanding citizen for this moment, right? So we have a different patina now. And if we talk to someone older, as millennials, be like, what do we say? We just call them boomers. And a lot of them are Gen X, and some of them are older than boomers. I think a few of those are left. But whoever you talk to older than us, like let's say 48 and up, we're talking to them the same way. Like, y'all do know that the work harder equation isn't getting nothing for us, right? We've been working harder than you've ever worked for the last 20 years, actually. If you think about it, I've been working real jobs and making money on the internet. So I've had 2 jobs for at least 10 to 15 years of my life. So what harder can I get when you bought your house at $65,000? If I want that same house, you would charge me $350,000. How much hard worker would I have to fucking be before I can even afford the house you bought 20 years ago? Stop fucking playing with me. And they were like, well, you know, we did it away. We did the thing. Yeah. And you also said read newspapers and watch CNN. Have you been paying attention for 20 years? What did you learn? Have you noticed a pattern yet? They didn't. Just like those people that go to that hoopla church. They're not paying attention to the patterns, in fact. They're not even testing them out. So the language models for each generation's talking point is not just about them. It's about their sports, their entertainment, how they get money, how they build relationships, and obviously how they benefit from the internet versus real life. If you're honest about this, United States, American society, if you will, we can live our whole life on the internet. We don't need to be outside. And no, Vegas just cannot become some cool app. That's not what it was to begin with. You see what I'm saying? We're watching our system, and that's why these AI and these jobs, it's not the AI jobs, is that a lot of these systems and control mechanisms for people don't work no more. Of course they have to close. They're firing employees until they have to close. If they're already firing employees, 9 times out of 10, if they're not essential business or key in production and shipping and stuff, it's going to close. Oracle and all that, they're going to close. Well, who are they competing with if they're not hiring people in tech? Like, what do you need presence for in Houston and Dallas and Charlotte? Like, why would you need that brand? Why would you need that building? There's no people there, right? There's no Oracle-sponsored sports stadium because there's no people in that city that knows Oracle is sponsoring their sports team. Like, so they can't convert this. That's the same thing trying to convert fucking Federal Reserve notes to fucking crypto coins. You can't take something real and then convert it to something fake. And then what they're trying to do, convert it to something fake again. The fake thing that's fake again, crypto, will never be gold. So they're trying to get crypto to seem like gold. But the problem was your paper money is the foundation for your crypto. And your paper money is not gold, it's fake. So you're fiating fiat. You're faking fake. So think of your phone the same way. The people on the other side of the screen are fake. You know, we got our costumes on and we're avatars and we have weird screen names. That's fake. You're watching it through a screen, a black crystal that's in your hand. It's fake. So this whole people's lives is in the screen of their phone, bro. If you take away the fact that your vision acknowledges the lights that creates your GUI in the HD experience of looking at people on the black crystal, and you just turn your phone off, You're staring at a reflection of yourself all day, aren't you? On a black damn crystal, are you not? Now these kids haven't never really done anything else. Almost some 80-20 shit. They spent 80% of their goddamn life in the black crystal by themselves. Like they be in a room with their friends on the black crystal. And then someone else will bring out a phone and record them, talk about everything off the phone. But as soon as they stop recording the content for them to talk off their phone, what do? They back on their phone. I'm watching people in the damn studio content for the younger kids. They go to the studio, everyone's on their phone. And I'm not judging it like get off your phone. I'm saying I'm acknowledging something else is happening. Like they might be writing, they might be taking it serious, and they might actually be happy, but they're not happy if they don't have their phone. So we having a culture of Vegas, New York, and Hollywood based on the fact that you didn't do that shit to take pictures your damn self. You're doing all that shit and going around so that someone else takes a picture of you and then talk about it. You understand? It makes no sense because a content creator and influencer, that paradigm fucks it all up. Yeah, they're losers, just like this kid's mom. Audie only. His mother's a loser. Gave birth to a fucking butt baby. That's impossible. Anyway, but God be the glory. I believe in miracles. These assholes are just like these kids, man. They got loser accounts like that. And I'll explain it to you. So he's audio only. So he picked a niche, cars. A car he don't own. A car. Why are you getting rid of him? He's gonna be a perfect example, so I can show it to you how they live in a different dimension than us. He's in an Audi club. He ain't got an Audi, so he's already fake. How's it Audi only? You don't have a Honda, but they live on that. They pick something and they become it, and they present their online persona through that shit. And then in the meantime, instead of being like the kids I grew up with, or some of the Asiatic kids that used to do sports cars and shit and race illegally, they would do that shit in real life. They would have manifested that Supra already. He's in an Audi club for the rest of his fucking life, never having an Audi in his damn hand. Because it's not about the Audi. It's about the Audi club. It's about that he picked in high school or in middle school, like, all right, these are kids that said the Audi was the best car. These are kids that thought the BMWs were the best cars. And then that personality, that type of nerd goes online and joins that club and becomes all the neurodivergent, everything you need to know about who had an Audi. Meanwhile, while never having a fucking Audi. And in fact, so much so, it'll be an honor if they did, but they're not even in the world to get one. They just want to know about it and be the authority, the influencer, the content about Audi. And then one day maybe Audi will see them and let them, you know what I'm saying? They set their expectations up like that. And they're setting it as children. So imagine them when life gets like outside at 30, which we'll see probably what, in 5 to 10 more years, right? So by 2030, those who were in college and high school will be 30 soon. And you'll see how they cope with the shit. Like it's gonna be totally different when the internet's played out to them, because they've been on the internet their whole fucking life. It'll get played out soon. So then they'll try like, all right, damn, everyone that's older than me, I don't have to, they're gonna realize as an adult that they don't have the social skills to even communicate what's outside. They'll be able to explain some shit in memes and language and shorthand on the phone to any adult. But you ask them to be outside, experience outside, and then not explain what's happening to you. They ain't got a language model for that, do they? Where my parents at? Y'all haven't noticed something? With maybe not your kids, maybe you did a great job. What about their friends and shit? You ever notice they're kind of off a little bit socially? And I'm not judging them. It's not like they're stupid or something. It's that they're conditioned completely differently. It's their indoctrination. It's their conditioning. They're not like us at all. Like, their impetus is not to go outside and find bad bitches and raise a family. It's drama that's performative. They're Greek. They're very Greek. They're really Greek fake societies. I've read about that era. They tried that as an experiment. They have that experiment right now. Gen Z is a fucking hybrid digital persona projection experiment. They're not even trying to be human. Look at their memes and what they find funny. All the distortion. They don't care about the quality of audio. They don't don't care about whether their fucking clothes look ridiculous. Everyone's a fucking anime character anyway. Everyone loves anime. I do too. But I still love Jordans. The fuck do I gotta look like Pikachu for? Like they don't know the difference. They grew up looking at their iPad and their phone and trying to bring it out into their reality. And then they expect you to look at them off of a phone and treat them like they're a celebrity on Instagram. You see where the disconnect is? They're talking like the memes and they're responding how the Catch Me Outside girl acted on TV, and then it got cut over and over again through World Star and Vines and then TikTok. And then they go to work at Burlington Coal Factory and they talk like that to their real manager. But it's because it's an emote that they unlocked. Like fucking Fortnite. Not because they're who that girl was. They think that's cute and glamorous because that video was funny. They read all the comments, they saw all the likes. So they're acting like that for the attention, an emoji, an emote. Catch me outside, how about that? Every time you ask them to do something. But these motherfuckers are almost 20, and some are almost 30. So that means the switch, because of this fucking pandemic and this fake ass lockdown and Zoom and everything, for 6 fucking years. Half of those first 3 was the most intense. The whole world was on the internet with them for the first time in human fucking history. They were talking to adults for the first time ever, and that's how they were acting. All these little bitch ass troll accounts or kids trying to jump into the conversation as if I'm not 40 in real life first, as if I would not smack the shit out of them in real life first. But I'm just some guy on a black crystal. They all say that on the screen. They're all comical. They're all joking. They're all trying to get attention. They're all doing it for likes. So I am too. And then the audience, they have an audience mentality on the internet. I don't. I'm always starting threads. I'm always creating videos. Like the whole time I've been on the internet. They participate. They join societies. They got group chats. We didn't. We had instant messenger with 200 to 500 people, and we never invited more than 10 to the same goddamn chat room, and that's fucking retarded. We're all fucking producers. We should have fucking made a chat room as soon as we got home from school. But we didn't. We still kept to our real life. I have friends on the internet that I met and shared tips and secrets with, but then I had people who made music in real life. We was way more advanced on the internet, but that didn't matter because real life was something different. It was going to the studio, going to the club, going to the mall, going to the food court, showing up at that place, bringing out your mixtape, going to the gas station. It was all outside. The internet was just for the nerds or the people who had the privilege to have the resources to know how to use a computer to get on the internet. Because remember, at that time, everyone couldn't. They had to wait for cell phones. One-click shit. A lot of these people couldn't put they fucking talk about AOL and shit. There are a whole bunch of niggas, they talk about AOL, but they don't know how to fucking get on AOL to this goddamn day. Tell them to try that shit and watch. Tell them to walk you through the steps. They're just, dial-up. Everyone didn't have a computer, so everyone didn't experience dial-up. The internet wasn't de facto for everybody. Everyone didn't have MySpace, because everyone didn't even fucking have a computer in their own room yet. Everyone didn't have MacBooks. Don't let them rewrite history. A lot of people on fucking MySpace was using fucking digital cameras or going to Eckerd and Kroger and fucking printing the physical throwaway cameras on CDs. And then going to their grandma's house or their auntie's house who had the computer, and then they created their MySpace there. They weren't on MySpace every day like a motherfucker could check them on Instagram all day. So imagine how much time you have for real life. If you gotta take a picture with an Eckerd camera, drop it the fuck off. So that means you gotta go outside. They're gonna give you a CD-ROM. You gotta find someone with a fucking desktop computer. You gotta wait for that slow ass bitch to load. So you might as well eat some food or whatever's going on. And you're talking on the phone, whether it's a cell phone or still a landline at that time. Ding, 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 ding. And then finally the picture's uploaded. And then finally you check your fucking DMs once a fucking week. Or once a fucking night. This shit is in real time. And these kids grew up in real time internet. We didn't have that. I grew into it, but when I started, it wasn't real time, nothing. We weren't emailing each other every day, all day. We were in our own cubbies. It was the forums that brought us together, but even those ideas was just battling of the minds for our age group. It wasn't collective. It wasn't constructive. We weren't creating micro niches. The rappers were though. The rappers did more of that cultural thing than actual fucking rapping for real. Rapper culture from the forums is what Twitter was. In fact, Lipstick Alley and shit like that. That's the first model for Twitter, and then the Nigerians came to Atlanta and hijacked the shit and added that shit. Probably Nollywood type of energy. That's how your sisters stumbled into witchcraft, fucking with those African girls. You should watch their Nollywood movies on YouTube. You'll see. They're all into witchcraft. So you're trying to figure out what's going on in Atlanta and Houston. Wake your dumb ass up. Anyway, so that part. So he acted like everybody was on the internet with us at that time. These people just came here from Africa. This is the first time in human history they ever talked to us. Do you remember the time? I lived in neighborhoods with Africans. We didn't crack jokes on each other and know each other like that. You always hear that one African that grew up as a millennial and said they made fun of him because of his clothes and his colors or something like that. Yeah, you know what the fuck that means? It wasn't a whole bunch of us hanging out with Africans. But they call us African American. How the fuck could we be African anything if we didn't hang out with Africans in real life? What I'm saying is that doesn't make sense. If we are Africans, then when Africans came here, there wouldn't be that difference in real life. We would recognize and resonate with each other as Africans. How are they a totally different society from us? The only difference is distance. Why is it two different cultures, two different sayings, two different superstitions, two different religions? They're bringing people from Africa here through the 1800s. And just because they ain't slavery no more, don't mean Africans ain't still coming. Have you noticed that the Africans that still been coming are still fucking Africans? And I'm not. Bum, bum, bum. So we're not the same culture. Yeah, we're not Africans at all. That's important too. We don't identify that. We go, we're black or we're Negroes. Cool story. That's none of those words mean African. So when Africans get on social media, and the Yahoo boys, and the Nigerians, and the East Africans, and all those girls that Drake like, and Canadians, and all the other cultures that have Africans, UK and shit, that does not resemble our real life. At least in the United States part of it. That's not what that is. There ain't that many Africans around us. So, but they then had the finance and the tech and that influence to rewrap that culture. That's how Wale and them got popular, and all that college rap. That's all African shit. No disrespect, but I'm just saying that's the difference between the Cosby Show and what Wale is. It's a different culture, man. It's a hybrid. Africans wasn't running shit in New York or New Jersey. Not through the 80s or 90s. So we would have never led with their culture or their ideas or their tastes or their flavors in anything. We would still be saying they're corny compared to us. So for the first time in human history, because of the internet, international people came acting like United States English-speaking Americans and dictating American culture through the internet, which is not American culture at all. That's why a lot of us don't participate. To us, it's corny. But because of the numbers and the bots and the popularity, you just seen this shit skate away. I seen it as soon as it got corny. I was like, oh, they gonna pass the ball to immigrants. And I'm not against that. I'm just saying, if they pass the ball to immigrants, it's gonna get corny. And look what they did. They're the ones that hiring all these little faggots in the music industry. They're the ones that writing up all those blog posts. Shade Room and everything. All that's Africans. Fucking on World Star Hip Hop. Queuing all of them. Africans via Haiti. Africans. But they're Africans. Remember, Americans, those are American islands with Africans on it. Still Africans. Africans took over social media and culture. And then it died. Now we're listening to Afro beats. Hello? Do you think they just colonized one thing at a time? If you're an American. I watched everybody colonize everything that's mine. In real time, in just 40 years. So, it's cool. We're the exporters of that type of culture anyway, obviously. I'm doing it right now spiritually. I did it fucking with the way I taught how to do tutorials on YouTube and everything. Everyone goes to us, they remix it, and they put it back out in front, and they add a 4K camera and a new filter, and act like they've always been like that. And you can't even do nothing. You say anything like, oh, you're a hater. Like, I'm just first.
What's there hate on it? It's corny. Looks good though. You make corny look good. I do say that. But you can't make corny sound good. I've noticed something. They haven't mastered that trick. They can get the looks down, but they cannot get the sound, the rhythm, or the cadence. That's how I always know, just being authentic. So now you convert that to social media and the products thereof and all the fucking fake culture or fake popularity or people who fake watch certain movies and the people in the suburbs who were fake hood-like. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't outside ever. Outside where? How they don't know we're not African if they was outside with us? And we've been telling them our grandmothers are Indian. Where your grandmothers stay. You hear us say that in the movies we made in the damn 90s. So how come they don't know that parable then? If they was outside with us. They was never outside with us. There's so many black people on the internet because we're talking about culture and media and some of these kids and the mixes thereof. You remember a lot of these people are intermixing and intermarriage or interracial. So a lot of these kids are interracial. They're not black kids. You gotta think about that. When you go look at these musicians, and you look at some of the younger people who are in their 20s, and they're racially ambiguous, and because they're not white, they're classified as brown or black people. Keep in mind, they're not our damn children. So these are not the continuation of hip hop from the 90s. Genetically, they're not the Northerners. A lot of those mixes are happening where? In Texas, Florida, and Atlanta. So there was never mainstream urban black culture anyway. And then you go to the other side, California, right after us. You got them in Cypress Hill, you got them in Latinos, you got Asians in between us. But the people on the internet today, the kids you're watching walk outside, a lot of that's the southern Florida, Atlanta, Houston mix of people. They've never been on TV. They were never the lead characters in our culture. Ever. Like, ever. Ever. Scarface is a fucking movie. That's important. It's important to understand that, how the North versus South trade worked. So the Northerners are different. All the way before the Civil War. Whole different culture. Now you have these people who are mixing in with the Latinos and the Ecuador and Honduras and Africans who transplanted there first and then came back up again. They're still African. And all of that. African and Mexican, African and this, and African and that. Or the other way, Caribbeans. Well, it depends on which wave. The first Caribbeans you read about with fucking Christopher Columbus ain't the Africans there. They're after that. Ain't that a bitch? So they killed all of the Caribbeans on fucking Hispaniola and all the vicious stories you hear about. They ain't talking about the people there today. So the people there today in the Caribbean, from Puerto Rico on up, you guys are recent immigration at the end of the 1800s. Y'all know that. And some of y'all have some of your indigenous dark-skinned ancestors' pictures. But y'all don't show that. I say that all to say, that trauma you talk about with Columbus was never you then. You weren't there. If you just got there in the 1800s. To work on sugar cane fields. That don't make you a slave, that makes you a farmer. They immigrated new people. After they killed all the other ones, or all the mainline royals and nobles went back to or all the ones that, because those islands are for royals and nobles, so they would have went back to mainland if they're under siege or attack. 1806. So 1806, they didn't kill us, we left. You can read an article on Ancestry.com, 1806, about Admiral Dacres. He was chasing us through the islands. So we already left. Some people stayed behind, including Africans, but they were never the majority of that population. And I'm saying this for a reason. They then replenished, the French, Napoleon, then replenished those islands with Africans. So we got that beef with Dominican Republic and Haiti. Fundamentally different pedigrees of people. They're not all from Africa. A lot of them are American Israel descendants. And people just, you know what I'm saying? Even today, because they've been indoctrinated since the 1920s and 1940s with their bullshit, with their paling and white and appeasing to whiteness, just like Nigerians are doing now. You can see it now. No Beyonce. So those are different people. Those are all of those people being people of color and brown people are new brand people, brand new people to this whole environment. Let alone language, let alone superstition, let alone religion and spirituality understandings. They do not inherit that from my grandmother if they did not know my grandmother. You understand? Their grandmother was over there when my grandmother was over here. So it wasn't like they ever ran into each other. So then to come to this conjecture point called Twitter, MySpace, YouTube, we have been seeing a blend of people. And because we do black and white filtering, you have to assume that all of these black people are the African American people and they all come from the same time and the same culture and the same understanding. They all get along or they all shoot each other. Incorrect. As a matter of fact, I don't know none of these niggas. I don't know none of their patterns. If you would have shown me their mothers and their fathers, I'd be like, they was never outside at Golden Corral with us. For most people I run into. That's how many people they fucking immigrate here. That's how crazy the human trafficking is in America. You don't even realize it's human trafficking. They replace societies by bringing new people in. They're constantly doing it. And if you're not an American or if you're not rooted here, you're not part of that wave, so you don't look at it that way. You mind your business in the place that you stay. I'm inside right now. I don't know what's going on down the street 5 miles. It could be happening right fucking now. ICE can be out there right now, and they can send these niggas off and have another airplane land 15 minutes later, drop them off, and they're all Ukrainian. I was telling people that a long time ago. Some people, when they go to those liberty tax and all that stuff, you ever notice that a Mexican work at the same McDonald's as you for the same minimum wage, but they end up with a fucking Tahoe with some fucking 22-inch rims? That's because their taxes are different. They get a different tax return than us. They get way more money than we do. And they just fucking got to this bitch. You understand something? I know a lot of people didn't understand that. But I've been on that because I work with them at McDonald's and shit. And some of them talk too much. And then I'll start to understand that. I'm like, damn, you almost got $10,000 on your return? Bitch, how many hours you work this week? I'm fucking working full time. Maybe I ain't got enough kids or something. It's a whole different thing they're doing. They're human trafficking. They're paying them to be here. That's your federal government, by the way. So if you understand that the internet is half bots and everything else is CIA and DARPA, then you understand what this experiment really was on the internet. They're trying to see if they can replace and finance culture, no matter who it comes from, if they can borrow the same sigils and hieroglyphs. And I think they just proved to themselves by going completely bankrupt this time that they can't replace us. Not even fundamentally. So they replaced us. They replaced the real thing. And that is in all 7 dimensions. That's why everything's kind of mid and gay. Because what it ended with isn't it's not even a straight line of who it started with. It's a line from when we started, and then when we started getting fucked over and they started shitting us on our deals, and the Jewish lawyers and labels started signing foreigners and bringing them here. Those are 2 different trajectories. Same producers, same studios, but not the same people, not the same culture, not the same funding, not the same backgrounds. They don't even perform at the same fucking clubs for it. You know what I'm saying? They're not on the Chitlin circuit when they come out. Meaning they wasn't outside listening like, oh, you should go there, you should go to that DJ, you should go to this party, you should go to this radio station. They bypass all that shit. Clear Channel or something. That's for immigrants. That's what I'm saying. These are pirates, so I wish people fucking knew that. I wish I really took them damn Johnny Depp movie seriously. They import, they usurp everything. I'm talking about the people at the top. The people participating, they're cosplaying. It's not culture to them. They disrespect us on the internet and say that now, and they mean us specifically, the Black American. What culture does Black America have? Blah, 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 blah. Like, nigga, you're wearing green chancletas with an orange shirt and yellow shorts. Please don't fucking talk to us. All your bitches come over here and do the same fucking makeup tutorial. I can't tell which one is not Mariah the Scientist. Please don't talk to us. Please. You're the ones trying to make yourselves with fat asses and BBLs. Please don't talk to us. Y'all made Y'all said Africans like fat girls. Y'all made fat girls very fucking popular. Please don't fucking talk to us. You seen our mothers and aunties during the 70s and 60s in America. That is not their aunties and grandmothers in America. Uh-huh. You talking about Claire Huxtables and Pam Griers. Those, you seen their hair? Have you seen their fucking hair? Are those Africans? Are those wigs? Shaka Khan? Hello. Don't miss that one. We're talking about them. We're talking about Richard Pryor and the Afro people. Those are a totally different breed of people, aren't they? Yet that was all the black exploitation media of us in Hollywood. It wasn't black exploitation of Africans. It was black exploitation of Americans, Jews, American Indians, Moors and Indian associates. Us. And then they took that as the template and they applied it and sold it across the world. And then people were interested genuinely and liked it and loved it and interpreted it the way they do, and they reanimate it, and it looks like blackface on blackface part 2 to me. I could tell when it's real. And then they got the white boys doing a similar thing. Now they're all the producers, which is no problem. I think everyone should be able to do that, but you ended the train track. You said, okay, we're going to do it over here with Nick Mira and the kid from the UK and say this is the same thing as Tupac. That's like saying all the shit that I do is the same thing as doing fucking Nollywood soundtracks and saying that I'm Afrobeat. Why the fuck would I do that? I can make Afrobeat and acknowledge that that was made popular by the UK and African brothers who are doing the drum machine shit. I don't have to say that I'm now an Afrobeat DJ artist. No, I'm still who the fuck I've always been. I can just now program Afrobeat. Like, they don't do it the same way when they import it and sell it to us. They have to wear the mask and become that thing. And they have to convince you that they are that thing. They're doing fucking ritual magic and shit. They signed by ritualistic people, guys. They only think like that. Part of their game is like, ooh, I'm gonna sneak in and Trojan horse and get you to fall in love with an imitation crab meat. Essentially, attitude-wise, like, we can do this with anybody if we put the right money behind it and put it in the right outlet. Like, they think about that with every product, including people. And they be wrong every fucking time. Have you noticed? So when the shit finally die down and slow fucking down, you know why? You ain't got no real influencers for the thing that you stole. How do you influence the thing that you stole by being inspired by the people who stole it? How can the thing that you stole from other people continue to be inspiring if you're looking at the people who stole it? How can they inspire and change and evolve it and make new ideas and make more money if they're only in this position because they stole it from these guys over here? They stole it from here, disconnected it, moved it forward, killed off our Malcolm and Martin, our Tupac and Biggie. You notice all those are the same unsolved murders? Y'all ain't getting this yet. And then they replaced them with some other niggas. And then you find out, like, this motherfucker's African or something. Like, the fuck? Tupac Amaru, man. His mother knows they're American. Biggie's from Jamaica, Yamaka, Judah, and all kinds of other shit. You see how big he was? And he ugly. They mixed too much. We get it. But same story, though. You seen how he talked like Judah, though. Anyway, so then you replace those. And you do it all over. And then it's like, who are these people? Who the fuck is Drake for real? If not like a hell of an actor. He's a cosplayer. He don't talk like that. He don't act like that. He don't naturally talk like that. Those topics ain't even in his fucking mind. Look how he grew up. He was in Degrassi the whole time. In fucking Canada? Shaky warrior. What the fuck is he talking about? In Memphis, Tennessee? When? In fucking 1992? Nigga, come to Camden next time. Nigga, y'all was eating delicious barbecue. Y'all just had some slight poverty issues. We was in the streets, nigga. Fighting, shooting, surviving, hustling, scamming, everything, all at once. You know, tell me we went to the South where it was fucking infinitely slow. Y'all don't even have the fucking internet or paved roads all the way yet. I came down here in 95 and I know that to be true. Like, nah, they ain't the same type of Jews, bro. And that's what we be saying. Like, nah, they don't hypothecate everything, including the fucking language from us, and then try to refinance it and sell it to the world. And now the world is acting like, what else do you got? You've only had at least 150 years to make something hot your damn self. And we're going, there's nothing to stream. There's nothing to listen to. The music's the same. The fucking food is flat, and everything's a fucking taco or coffee. Where's the diversity and novelty at? And then my people and people like me keep telling you the same fucking thing. Y'all motherfuckers don't listen for shit. These motherfuckers keep robbing us. How many more things do we need to create to get robbed again? That's what the problem is. It's not that people are not doing A, B, C, or D. Everyone's doing something automated. Why do you think they about to replace all the copiers with fucking AIs that can copy them? Hello. They program from Common Core onward, DEI and Obama. This Obama and them niggas, by the way. Those are Democrats, by the way, that did this socialist bullshit to you. Again. So you have this whole generation of foreign thought. And a lot of our children are in it and all that and all the mixes thereof. We get it. It's a whole new community now. Trust me, it's a whole new community. And you're moving them around. Then you're like, all right, now figure out how to do the things in the other system with the other programming, with the other influences. Before we turned everything white, before we turned everything gay, and now everything's African derivative. But find the pulse of the niggas after the 20s up to the 90s in doing this. How? How the fuck would they fuck these Jewish people in charge of these things even fathom that if you had to rob us any fucking way, why didn't they just fucking start by creating it their damn selves? Creating the it that they sell their damn selves. Whatever it is. If they could just sell any fucking thing with this formula, with this AI, with this algorithm, why don't they just create a thing and sell that its damn self at that scale? Why do they have to steal anything from anyone if it's just a program and you just follow 10 steps and it works? Because they're damn liars. Because they're damn liars. That's why. That's why they can't do it. Because they damn lie about everything. They're fucking thieves and pirates and sell our shit. And we're not, there's not even enough of us left to make enough for this shit right now. They would all have to die off more before you notice us again. And that's exactly what's happening, actually. It's the story ends how it begins. Every fucking time. That's how I know something's wrong. This is not the linear progression they taught us. They're further into. The United States is not collapsing. It's collapsed. That's what I'm trying to say. We thought we were seeing signs like the building's about to tilt. And then some of us feel like we're at the top of the building and we're starting to see the ground. Nah, the United States got knocked down a long time ago. I think that's why they did all this weird shit for the last 20 years. To distract us. Or to try to re-scramble and reprogram people so that they get on some type of accord. And that didn't work. They incentivize the world by letting the world come here. But those people that come here don't export the culture back to the world that they come from. They don't have no motion there. Why would they? I don't have no fucking motion in Ghana. So even if you took someone who was from Ghana and they came here and they got Atlanta-fied and they take Atlanta back to Ghana, if they wasn't hot in Ghana, they'd just look at them like, what the fuck? He thinks he's American. They would chastise a person from Africa from acting like that over there if they're decent people. We don't do the same. That's a white people issue though. White people just, they love seasonings on everything, I guess. I don't know what the fundamental brain difference is, why they're like that. Why they don't like authenticity. It's like they only like Mexican food if it comes from Taco Bell type of thing. Like, it's brand important. It's the images that are stuck to their frontal lobe. They might have a different processor right there, but they match things based on the sigil, not based on the ingredients of the sigil. Layers. They're on the surface layer. No wonder. They do everything financially or market-wise or ideal-wise or even collegiate-wise on the surface level. average is a 6th grade reasoning level for the headlines and everything. That's why they say that. They keep everything surface level. And that's not helping nobody. It doesn't make sense because you can choose to do it on a 12th grade level. Like, why would you need to bend? Oh, law of averages. Most people think and perceive reality at a 6th grade level, not just reading. They lack nuance and layers. See? But you don't start talking like that until you're older. If you're really trying to figure out what the fuck happened to us. But I can see the patterns. I'll tell you one thing. They took fucking the Chinese out the Chinese food. You telling me shrimp fried this rice? I go to a Chinese restaurant in the South and there's Mexicans in there. And no disrespect to Mexicans. I'm not saying that Mexicans cannot be there. But I remember when I was outside, I went to a Chinese restaurant and Chinese people cook fried chicken. And that's the shit in the paper bag that we would go to every Friday. I do that shit when the Mexicans in the kitchen. New ingredients everywhere anyway. But it's not the same. And it fucks me up more because it's like, do Mexicans fry good chicken? Like, do I really want fried chicken at the Chinese spot from the Mexicans? I don't know if they, you know what I'm saying? They do the skirt steak really well. I go to a taco truck in carne asada, but I don't know if I want fried chicken from my brothers over. I don't know. And it changes everything. It changes how you receive everything. Just like hiring somebody. You look at their name first. Like, don't hire them if they have a black or ethnic name. Like, what if it's a white guy? They'll fuck your head up. And that's all this is. It's social media and the coming together of cultures. If it was organic and natural and we found our old cubbies, it'd be totally worth it. But because they DEI'd it and Google controlled it and they censored the shit about us, because trust me, I've been talking like this the whole time on the internet. It's my posts that got removed and censored. But people can be gay, pedophiles, and faggots, and they never find it. But somehow I'll get 13 Israeli bots and a bunch of faggots in my chat rooms if I just say black people, Jews, America, Epstein, any of those words. And if I talk about the more words, all of a sudden you go to my Twitters and it'll be like, bots find that shit first. But niggas are being fucking pathetic, weak, and bitch ass niggas, and like nothing is said. So that algorithm thing, that enforcement, all them people they fired from Twitter, all them DEI hires, all those immigrants, right? They were the ones policing the narrative. That's USAID, that's CIA, that's all those operatives and bot farms. But yeah, think about it. They don't fucking know anything anyway. So everything they do is propaganda and stupid. Especially if they're trying to course correct a narrative with a keyword list that their person that hired them tells them to look for. They don't know why they're looking for it. And I've stress tested all of those accounts before, and I know they don't know nothing. All they can say, no, this is my JPEG source, or no, this is what I thought, no, this is what, no, show me a source then. Show me something where you have to use your mind to reference something and make it connect to what you've been saying, and none of them can do it. They choose not to do it too, because they know where it's going. They're going to the fact that, damn, I am looking for sources, and I'm wrong about everything. But that's not the point. My job is to stop you from saying it. So if you haven't had that experience, you haven't been on the internet long enough to understand there's really agents out there. We don't just be saying that. But they're all foreign. They're all immigrants. So it's like fighting a bunch of retarded people when it comes to my shit, like my culture. Like, y'all fucking don't know what the fuck we talking about anyway. So it's glaringly obvious to us, like, you ain't from the culture, so what are you arguing about? This ain't a podcast in a barbershop. Nigga, look at your hairlines. Y'all just start going to our barbershops. Like, stop, man. Shout out to my Dominican brothers out there, too, man. They done hit the formula with everybody. Now, everyone got an Edgar now. You know what I'm talking about? They wasn't like that when I was in high school, boy. Everyone had the bowl cut. Everybody had, like, the fucking redneck or the wrestling t-shirt. Everybody had on the khakis or the Jinkos. Everyone had the Cortezes or the motherfucking Chuck Taylors. Stop fucking playing with me. They were not wearing no goddamn Jordans in 2004 and 2008. You understand something? Why? Why though? Because culturally, in their households, being recent immigrants, they associated what they saw on TV and what they saw in New York and what they saw on us in their neighborhoods, they associated that with black people. And they did not want their kids or their people to be in the same category as black people, because when they immigrated their ass here, they knew that black people weren't treated equally. So it wasn't about that we wasn't fresh, we wasn't fly, or it's just nigga shit. It was about them protecting their kids from being ostracized like black people are. But you know what inspired their kids? That no matter what they heard about black people, that black people were still fine and still cool anyway, and they still had culture and flavor, no matter what the mainstream or the new immigrants thought or said about it. That's what they try to export. That's what they try to emulate. That is the light that everyone was attracted to. That is the de facto hip hop stance. It's how do we remix nigga shit and apply it to everybody else? Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. Like, I wasn't out in this bitch for 5 decades. I was out here the whole fucking time. So, and my dad's a DJ, so I seen it way more than most kids would have seen at my age anyway. So, the internet is just the pinnacle of that story, where it's like, okay, this is all of the remix LCD sludge filtered left. And people are left asking like, I wonder what happened to all that stuff. You would describe it as something is missing light. There's no energy behind it. There's no spark behind it. No one's inspired. Everyone's like, correct. Absolutely. Absolutely. Now you understand what the Bible's talking about. That is why Israel always ends up in captivity of someone else's kingdom. But y'all be forgetting, that book ain't written by white people. We ain't talking about Black Snake Moan or Django Unchained. We're in captivity because these fuckers can't live without us. Don't miss it now. If you reread that Bible under the pretense of what I just presented to you, because I know who my people are, and I know we're in that book, and I just seen our society just go through this. If you think about Moses, he was raised by Pharaoh. Pharaoh did not want to let him go. So it wasn't black versus white. They both the same color. It was, I know your tribe of people are gifted in vessels for sons of God. That's why I'm aiming to kill all the firstborns so that an angel don't manifest. But you, clearly you're from that tribe, but I love you so much because you have a positive, beneficial impact on my empire. It's not a rather matter of fact of whether or not you live or die or that you're under my thumb. It's that when you guys leave, so does the power. And I cannot afford to lose everything, so I might as well chase you until I die. Because if you get across that water and you never come back, I'm going to die anyway. To mids, boredom, and homosexuality. Homosexuality will kill your society. Have you noticed something? Same story. So, you understand? Like, even when they show up with Salmanesser had us in captivity in Tartaria. If you look at the pictures, do you see slaves anywhere? No. You see people in more homely clothes, but you don't see nobody else dressed flying Gucci except for the fucking monarchs any goddamn way in any of the stories at any time in this world. So what do they mean they had us in captivity? Why was Israel, those 7 tribes, in captivity with Salmanesser? Yeah, you can get into the punishments of God and blah, 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 blah. No. The person that is captor or encroached on our, ad hoc to our culture, they need that. It's not just you lost something and you went to Detroit and you won Detroit people. No, they specifically go after us. Dumb versus what I'm saying. Come on now, it's in their law for history for hundreds of years. Please don't miss that. They need to subdue us to get us to work with them. They're not trying to kill us off and what. No. They want to be in control of the motion and the favor of that energy I be talking about this whole video. They ain't fucking slick. That's why these bitch ass niggas sign us and be around us and want to manage us. Because if they were God's chosen people, they wouldn't need us. They signed their damn son. All right then. So no. I know what this is. I know what this is as a damn victim of it by everybody in some dimension or another. So fundamentally, what they have done coming to this country and realizing we're here and knowing that it's us that is here, and I'm talking about they greasy granddaddies, they couldn't have subdued us in any fucking way. Nigga, we killed giants and aliens. Like, tell them to get the fuck out of my face with that bullshit. Nigga, I'll cry too much and flood the fucking city. So they know that about us. They know that about us. They know we have different gifts and we have different talents. And within a certain level of respect and mutuality, everything blows up and gets better. It might look like a fucking lit up Tartaria with flying zeppelins. I don't know, just like before the fucking Civil War. Can you imagine some shit like that? We did this already. But they brought they funky asses here again after the Civil War, and they're trying to do it again. But now they're trying to switch the batteries and switch the flavors, and they fucked up the whole fucking formula. Thank God. We're tired. They try to take a frozen battery out the freezer and put it with a 2-pack of new ones and keep the shit alive longer. Or some Frankenstein, for real. Benjamin Franklin, lightning in the bottle. They really try to take the old ass wineskin and put the old blood back in it just to hang out again. I guess. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. I don't know what their agenda is. I don't know what their bloodline is. I don't know what their family's doing. These people in control of things right now. I don't know. I don't care even. Like, I'm in my land, in my language, in my right mind, with my Bible, and these motherfuckers are fucking it up big time for themselves. Cool. But I'm here to tell you, as one of those people's kids, on a royal level at least, this is just painful to me and people who are listening because it's taking so long to finish uninstalling the fuckery. It's like we're on dial-up waiting for the next channel. Because I know ain't gonna be no goddamn world war. They faked the first two. I know they ain't really about that life for real. They bitches don't like them like that. I know no idea AI is gonna be worth the goddamn magic or the worth the goddamn mansion they're trying to sit inside because they dying of booty flu, COVID-2, and some other shit. So if you know the game, if you're a hunter, if you're a descendant of hunters, and we're descendants of hunters, a lot of us, then you know when the prey is dying. I can almost predict how many more steps that deer takes before it drops fucking dead. Between here and the fucking water, that deer will not make it to the water. I don't give a fuck what nobody's talking about. I don't care what the weather is. I don't care what the fuck y'all talking about. I've seen too many fucking deers die after I shoot it in its fucking neck with that arrow. It's going to die soon. Don't worry about it. And we don't fucking miss all 4 of these arrows. I done hit everybody in this bitch for real already. So I know those things I hit are going to die soon. And I think that's just like how some people don't know what God is and how that works and how I share those stories. Some people may not relate or be cognizant of it, and everyone ain't watching this video, so we don't know for real. But how some of my brothers and cousins in the chat do resonate with that, then there's a whole nother level to that for real. When I start talking and that shit sound crazy, but it happens to you. So I didn't learn that from the Bible. I didn't learn that from people. People taught me that about me. I learned that, no, I was taught that by listening to how people describe me. Okay, weird story, bitch. So once you're confident that that is real and that God is real, and Mandela effects and all that stuff is influential by your thoughts, feelings, moods, emotions, and how clearly you can capture any of those about something else. It'll teleport you there, in fact. But instead of you moving there, it moves to you, right? Serene, I fold my hands and wait with no care for the wind, no time, no sea, no longer shall rage against time or fate, for lo, my own shall come to me. So you're not trying to get nowhere. You're not trying to work, hustle, run, train, airplane, nowhere. That's their shit. They love that shit. Let them love it. But our shit didn't say none of that. Peace, be still. Vengeance in mind, saith the Lord. Every command, just about where they're invoking that energy I'm talking about, the response is always, wait for it. It isn't walk up 10 miles here, make a left, make $20, do 15 push-ups, eat some soup. Like, they talking about Deuteronomy or something, but they're talking about the priesthood. Anyway, so by the time you get to the mountain of instructions, and then this is guaranteed to happen. No, ain't nothing guaranteed to happen in that book. It's not even positioned or framed that way. That's not even our culture as people. Hey, listen, I ain't gonna tell nobody what to do, but if you were to ask me, it's written like that. Because word is bond. We have to intimately know, just from experience as humans here with everyone else, that ain't nothing go the way we intended it to go. One more time. Yeah, that's why we have to really explore and appreciate our color lines. My experience as a millennial American so-called black guy is infinitely different between black guys, but it's uniquely different from everyone who's not considered black guys because of the fact that I know for a fact that nothing I do wrong or right matters to mainstream society. So there's nothing that a mainstream society paradigm or pattern could ever do for me per se. I can only plug in and participate and contribute to what's over there, but nothing I do over here adds up to anything over there, irregardless of what I do. You understand? I know the game so much. I know who the preferred treatment is. I know their secret relationships and their secret societies, and you do too. So like, I cannot afford uniquely to delude myself and believe it could be different in their system, in the way that pattern works. But instead of worrying about that, I think about things that are different. And I've noticed if I just mind my business and I analyze different patterns and I call judgment or I find fault in it or I highlight it to two or more people, it goes away. I haven't heard no nigga say nothing like that before. I haven't heard anyone in our generation say, my thoughts in corporations and people. My thoughts in entire paradigms. Worse than the fucking Mandela effect. People don't even know where they are right now. And I'm one of the few people that I know, and I've tried to watch for everyone just like us. Black and white. Asians too. I know how this shit works. It skips around. Motherfuckers be fucking for real. But I haven't heard no one say that before. That this went the way that I predicted. But it wasn't because I predicted it. It's because I said so. That's the difference, I think, that I'm uniquely prepared to discuss with people publicly. And it sounds crazy enough. If you follow me this far, everything I say sounds crazy. Keep that in mind. For entertainment purposes only, I guess. Cheesemans, right? For the future AI. But for right now, what I'm telling you is, what I have discovered in having to learn this walk in the spiritual path by myself is not only does the Neville Goddard stuff work enough, maybe not 100% of the times, but it works enough to let you know that there's something up. But what's scarier to me is that people have come to me my whole life, as a baby, as a boy, as a young man, even to now, and will ask me things or tell me things, and I'll speak the solution into their life. And if I see them again next time, everything worked out fine. Every time. It's not too many times I get emotionally or mentally imagination invested in people. And because I'm not attached to their timeline, it's so much easier for me to say, listen, this is what I sense, this is what I think. If you do this, no matter what, God got you, it's gonna be all right. And then I make sure I pray for them. And if I see them or hear from them again, I'll get a confirmation. And I'm saying, I've been doing that my whole life. Since I was a baby. I'd be in fucking 10th grade, I'd be channeling something, I'm talking about I sound like Kevin Samuels for real. And this little girl, 2 tables behind me, is crying. And she pulls me outside at the end when the bell rings, talking about, I'm crying because you were telling my story. Yeah, cool story, chick. I seen old women get weird around me because of that shit. I know y'all hoes already. It's not a secret to nobody. It's not a secret. It's not a secret to nobody. But especially not me. So I'm used to that feedback, and that's the shit I be trying to figure out. I'm like, so what have we learned here? Because I need to figure out what the fuck it is. So do you remember when I said that the UFOs were real and they were shape-shifting, and then we went outside and our phones got cut off, and we saw a fucking meta ray with the fucking Tony Stark's core and everything lit up and the shit was weird? That's why I do that. What do these fucking faggots do in these stories? I don't want to talk about it. It's interesting to me. It'll be well, it'll be okay, I don't want to talk about it. It's the only response I get from people if I'm talking about powers. If I'm talking about some shit on the news, if I'm talking about the stock market, if I'm talking about red versus blue, I'll get conversations out of people. But you probably guessed it. I don't talk about surface level shit to nobody. Because I'm not talking surface level to myself. So, thank God though, thank God that I'm able to share this with the world, if you will. That not only did God speak life into existence, but as above, so below. So does his children. Word is bond. As a man thinking in his heart, so is he. Life and death in the power of the tongue. Greater is he who is in me than he is in the world. What I'm saying is that gift that I'm describing to you that I use as a prophet, and I'm not using it as a prophet. It's like, oh, I'm this special guy and I got initiated and I'm doing these things. No. I was born like that. These are the titles you add to what that is. I'm not what those things is. Those things is describing what I'm is, but I'm not even that. I'm 14 different mixes after Jesus on top of that. People be fucking for real. I got the Hindu shit. I got the Jacob Rush shit. I got some new shit too, boy. Transformers Part 2. Like, we are robots in those guys. Like, we absorb the shit like Mega Man, Mandel's Law, and then the dominant genes we process, and we double up on both sides of our shit, and we get it times 2 in this bitch. That's it. So, I'm everybody in that book at once. That's what that book is. That's King James Family Bible. Those are all the people that added up to King James Bible. One more time. Septuagint. Maybe it's 7 generations, right? That makes sense. So it's 7 generations of Judeans and Hebrews and Israelites that would become modern day King James, King John, and all those people in that family, royals and nobles and everything in between us. That's what that book is. It is a generation timekeeper of a genetic program of sucking and fucking in people. But what's unique about that particular book and us is that we're keeping track of where the gifts come from because it's genetic. That's why you have your Bible, and if you got married or had kids, your grandmother would write it in the Bible. Get it? They're extending the King James family. So your family, if you're here in these colonies and that was your tradition and your grandma's tradition, what they were saying was, we already know we're from the Bible. So now we're going to put our new marriages and our new birthdays in our family Bible. But it's a continuation. The blank pages in the Bible is for your family, faggot. And the only people doing that is Israel. Then you start to understand everything. Israel is not about who believes in God and who got a nice house or nothing. It's about the story of talents. It's the gifts that travel inside of us, genetics. And not only do you have that, irregardless related to us, then you have the ones who can be driven by angels. And, you know what I'm saying? And then you have the ones who will be driven by sons of God, divines. And yeah, even in our own shit, it's 3 levels at least. Because you got the dark spirits and the demons too, you know? And, but me, nah, bro. I speak this shit into existence. That's what I be telling them. These niggas keep getting on my fucking nerves, man. I'm gonna end everything they got for real. Because I'm gonna keep speaking to it. I'm gonna keep, the more it annoys me, the more I have to say it, the more I have to find another fault with it. And the more minds that are changed, the more people that hear it, and the more angels that amplify it, 2 or more come, gain agreement, it's gonna happen. So mote it be. So mote it be. So mote it be. Like these ritualists and these masons, they copy it, but they don't actually have that power or authority to use that shit. So they're just saying shit. That's why it's not magical and popping to them. But now give that shit to me and watch what happens if I say that shit. That's what we be saying. Fuck my fucking hairline, bitch. Fuck what the fuck you think about my personality. You do not think it's fucking amazing and improbable that a nigga would know everything that I know and speak how I speak, and then it happens. At the very fucking least. And just like the rest of my life. Don't matter how many times I demonstrate this or prove this or make it clear. It's almost like I'm still not here. I'm in the Mario Whitebrick level. I can yell it from the top of the mountains. And the best I get is, it'll be okay, cool fucking story, something vague that corresponds to it, and people really can't explain it to me, or people just ignore it altogether. But fundamentally, I just put that in one box. Our niggas really don't care. My whole fucking life. So that means, what that means though, it's not a boohoo story. I'm not a victim of nothing. I have a very unique perspective because no one could explain none of that to me. That I totally had to create my own language model and neural map to activate those gifts and talents. And because I went to school and they put me in fucking writing classes and reading classes and fucking fucked up that algorithm so that I can talk their language model, I'm able to orate and explain it today to most people. But before I learned how to talk like that, I was always praying and thinking like that. I was always in a fucking pickle. And I don't like fucking losing. So I called Big Homie real fucking fast. I've learned to get older, got more indoctrinated and conditioned around other people, especially in relationships. You kind of pick up on the traits of the people around you. It's us compromising as men to keep the peace or something. And then you fall into those patterns and behaviors. And then before you know it, shit's silly. It don't add up no more. The first thing we fucking do, take a walk, go somewhere else, and start praying to God again. Like, why did I stop this happening in the first place? Oh, that job, that bitch. I get it. It's not the same. You still pray and remember everything. You know God is real. But when it's just you and God for real, it's a different season of your life. That's when you get all your fucking confirmations and upgrades and shit. That's the re-up, I think. See, most people don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. They would say that sounds crazy. I'm like, what is crazy about it? Explain it to me. What is crazy about what I said? That we have a connection to something that's unseen. And in order to master it, you actually have to put it in the work. And the best way to put in the work is to go through life and experiences and find out how it works for yourself. Is that not what everyone's fucking doing by going to college and getting jobs anyway? It's the same fucking system, I thought. We're just doing it for hyperspace. Yeah, absolutely. That is what they're trying to control, guys. They're not control what you think and what you say as a fucking yuppie in a debt-based society trying to do the same thing that everyone's doing, trying to do it so everyone knows how to do it, but we're still going to try to do it just to do it for ourselves. That is not the MK Ultra they're doing. They're trying to shut down that shit that I'm talking about. And I completely understand why they did that. Listen, I can't be mad at them if they're my ops. They just gotta tell me they're my ops since I'm lying to everybody. Tell them that you're my op. And make it fair. So when I kill you in all 7 dimensions, it'll make sense. But as long as they're acting like everything's fair and they're just, secretly trying to remove those recipes and those elements and that understanding from the language model to kind of leave people stuck like NPCs or Goyim. And then they wonder why they can't build nothing and create nothing, why no one's fucking inspired. You motherfuckers MK Ultra everyone to be fucking mid and useless. You DEI'd the shit out of everybody. You gay bombed everybody. You fucking repeated this Jewish bullshit, short stroking, ugly ass, thumb face, bitch ass nigga narrative for the past 40 fucking years of my life. And you're wondering why you're losing everything. How do you wonder that? But see, they don't have all those variables. And they wouldn't dare look at themselves like that and classify it that way. But then I'll say, then tell me where the fuck I'm lying at then. Because with those variables being true, you have a really big fucking problem either way you see it. Lowest common denominators. Pre-algebra. Gabriel. Gabriel. Algebra is what that is. Matrix. Source code. Mama. The coder. The architect. Exactly the same thing, nigga. Shout out Jonathan 3. Multi-level marketing pyramids outside to large language models inside. Avon to Nova. There you go. You just did that backwards. Avon to Nova. Nova to Avon. So they can't go nowhere now. They don't. That's what I'm saying. Their AI is not going to help them. They don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, man. They don't have a language model to conceptualize where our creativity and our power and our magic comes from. They keep denying that power and denying us of having that power, but then trying to fucking reverse engineer the damn power. Like, make up your fucking mind, scientists. Either we're absolutely tapped in and children of God, who are would-be children of God, which means the sun, El, and we're the children of the sun because our spark, El, is the one that causes us to be able to manipulate the physical reality because the sun, El, is the one that changes the light codes of the goddamn simulation. Either we have access to that or we don't. Either I speak things into existence or I don't. Either I told these motherfuckers exactly how this shit would go 7 years ago, 8 years ago, 10 years ago, or I didn't. Don't they keep fucking around with the quantum math on everything. No, bitch. Either I did or I didn't. And if I did and I did and I did, and I'd say 100 fucking examples and I did and I did and I did, I would have to say, even my damn self, ain't that fucking quantumly impossible? I'm fucking impossible. But I'm here in a realm of possibilities. Ain't that a bitch? But I'm just them in that damn book. And that's exactly what they fucking said they did. This is. I'm exactly what they said this was. I'm exactly how every last single ancestor ran through that shit that I came across. So I'm exactly what those gifts are. I know exactly what they're talking about. So I get it. I get why it frustrates them that we don't bow down to silly monkey shit. What are we talking about? Why do y'all give a fuck who gives a fuck? Why do you need people to bow down to you? What the fuck wrong with you people? That's how that attitude is. It's not about being better than no one. It's the fact that why do you look at this shit as a competition? Find you a bad bitch and have a son. Now move on. Like, you and you, go. You and you, go. Like, why are you in my fucking face anyway? What are you trying to do? Are you gay? Like, say it. So you afraid of Sodom and Gomorrah happening again? Have you been to Atlanta lately? It hasn't happened in a while. I guess they're allowing it this time. Let the brotherly love continue. Hebrews 13. Maybe they feel like they hit Sodom and Gomorrah too hard. Have you thought about that? Let the brotherly love continue. But be careful you understand. You might understand angels. Let the brotherly love continue. That sounds like some gay shit, right, Mason? Philadelphia. City of brotherly love. Sounds like some gay shit, don't it, Mason? Hebrews 13. But y'all don't know who Hebrews 13 is. So you don't know what angels are. But everything you do in your symbology and your secret societies that run your fucking White House, they base it on it. You see how dishonest that fucking spin is? Like, they base all the literature and language off that damn Bible and off the damn gifts and off the damn stories, but then they deny the power and that the fact that it's real. And then they deny us of claiming it as if it could be anyone else right fucking here where the fucking damn Bible happened. Oh my God, there's Americans here. Oh my God, John Smith in New Jerusalem, he had kids. Could you fucking believe it? Cavemen turned into these motherfuckers and kings had babies. What's more fucking remarkable in this story? Evolution of cavemen and monkeys, or the fact that kings had bitches? Nothing they say none of their logic is logical. They're convinced that they're monkeys that turned into cavemen and they're here today in my fucking face. They can't believe, though, that King James had kids and his kids had kids. In the same fucking place. What? Or the fuck are we talking about? And me saying that is only provocative because that's how fucking brainwashed the fucking narrative is. It's just a matter of fucking fact in my life. It's weird that I wake up one day and I'm in a life where everyone's like, you speak King James and King John, how you doing? Who are you? What the fuck you speaking my daddy's language for? If you don't know who the fuck my daddy and his people are. You see what I'm saying? Like, you just gotta, ain't nothing gonna move until I get that answer for real. I'll be honest with you. On some angel shit, I'm telling you, ain't nothing they got gonna move until they come to Jesus about that shit. They gonna have to explain, why the fuck are you talking to angel language in fucking New Jerusalem, but you don't know who the fuck we are? Where did you get lost at? And your story is that you raped, killed, and murdered my people. Whether it happened or not, I'm gonna make you hold that. That's blasphemy and treason, ain't it? Do you understand what the Federal Reserve problem is and why none of the DC ideas will work for them? Because I'm not talking about right and wrong in wars and flags. I just told you that I provoke divine judgment off of the sake of blasphemy and treason. Is it blasphemy and treason? Are royals sometimes royals or are they always royals? They're always royals, right? It doesn't matter if someone captured their castle and kidnapped them and killed them. You killed a royal. You kidnapped a royal. You stole a royal castle. So the royal doesn't change. It's a permanent prefix. So that means if royals come from angels, then what that means is that everything against us, no matter if we win or lose, is blasphemy, isn't it? I could have sworn something. Reprobate mind be damned. You've seen it. So like if the wages of sin is death, and one of the unforgivable sins is blasphemy. What does that fucking mean to these people? I know they don't read that Bible. I know they don't believe and they don't want to believe. But I'm telling them what the answer is. I know what the season is. You don't have to believe me for it to be blasphemy. It just is. Our rules did not require someone else to believe it. That's not what the rule is. It's more like explaining the audacity of shit. It's not like there's a judge and they ring a hammer and somebody carries you to a jail cell. No. Blasphemy is universal law. It's biting the hand that feeds you. It should tear your fucking mouth off. Right? I'll break someone's fucking jaw for real. You know what I'm talking about? Like us. Like people who kill giants. Like David versus Goliath. Like us. Like Samson knocking down pillars. Like us. Like, they'll fucking cut your head off for real. So now, as above, so below. Now do that spiritually. Well, if you're violating spiritually and you're accosting and blood libel and getting girls to turn on each other and abortions and you're just killing our sandcastles and you're disrespecting us, you stole our history, then you lied about who we are, and then you gave the props to someone else, and then you stole everything again, and then you playing in our fucking face, and then you're claiming all the powers, but you're denying the source of the powers. Every last single fucking step in the last 150 years has been blasphemy for them. If we've been here the whole time, watching. Then they touched us. Ooh. It's treason on the sandcastle level. They betrayed Sidi Muhammad, Thomas Jefferson, and the Barbary Wars, 1816, 1822. So it's treason. What's on the other side of treason besides death? And if blasphemy is unforgivable, what's on the other side of blasphemy? Death. So that's two different levels in which they wish death on themselves. On a treason level and on a blasphemy level. And they've been skating for 100 extra years going, I guess nothing's going to happen. Let's keep these in our secret societies and don't tell these niggas about their ancestors. Well, I get it now. You would want us to forget, so we do not hold you accountable. I know that's right. But it was never about notifying a caveman or a monkey about accountability. It was about whether or not God's word is going to come true or not. Now, I'm here to ask everyone here this question. Does it seem that at the very least, at a very peculiar time, at you very peculiar person that you meet that will say these things, that it feels like these people are cursed? Does it seem like they're cursed? Your name is Life Sucks, so that means you're cursed, right? But I'm talking about President Trump. You seem cursed. The West, Europe, those who betrayed us, stole our names, and then try to sell us as Africans, are they cursed? Are the people in power today cursed? Are their children, their livestock, their cattle, health issues, stanky leg, drugs, healthcare issues, financial issues, are they on making content right now about how blessed they are? Or are they talking about how cursed everything is? Let's be honest. I will curse them with a curse for those who have robbed you. Does it seem that the West hegemony has been cursed? Let me know. What do you think? Is this normal expected behavior for you in the last however many years you've been here? That you've seen everything come to a halt like this? For no fucking reason. Like none of them can do this, to do the linear of why. Why is that? They're going extinct, but I'm asking why now? Because I cursed them. That's what's different about me. I cursed them. I spoke this into existence for them. It was fine until I did. That's how I experienced this. 9/11, Mandela effect, giants, all that shit was cool as long as I was talking about it back then. Things were shaky. Finance was finance. Business was business. But what happened? Who did I start wishing for to take over this shit? Are those the ones winning right now? When I used to talk about the red pill stuff in Charlotte, and I was trying to tell my sisters as soft velvet fists as possible, like, this is going to happen to y'all. Y'all end up in this situation, A, B, C, and D. No Kevin Samuels. And is that not what you see right now on TikTok happening to my sisters? Have you noticed that at least? That is not just random data and facts that I talk about. I'm weaving together what's going to happen to people. Before it happens to people. That part right there. The way I notice things sees the future. It activates when I talk about it. For my word does not come back to me void. Those are the powers they're talking about. That's why they want to kill the firstborns. The DEI checks kept them goofy. Why did we stop USAID? When I found out about Doge Scanner, and I was cool with the Elon thing, I said they need to find out what happened to the Underground Railroad and all those connections. And no sooner than a week later, they did that shit. And then USAID went away. I talk about the Sovereign Fund and all that would belong to King James. And then Trump should do a gold card. And did he not do it the next week? Play by play, bro. That's fucking impossible. You understand? They did everything I said they would do. That's the part that's impossible. It's one thing to have a good dream and see the future once. I'm saying this whole fucking year. I warned Israel how many times? I said, yo, you gonna end up having this whole fucking world turn on you. Mind you, they've been doing genocide the whole fucking time. But when I gave them their fucking prescription of how they want to fuck up and trigger everyone to surround them, what fucking happened? Israel economy is crashing. What fucking happened? They ran out of bullets. What fucking happened? Everybody mad at them, including they damn people. They are revolting in Israel now from Israel. Did you know that? They just exposed that Benjamin Netanyahu was cooking the fucking search results with Google. Fucking sellouts. What's going to happen? I warned Alphabet Group keep fucking around, didn't I? Now they in all these lawsuits. Do y'all remember this shit when I talk about it? I cursed Google and YouTube for fucking with me. Do you remember that? And now Google's in constant lawsuits. That's who owns YouTube, by the way. Right? Google, YouTube, Alphabet Group. When I say Alphabet Group, that's what I'm talking about. Every time I speak up, some other leg gets chopped off. Shout out to Aaron. What's good, bro? I am great, actually, brother. How are you? That's what the fuck I was talking about. That's who I was trying to find. I was trying to find my brothers and my sisters who understand what fucking time it is, who are in tune and timed with that shit. Not dear chosen beloved one day you'll be successful and you become a millionaire and you find a person that ain't fuck everybody in your city yet. I'm asking niggas, do you know what time it is? Everything I said happened to them. I don't know anybody like that for real, y'all. And I'm dead ass, literal person, neurodivergent. I'm asking you, do you know people like that? For research purposes, I need to find those type of people. Because I need someone to explain to me, how is that even fucking possible to begin with? I'm talking about without the book, without the frame of reference. I mean, it's actually happening though. Like, oh my God, that's a weird story. Where can I get a fucking burrito? Can I get a fucking Honda? Like, no. But if I talk about all the weapons formed against my ancestors, they fall apart. If I talk about our betrayal and the treason and blasphemy, it falls apart. If I talk about the people that lied and poisoned you and your families, they start to fall apart. You see Bill Gates and all of them looking nervous? Same with Mark Zuckerberg, them the only niggas left, ain't it? Why do you think they nervous? Because they notice Elon ain't there. You think they don't know why Elon ain't there? I cursed him. I recorded it on video to make sure that motherfuckers knew I was being serious. Fuck his $1.1 trillion in debt. It needs to go to the Federal Reserve, don't it? He owned my fucking grandmother's land anyway, ain't he? So he owe us everything anyway. He'll fuck around and die before he spend that. You understand something? This ain't that time, Captain. They told me that we've been second class bullshit ass, ain't shit ass, stomped out, poisoned, experimented, tortured, and fucking gaslit my whole fucking existence for the past 400 years, correct? That's their story. I don't make them stand on that shit for real. But I did them a solid. What did I used to say? I was like, well, how about just my lifetime? I said, nah, fuck that. How about just the last 7 years? And I said, nah, fuck that. How about just this fucking year? That's how I'll carry out that assignment. And I did. I kept my word. I promised you that I would end the United States in February. Did I? That's how you know who the descendants of pharaohs are. Abracadabra. Beyond that, I ain't too useful for nothing else. I don't want none of their shit. I just want to live. Harut says, yep, you did. I know I did. I sounded crazy as fuck. And now we're living through it. Elon is trying to save the UK. He's going to my other father's house. I mean, shit. Essex, Kent, Edison, Trent. I mean, I told them what to do. Find out where their grandma live. That'd be the only place that the angels would let them live. Why they keep going back to our houses? So you robbed both of our houses. Let's add 400 more years onto that shit then. So y'all the reason then my fucking grandfathers had to come here. They would have came here anyway, bad bitches, but they never went back for real. I see why. They got away from it for a little while and then caught up to me. I see why they left. I see why every fucking time my family leaves. I see it so clear. Like, because no matter what the fuck we do or say, they're gonna find a way to fucking twist it, fuck it up, and make it gay. No matter what we teach, no matter what we show, someone's gonna find a way to twist it around, manipulate someone else, and fuck up the flow. Every fucking time. They keep trying to twist the goddamn line and wonder why the water's not coming out the hose. They keep twisting this shit in their mind. They can't escape. Money ain't gonna help them escape death. They tell you that lesson about the pharaohs all the time. Like those who try to bury their gold and their slaves with them. What the fuck are you talking about? They buried the things with them, the material things with them, assuming that they'd be able to project that into the next realm, blah, 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 blah. I get it. That's a cool story, although that's probably not why they did that at all. But if they did, how they teach that fucking value and then go live and do the fucking opposite? Like, as if a motherfucker got time to spend all this fucking money they scamming from your ass. Bitch, Pelosi about to die in 10 years. Like, what the fuck she gonna do with all that money for anyway? Who is she gonna give it to? Who are her kids? Are they even in her will? Or is it on some Jackie Chan shit and Warren Buffett shit? You know how they hate to share with their children? To teach them a valuable lesson about US debt or something. Like, shut up. Shut the fuck up. Y'all some horrible, shitty ass, upper class, bullshit ass, stupid ass, monkey ass people. If we're very honest about it. Cause nothing they do add up to shit. We already forgot the niggas that was running this shit 100 years ago. Why do they think they're different? Niggas can't name who the fucking vice president was from 100 years ago. So how the fuck they think they're different? They don't even remember what happened on the Creature of Jekyll Island or who died on the Titanic. Why the fuck do they think with this mid-ass timeline we in that a couple more dollars in the Federal Reserve will make a goddamn difference? What is it profit for a man to gain all the fiat and lose his goddamn soul in the process? That's the same fucking question. It hasn't changed our whole generation. Why are these motherfuckers so gun-ho on gathering things? And it's not the gathering things that's the problem. It's that you can't gather those type of things unless you're manipulating and hurting people. Don't forget that. No one crosses that threshold without being crooked or cooked in some way. It's not natural. It's not organic for people to have a bunch of things. Have you noticed something about nature? So they created a system in which It demands you to be a fucking narcissist and take advantage and hurt people in order for you to achieve the dreams that everyone wants to dream about. If that wasn't the case, Lil Nas X want to be fucking doped up and high, walking ass naked down a fucking Rodeo Boulevard looking for a gay party. If it was just talent and music, if it was just politics, math, and science and history, if it was just meritocracy and you actually applying yourself, and then the best person who applied themselves wins. Nah. Let's get the cartels involved. Let's sell some drugs. Let's honeypot some people. Let's betray other people. Let's get people on camera and compromise them and make them vote against their own fucking integrity. That'll work fine for fucking 500 years. Are y'all stupid? It's not in the fact that they got away with being crooked and evil. It's that the step to do that is fucking stupid to begin with. They have prioritized being evil off of a stupid premise. And now they dumbasses is stuck there with all that fucking money and no fucking ideas to keep it going. Ain't that fucking stupid? Like, we're watching it in real time. Like, before we get to the finish line and get all the billions of dollars that we are owed as millennial entrepreneurs, we watch the richest men in this fucking country sitting there next to stinky ass Trump with a pacemaker and a shit bag probably, with a bad fucking heart, act like they give a fuck about saving this goddamn economy when they know damn well they got secret bets waiting for that nigga to die before this year is over. Don't let me start fucking channeling. They don't even think that nigga gonna live, but they on TV sucking his dick. Ain't that fucking stupid? Like, they live in this other paradigm in which refer to authority and who you know and your name tag and how you present yourself on TV and shit matters. Niggas ain't looking at TV no more, so TV rules can't matter to TikTok. So they lost already. They changed the surface level already. What I was saying earlier, they don't know how much they lost already, and I do. I want to make sure they lost already. What are we missing? Our society be origin. What are we missing though? What am I missing? Did I miss anybody? Because I'm tired of them fucking up. I'm ready to ask God for something different now. And then we have an eclipse coming. What else is missing? How much more self-evident does this fuck shit need to be? That these are the people who are going through reprobate mind. They're going through it because they're evil. Because they're blasphemous. Because they're treasonous. And because they will not repent and they're stiff-necked. Pause. That's why it's happening to those types of people. And if you don't notice that pattern in them, cool. But they're going to show you how useless their money is by how they are dying. Remember Hulk Hogan? Pretty strong guy, right? Out of here. Ozzy Osbourne, lovely wife, took care of him. He out of here. You see how fast it's happening? They're wondering about whether or not the Thresher or Zechariah 4 or the fucking half and half splitting off. Guys, have you noticed like half and half of everything is gone already? Hollywood. How many of the people in Hollywood that was acting in Hollywood around anymore for real? Have you done the science? I'm talking about between dead and homeless. Y'all waiting for a rapture? I could have sworn you've been living through it for the past 6 years. It says it's 7 years, right? All right, we only going into the 7th year. I understand something. You think half of the people that you've seen on TV, Instagram, and on radio, if it was a rapture of the sorts, Thanos snap, or if you're familiar with the concept Marvel, from 2019 and now, has it not been Thanos snap, at least? In all those categories, even industry, even sports. All that shit gone already, ain't it? All of it. All of your music industry is gone, right? They shouldn't have been fucking playing with me. I know what blasphemy is. Remember, Atlantic Records just fired 90% of their people. If you remember February, I started with Atlantic Records. Didn't I? That's impossible. But it happened. And that's what we be talking about with God and shit. Whatever impossible means, we let God handle that. Now you understand everything. First will be last, last will be first. It's been a while. Jiro, your queen. How you doing, man? A root tracker says so. So I was trying to algebra all the different energies and all the different storylines at once. We call that quantum algebra. Where you can say one story and it can apply to multiple stories. It's kind of how like the ancestors wrote the Bible. In fact, we do the same fucking thing. Double entendres, in fact, but it's usually math, science, and humanology, I guess. So that's where we are, man. That's as far as I can see the shit. That I'm just one of the trumpets that be speaking the shit, and as soon as I speak it, the angel pulls a vial out. Two more come together, so mote it be, man. Because a lot of our local problems, and we've all been taught to be selfish and worry about our lives and taking care of ourselves and educate ourselves. And then you buy a woman, human trafficking, and you pay off your family or something. I don't know how it goes, but that's how it used to go. That was what they sold to us, and now it's kind of like once you know what's in your way, you can't do nothing until it's out your way, right? You know what the roadblock is now, so you know what the fuck you have to knock down, right, Simpson? You know what trumpet you have to blow, right, Jericho? And then you go right back into that book. And then it's like big homie James, what did he say? He said, if you have a faith of a mustard seed, finish the sentence. If you have the faith of a mustard seed, what happens? The impossible. Not some regular shit. Not more followers on your fucking TikTok. And definitely not no fucking more fiat debt so you can buy a fucking mortgage and pay off a house until you die. It says, if you had this mustard seed of faith, you could tell that mountain to jump into the ocean. You know how ridiculous that shit is to say some goofy shit like that? You could tell this mountain to jump into the ocean if you just had a mustard seed of faith that you had the power to convince that mountain that you would ask it to jump its stupid ass into the ocean, and it would. That's some impossible shit, right? So faith is for what? Impossible shit. Not damn shit you can go to a job and work 5 extra hours for, obviously, right? Faith for the impossible shit. Like telling a mountain to move into the ocean. Do you understand something? That's impossible, kid. But that's what faith is for. It's for impossible moves of God's. Now, you can take that and make it a different dimension and go, you have an impossible problem or impossible barrier or a wall too tall or a giant too big or fucking army too strong. But if you had a mustard seed of faith that they got this game fucked up, they will find out. That's what we've been teaching. We're not being cute and clamorous and ritualistic and moral and stuff. We believe in God because we've witnessed the impossible. So there's no other category for it. Like, it must be. Other people do the lesser stuff. Magic and rituals and little routines and work with little spirits. I guess. The fuck, I guess we can do that too, obviously. But I want to see these mountains jump into the fucking ocean. Giants. Titans of industry, of influence, of tech, of banking, obviously. JP Morgan and them. They're next. JP Morgan. They're next. Sellouts. They're next. Hi, JP Morgan. I'm on your head, boy. Because I know who's funding this shit, ultimately. One at a time, please. I talked about Blackstone so much, you don't hear about it no more. You remember when I first started talking about Blackstone and BlackRock and I was conflating them? I was like, nah, oh my God, let me research. Oh, they owned by the same fucking board. And then boom. Blackstone operative up out of here. I guess I ain't gonna do that plane no more. Now it's just Blackguard and Vanguard, and now they want to work for the White House now. Ain't that a bitch? They put all of them in the same house for me. So that means they're all going on this Titanic together, right? I know that's right. I know that's right. Round them all up, please. In King James English, please. All demons, all angels. You don't understand? With us, royals, we're on both sides of the family, bro. We don't choose. Who else would the fucking spirits listen to? You see? Then we start getting into the occult sides. I keep some of that for myself. But I understand. Without understanding it, you can't utilize it. I understand it. I don't need to utilize it. I have always utilized it. I'm not given that. I'm giving myself permission to say it, but you know. You know when you're born like that. You know, like, the shit that scare other people don't scare you. The shit that convince other people don't convince you. And that you experience too many impossible things for it to be what the fucking Wikipedia or the Google AI said. But cool, helps me learn and structure and triangulate and reverse engineer what it is. Because now I know what it isn't. It's not useless. It's just, why the fuck would a computer or some white dude know what the fuck I'm talking about to begin with? If they came over here to kill, destroy, and steal everything, I don't think they appreciate the fucking science and patience that it takes to wield it. Or they would have already. And they wouldn't be here. And they wouldn't be miserable. And they wouldn't be losing everything, including their genetics and the chance to live into the future by not having children. They're turning against their only prime directive, to go forth and multiply. That is across every animal, every breed, every fucking insect, every fucking plant. And we live in a paradigm where the average consensus is, it's so hard financially that I'd rather not have a family. And then now you're starting to see, and this one is scaring me even, people are saying, does it feel like we're just living to die? People are flirting with depression and suicide. And these are people with college degrees and everything and really believed into the system that I did, right? You know, they indoctrinated all of us, me included. I just snapped out the Matrix in 2001. They just got here. So they are now flirting with, well, damn, if none of this is true for me, and I'm talking about the results of what they were guaranteed by working, showing up, and going to school, that truth. Well, if none of this is true for me, why am I even here? Don't forget all their friends and family are dying from some other shit for the past 6 and 7 years. And don't forget they can't get into the relationships that they want because all of that shit was a fucking illusion if you've been studying what a man and woman is from fucking social media. And then none of that shit is compatible because you got so much fucking trauma and fucking stick shot from not being able to trust people because everyone's fucking cheating. Come on now, you gotta add all that shit together. So people are like, so what's the point of this shit? Eat, drink, be merry, and go forth and multiply if you can. And if you can't, live a life that's uncorrupted. What else? Like, what the fuck else is it? What was it before? Go to school, get a job, and buy things? Like, how long do you need this list to be? Obviously. Yeah. You take buying power off the table, it makes everyone fucking miserable. So miserable they're willing to fucking kill themselves. Imagine that shit. We trying to stay alive, bare minimum requirements. They're trying to die. What is that? That's a reprobate fucking mind, I think. And they only get that if they've cursed God. So it's really hard for me to feel sorry for niggas. In King James English, in Mama English territory, all willy-nilly, living their best lives, but they were disrespecting God's and God's children. Crazy fucking story. That's a crazy fucking story. Someone's gonna have to tell it one day. No Tyler Perry. History should reflect that. That a lot of these people are blasphemers. We all gonna die either way. But nah, the way they going out, like, they just keep making the wrong choice, the wrong choice, the wrong choice. That's reprobate mind. It's a curse. Absolutely. It makes no sense. It was all good about 7 weeks ago or 7 years ago. Fundamentally, nothing changed but our minds. I keep talking about how fast China is growing and how cool the cities are. And you know why I did that? You know why I chose China this time? It's because they're the only ones that have the audacity to keep Buddha as a black guy. Buddha is the symbol of peace. They still honor him as a melanated guy, as a big belly and a big bearded guy. In their original temples that they built all these beautiful cities around, they left that, what they call it, prefecture or whatever it is, they leave that intact. And I was just happened to be on YouTube, and some guy is walking around in 4K. He stops and he looks at all the statues. and they're all copper-colored Buddhas. Right now, 2024, in one of those unknown provinces that's rare that they built up in the last 40 years. They built around Moorish Buddhas, prefectures. And I was like, damn. Like, they the only ones. Right there in Tartaria. The Tartarians, and Vladimir Putin too. Russia, the other one, right? I was like, Russia too. I was like, because he may not go all the way out the window and describe the shit, but he showed you Hagar and baby Jesus or Joshua or one of them kids. And I read his facial expression. He wasn't ashamed. He wasn't flexing. He was like, as a matter of fact, we have one of these. Indeed, this is the history of this country. India, Hindustan, same thing. I'm Hindu. Mm-hmm. That's where we began this story. And you notice that's where the story's ending. But I'm 13. It's 12 plus 1. It's one extra click after that revolution. We already went through the revolution. Now we're plus 1. Now we're headed towards plus 1. Mm-hmm. They up out of here. No matter what happened to me, no matter what happens next, this is over already. If I'm here. Mm-hmm. I'm almost certain of it. So they're just rebuilding Tartaria, which my grandfathers built over 400 years ago already. They're not doing nothing new. That's the way it was already. High rises, technology, and everything. Mud flood, look it up. That happened 500 to 600 years ago. Super flunk life scenarios equals God, always. Kanye West, Diddy, Netanyahu, part of the same society. Yep. Simplify until you can't simplify no more, the math anymore, then you're just left with God, correct. After Putin did that, then the bullshit with Ukraine started. Yep. We know. Ukraine retarded. Zelensky's a goddamn cokehead. And Putin was like, please come to Russia. We have 100% guarantee that we will guard you with our security. Can you imagine how scary that is? That Zelensky has 100% security guarantee from Putin. Like, how fucking bitch made you gotta be? Because you know he don't trust it. Like, what do you mean 100% guarantee your security? They're gonna die. They're gonna die, man. They're giving them the last kiss, the kiss of death now. They're treating them like children. Don't worry, come over here. No one's gonna bite you. You're so silly. Game already over if they talking like that. Real life. And Putin just had cancer. What? Pancreatic cancer or some bullshit? What? Right before the pandemic started. That's why he limping like that. They showing Donald Trump under his jacket. He got some type of pacemaker or some device on his side. So he on the way out. Benjamin Netanyahu, I mean, we haven't really seen him talk on camera his damn self, have we? He got like so many hits on his goddamn head. And then all the other countries are starting to threaten to put him in jail. Like, they're actually trying to go catch his ass, in case you understand something. Shout out to PT Cruising, man. Appreciate the cash out. So imagine that shit. Like, I'm saying, like, God worked quick, bro. United States ain't about to fall nowhere. It's falling already. The beautiful part is it fell and we still have all these things. We just have to exchange, I don't know. Somebody got to move up top and do something with the currency and then get us on another fucking system. You know how it is. It was just what they wanted to do, but they just want to pervert it. But now we're going to get a real version, I guess. So I'm rejoicing over that fact. All the infrastructure is in place already. All we got to do is hit a button and switch it to whatever the fuck is next. Don't forget that. We will never be as big as we were in the sense of control over other people. But we ain't going nowhere. I believe the Bible when it said it's a golden era. I really do. I don't think God brought us that far just to drop us off the cliff into a volcano or to another flood. I think we're living through the worst of it already. I really do. I know it fell apart really quick, so I know the rebuild with all the systems and all the memories and all the people in place will be fine. I don't know when just yet. I know who the fuck's in the way right now, but I don't know when they're going to get the fuck out the way. And then I don't know who in that same type of system steps up and then makes the connections it needs to make to the rest of the world again. Because now we're going to need the rest of the world's help. Once the virus is out the way or the parasite is out the way, then we're going to need the grace and the mercy of the rest of the world. But at the same time, they owe it to us. Just in the last 400 years. They learned how to do all that shit hanging around us. So they'll be there. Don't worry. The United States can go away. Don't cry. You probably even keep your house and neighborhood and everything. We will just have different looking people who you're already used to on the goddamn internet anyway, on their bullshit politically and socially, trying to figure that shit out. But I'm tired of these motherfuckers that are in power, the hegemony and the Rothschilds and all these old ass, stale ass stories. It's never a dragon fight. There's never new characters. There's never new beefs. It's the same fucking story on a loop for 150 years. All right, cool, whatever, fuck. But you ain't none of them damn people in the Bible. So go ahead and tell us another story, Captain. Oh, you ain't got no more stories? Then cool, get the fuck out of our way then. And that's all it is. Like, I'm telling these motherfuckers to go away. In Jesus' name, in Genghis' name, in Sheba name, in Lucifer name, and all the names of all my ancestors. Like, they don't need to be here no more, mama. They serve no further purpose. They refuse to repent. They refuse to reconcile. They refuse to have truth and reconciliation. And they refuse to decolonize. So much so that they're blowing up innocent fishermen. So much so that they want to move into Gaza. Like, how many people are left in that shit? Now they blowing up Christian churches that don't have missiles or Houthis in them. Just a bunch of old women praying and making soup for the babies. And you're going to blow that shit up after all of this? Nah, God. Nah, Lord. They just pissed me off. I hope that shit AI for real. I hope this is theater of war for real. Because if you're telling me they really killed that many people, then I need to call some of my demonic ancestors. You understand? We need some plagues and famines and some diseases instead. Wow, okay, I understand everything. I have to go to the dark side to help me out with this shit because that other shit wasn't moving fast enough for me. Now all of them are getting sick. On Hurricane. Hera. Like Hercules, Hurricane. But inside your blood. Ain't that what they going through? COVID, all of a sudden. Remember, I've been talking about how COVID was going to kill everybody before it started, guys. I'm one of those guys. And then no one believed. And everyone was just fine. And everyone had long COVID and couldn't smell and couldn't do all the other goofy shit. I said, no, nigga. That shit got HIV in it. What happened? How the fuck did I know that? Then I said the CDC is lying again. Why should they fire them faggots? And what happened? They shot it up however many times. I bet you if I count up how many bullets they actually shot, it'll be a fucking angel number. Because no one died. Did I not say some shit like that? I know I cursed the CDC for lying and having all my fucking family killed. So all the faggots that lied on social media and put out these fucking faggot-ass reports that got my fucking family enticed and killed by this shit, they all lost their fucking job, didn't they? I wasn't fucking playing around when I was saying these things. That's what I'm saying. You don't get that type of power and authority until you go through hell with God for a very long time. And I think that's why he puts us through hell. So we understand what hell is. You gotta balance that shit. I'm not going after innocent people. I'm going after people that killed your kids and my damn ancestors. You wanted black men to speak up and rise up and tap into our natural divinity and all of our powers. Well, this is what it looks like when one of us can actually do some shit like that. And it's all true. On John Smith and King James and everyone in between us. That's why they try to kill us before we're born. No Moses. Because we're the ones that do that. Get thee behind me, Satan. Is it not written that ye are gods? Then what am I saying different? Now you understand Jesus. Genius. Isa. Issue. It could be one of them, or it could be all 14 of us. It'll be the same fucking story, though. It'll be Solomon or David. It'll be the same fucking story, though. It could be Aladdin or Simba. It'll be the same fucking story, though. A whole bunch of fucking orphans that everyone turns their fucking back on, including their own damn family. Gotta go through the worst shit for 20, 30, 40 years, apparently. And then we start speaking. And then whatever nation that is turns to golden eras and prosperity. Ain't that a bitch? Our purpose is to bring in golden eras and prosperity. Ain't that a bitch? Something we've never experienced here in our own lives. That we're helping the future have a better life than our own life. We get to rhyme and write. We don't even live in those time periods. So when people be thinking they want to be like this or be like that, I don't think they understand what any of that shit really means. Because they hypothecated even with that role of my father's actually is. We're not doing this for us. Impossible. There's nothing left for me here. I lost everything already. Quite literally. Like, so just in a default state, I mean, like, you know, how people live their life and think about things. I already lost everything. I already know how that feels. Oh, cool fucking story, bitch. You got time, you can do something again. No, that's not how this shit works. I'm talking about everything we plotted out in our life to begin with, and all the shit that you dream about as kids. I'm talking about all that shit. I already did it. That's all I've been doing. I figured out how to do this. I figured out how to sell that. I figured out how to go over there. I figured out how to travel there. I'm everywhere. I'm a fucking used car away from fucking San Diego, and that's it. I'm done. That's all I wanted to do. I'm talking about everything I've done plus that. Like, that's all I could imagine up until this point. Just to turn around and find out, like, nah, boy, that's not even who you are. You were here for a whole other reason. And I was like, oh, well, that makes sense. So I was able to accomplish all that shit before 40. So it's not even guaranteed that I'll live too much longer after this. Because that's not what my purpose is. My purpose is to shut the devil down. And then the game keeps going. Ain't about me keep going, though. Ain't about Genghis keeping going. Ain't about John keep going. Ain't about James keep going. That's why you don't know about none of us. That's why you don't know Noble Drew Lee had a daughter already. Because we don't make it about us, in that sense. We sacrifice our lives for everybody else. Not martyrs. We're not out here trying to get killed, hung, and burned. But we live our life in a way, and you realize it by this age, that, oh shit, what does life mean anyway? What has bothered me my whole fucking life? Oh, that's what I'm here for. We're here to solve problems, man. Not to be cute and clever. To whom much is given, much is tested. And all you're getting, get understanding. It calms everything down. It becomes so fucking gay and so fucking boring that you can't wait to get up out of here. Trust me, we're not trying to sit in a sandcastle and just like watch people command people all day. I'll be tired of that in 3 minutes. Shout out to Hashim. Or to have wife and kids one day, bro. That'd be a cool thing because being single's hard, bro. For me, no, it's not. For the body, yes. I mean, Paul, even the Gentile, he talks about that. It's rather for a man to do this than to burn in the flesh. But it also says, it's better for a man to be starving in a desert than to be at a home with a nagging woman. And right now I'm in a starving in a desert moment of my life. That Bible's full of them, man. That Bible's full of them, man. It's covered damn near everything I've been through. Nah, you sound like you in fucking Disney again. You start creating supportive women and all kind of dreams and fantasies about beauty and nature and shit, man. I love your spirit, bro. I don't believe in none of that. I'm 40 years old, champion. I've never seen nothing that resembled that in my entire human history, in my life or others. I'm better off walking in a full blood moon eclipse. Last time I had a gun in my face. I'll do that shit out here again. And I can guarantee I'll make that better than whatever the hell that is. So no, it's not for everybody, bro. I might end out like Paul did. And I always had the biggest beef with his ass for some reason. Well, because he's a Jew killer, but I understand Paul. So, yo, understand why he went out the way he did. Same story. I'm more like Paul than I hoped I would be. Yeah. It's for everybody else though. That what you're talking about, that beauty and that match and creating new generations and going forward and working hard and passing it on and teaching your values and all your lessons to the future, absolutely. Is what everyone ought to do that can. But some of us are handpicked for something else. And unfortunately, I come from cons. That's where you get kamikazes from. We're the real crash outs. Samson, Jericho, we're crash outs. We will die for our district. We're the real thing. We're the real jihadists. Yeehaw. Yahudi. Jews. Jihad is how you say Jew, ain't it? Yahudi. Jihad. Yihad. Yahudi. Same story. See, they play too much. They change one fucking variable and it turns gay. No. Jihad is Yahudi. Yahudi is Jews. We're the crash outs. We're those warriors. We're the ones that break the door down. Everyone else live there. We usually ain't there. You call us when you need a crash out. They called me down 40 years ago. They needed a crash out. And I manifested here as a crash out, for sure. I didn't understand that as a boy. Like, I'm a fucking crash out. Because people keep provoking me to crash out. What the fuck a crash out's supposed to do if you want to crash out to crash out? How many crash outs can crash out, crash out, crash out, crash out? They're like, I get it from my father. We walked ourselves in there to get killed. You watch Attack on Titan? Eren lost a fucking leg or arm, didn't he? He's Yahudi. He's a Jew, right? You seen the little yellow bands on their arms? You know what they talking about World War II and Hitler? Attack on Titan anime. Eren, in the final season, right? He turns himself in, does he not? Just like Jesus did, right? Did we not? We always turn ourselves in, don't we? But what happens once we're inside of it? The Etruscan, the Trojan horse. Trojan man, ooh. My other grandfather with a do-rag, the gold do-rag and shit. He pointing at the sun, he on a goddamn horse. Trojan man, ooh. Like, yeah, same story. Trojan horse, Etruscan. Troy, Tuscarora, Carolina, Carolina, Carlo, Charles, grandfather, Otto, Edith. Like, we're the crash outs, for sure. For sure. Every way you say our name, it says crash out. Trust me. I do it in English. I'm learning how to do it in Spanish soon. Then I gotta learn some of that Asiatic Hebrew shit. I'm not quite there yet. I hate doing math and work, let alone languages. But I'll get there if I live long enough. I'll have nothing fucking else to do there. Once this part is done. Once the United States Service Corporation folds, I resolve the karma and trauma and the curse of the King Jamestown colonies and however the fuck they went left. So for me personally, it's like I'm recreating 1611 again. And I can imagine if 1611 is when they started, shit got kind of weird by 1630, I imagine. So here we go. 400 years later, 400-year curse. So understand everything. Will I make it? I don't fucking know. And the craziest part about it is, I've seen so much and done so much and so grateful so much that I wouldn't even fucking care for real. So the rest of this relay and the rest of this race is just to make sure I confirm for people whatever their prayers were and whatever they wanted to see and understand about life and the mysteries in the Bible, and then that I'm a support for other people who are going through things similar as I do, and then that I hold up that whole parable. Am I my brother's keepers? And sisters too. You gotta put it in parentheses. Yes. When I die, I want them to ask me that. Did I honor my mothers and fathers, and am I my brother's keepers? I don't know what gate they won't let me in, if any of them can say yes. Did I honor my mothers and fathers, and am I my brother's keepers? I really doubt they'll give a fuck about what kind of Tesla I had. We're not all dying the same way. The brother Hashim says, I'm single, so I was liking it. Crave it, brother. Brother, I like anime. Shout out to Haru on the track. Where are you from, Hashim? I'm from Iraq and Baghdad, but I live in the UK. Where were you, Haru? I was born and raised in Denmark, but I'm from Armenian parents. Oh, you're craving attention and females and stuff? Oh, you guys are so cute and adorable in this bitch. What kind of advice I have for those of you still in that race? Be honest with yourself. I'm 40 and single. What are you trying to say here? Are we in the Struggle Olympics together? I got out of a dead-end relationship after 12 years by that age. I can tell you a little bit about everything. I'm a menace on the dating apps, back before this year at least. I'm not even going to try here. But be honest with yourself. Step one. You cannot go into a covenant or contract with another person acting like you're something or someone else. It'll never work. And what I'm saying is, for more context, is that a lot of us, especially young men, have been given programs or workflows or templates, whether that's from your parents, your mama, TV, media, whatever it is. A nice gradient of choices to make about how you're going to present yourself into the society and how you're going to show up as a man, a husband, and all these things. And many of brothers have done this, some better than others. Blue pill, red pill, don't matter what color it is, and failed horribly. And the one thing I can see that's in common with all of them is that they're not honest to themselves about who they are. And that's why you see so much projection in some of these men about how terrible the women are and what the women are doing and all this stuff. I'm talking about the projection part of it. We know a lot of it's true now, but that ain't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how the talking point is always what a woman should do and how a woman should be and all these things to him as the prototype of a man. And then they do a referral to authority to 80 years ago, but they don't know that man's name in their damn family. So what I'm trying to say again is, first of all, you have to be yourself. Whoever we are at this time period and where you are today, whoever that is, and whatever you need, and whatever you think, and whatever you like, whatever you don't like, and whatever you believe, you got to be honest with yourself. And then, imagine if you could, triangulate if you could, the women that you crave, are they looking for that? And that's half the problem with us as men. We are not creating characters that women want. Because women aren't honest with themselves. You have to deduce and figure a woman out to make those adjustments. And even still, we've seen it from Tom Brady to Russell Wilson to Future himself. Results may vary. But a lot of us who crave that thing, we pretend and show up as someone else. And we can't keep that mask on. And then we get confused when we can't keep that mask on why she's going a different direction or has a different energy or acting weird and different. It's because we walk into it or gain agreement not being honest with ourselves. Once you're honest with yourself, then you have to perfect this trick, being unapologetically what that is. So that when you interface with women, women are very interesting. They're unlike us, where a woman will listen to who you are and make a decision in their mind on whether going yes or no to that. It's not based on your judgment though. It's based on theirs. Like, oh, that's what this is, then yes. But a lot of us have to blue pill, trick, and simp. And I'm not even talking about in extreme ways. I'm just talking about in how we default our thoughts and operations towards women. And it confuses them. Because they always say the same thing. Like, well, I thought the blah, 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 and I thought it was going to be blue, 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 and none of that happened. Yeah, no shit, nigga. But anyway, you don't go through that storyline if you're just who you are either way. See what I'm saying? I've listened to all the reasons why women break up with men and all my brothers and all the things that they would share and divulge and how things went left or went right, and it all kind of boils down to the same goddamn thing. That we got to stop letting that shit happen to us. But letting these hoes know up front. But all that means is by showing up as yourself. And either she accept that or she don't. So make sure you're 33 years old going forward, whatever woman you meet next, or wherever you end up attracting law of attraction, wherever you pray for, and whatever it lands on, that you show up as yourself. What you like and what you don't like, what you want and what you don't want. And whatever that is, be okay with all the plot twists, because that is your filter to get all the wrong ones out your face. Women already do that. They just have different tastes and different layers and different ways to manipulate the things based on the world and the economy. But me and you, we don't play that game. So we need one real one authentic. And that's what you crave. You will crave the same thing. So you have to make sure you show up authentic and knowing what you like and what you are and what's authentically you, so that you're not even fucking scanning it like it's Tinder. You're not scanning it like a marketplace. You're not scanning it like Amazon. I fucking know the bitch I'm crazy is impossible. But I got the mustard seed faith of move a mountain to a fucking ocean or get a fucking Rosicrucian up out of the White House, whatever it is. You see? You start leading into that, like, oh shit, what I am will require something fucking impossible. If it's authentic, I'm fucking impossible, authentically. You have to identify what you are. And then realize that everything ain't for you. And everything that's good for them ain't good for you. And that's the most beautiful thing about choice and free will and novelty. That there's something or someone out there for you. Don't everyone say that? But they say for you. Not for men, not for boys, not for everyone. For you. You is very specific. It's like saying I, but who is I? Is it the body or is it the thing driving it? You and I. For you. There's a match for you, not a match for people. You assumes you have a soul, a frequency, a resonance, something that can call and magnetize and attract things. Yeah, there's something for you. But what is it based on? Your attraction. Now, we're not talking about faces and money and class action. We're talking about literally as a magnet. I've seen some of the fattest, sloppiest niggas with some of the baddest bitches. I've even seen some of these retarded niggas that be on Howard Stern and everything with some of them. And we all seen that weird ass alien looking nigga on the damn Van show on Instagram. So, that informs me at least, at 40 years old, that the only thing I have to lose is to be my damn self for the first time in human fucking history. I don't give a fuck what a bitch think. See how I said that? How caustic that is? And how that rubbed the feathers wrong way? Good. Fuck these bitches. You know who that won't affect? Mine. Because she'll understand I'm not talking to her anyway. You just copy and paste that function and formula to everything else. We weren't allowed to do that as kids. We had to be a certain way. I had to iron my clothes before I went on that fucking movie date. I had to make sure I had a belt on. I had to make sure I held doors open. I had to pander. And I didn't think nothing was wrong with that. But were those girls able to reciprocate and understand that plan? Their aunts could, but they couldn't. They're a different generation, a whole different species, with a whole different propaganda and thing that they're looking for. I've been better off never pandering at all, honestly. If the game and the sport was to go through all the different women in my Pokédex. But thank God for our program. Because it reserved us, because we're not the ones looking for that anyway. It just disappoints us when you find a girl who says a thing, and then she's not the thing, because she's more like the other thing. And now you're stuck with nothing but debt. Whether that's emotional, mental, physical, or financial. But you attract that half-ass crook, unfortunately, because we're pandering as half-ass crooks. I don't give that fuck about all those damn things I know how to do anyway. Bitch, I smoke Black and Milds and marijuana. You got a fucking problem with that? No, I'm never fucking changing. Let's start there. Knowing me, I probably will. But I'm starting there. Let's say, no, I fucking never stop smoking. You have a fucking problem with that? It has to be like that. But it always had to be. It's that flexible, bending, halfway crook that Prodigy was talking about that caused us to go all sorts of ways, where things don't go right, and then she's saying a thing, and you gotta bend to it to bring her back over to the attraction side. You gotta wonder why, you gotta put amends to it. Yeah, because that ain't your match to begin with. That's the toughest lesson that you have to learn as a man. Men that love women. You can love a woman, but it don't mean that's your woman forever, kid. That's the hardest lesson for a man to learn, for real. In this sandcastle shit, is that no matter how much I love this bitch, she may have never loved me ever. Just like when I said about God. I might have been talking about God and people said they were praying to God and they meant to God, but they weren't actually believing in God. They believed that God exists, but they wasn't actually talking to him. Same thing with love, my friend. Now people are trying to do it different. They're talking about this differently. Like, no, let's be more serious and more practical. Let's pair up with people and, based on survival and paying rent and shit. Yeah, that'll work until it's fucking booming again. And then once it's booming again, it's like 2019, 22 again. They want to go, all right, well, I can afford to go back outside now. And then all that fucking fake pandering of mutual survival through a hard time like a depression will last now to fucking 2030. We ain't getting closer or further away from 50 at this rate. So you understand? I might as well just step up into my energy the way it is right now. Lord knows I hope it'll change, but what if it fucking doesn't? No more pandering. No more. It serves no purpose. It never did. But it's so clear to me at this age that I got fucked up in the game, and I'm listening and watching other brothers get fucked up in the game. It's because we have perfected soft pandering. Just like being in church. Just like being in a business. The customer is always right, and we apply that to women. I can only treat my daughter like that. Then you find out in y'all relationships, if you really think about it, she wasn't like our mother. She wasn't even like our partner or equal. She was more like our damn daughter, wasn't she? If you're paying for everything, if you're taking care of everything, if you listen to every fucking story, and you gotta be ready to fight niggas because she can't control her composure of her damn mouth, and you gotta solve all her problems with her friends and her drama, her family. It sounds like more like I'm a father to these women anyway. So then that's what I understood. I'd be a hell of a father to a daughter. Because I've been pandering to these bitches without fathers my whole damn life. But that energy is misappropriated. That was training for me to be a hell of a father to a daughter one day. And it is what it is after that. That wasn't for my partner, my equal, my helpmate, or my wife. I got a thing for strippers for real. You gotta understand everything. Shit, it is what the fuck it is. So, yeah, the Most High has blessed me with different experiences and relationships, and what I can get from it without being embittered or wishing negative on any of them, except for the ones that are doing witchcraft. That's a different story. But as people, personas, I want them to find their match so they can realize how fucking lame all of them are. But meanwhile, I snatch the chains and hand them to my daughter next time. That's it. It's really that simple. Now I'm just looking at, all right, what I want my daughter to look like. It don't go that deep. It don't go no further than that, man. I'm already changing the sands of time. I ain't got nothing to prove. I ain't got nothing to win. I ain't got nothing to lose. My daughter does, though. I'm her fucking father. Whoever she is, I'm her fucking father. So, unfortunately for me, the only benefit for me to stay on this fucking planet is if I have a daughter. And I feel like I will. I feel like that by that program and why I talk like that, like the impetus that's inside me is foreshadowing, almost certainly. But talking as a man at 40 years old about it, that doesn't have one. I don't want nothing from that previous models or designs or Teslas or Fords or Aston Martins. I don't want none of that shit. And then you just mutate that to women. Like none of the models and designs and the makeup tutorials and the way they do their things. I'm not interested in none of that shit for my daughter anyway. That's what the fucking problem is with them. So why would I want that on my daughter? Anyway, so again, it becomes impossible already. So if it's impossible, where do I bring this shit? To God. But then as a man, as a coach, I'm like, God, you sure it's this one? I have to be okay with the decision that that's going to be my daughter's mother either way. That's what I'm talking about now. My brain can't faction fathom, man. I've been the best of men I could ever be to every woman I've met. And I still was never enough for them and whatever they were looking for. And I'm cool with that. I'm cool with missing the mark on the wrong person. Fuck. Let me know sooner next time. But I'm not going to miss the mark on my daughter. And that's how, and that's a different type of impetus, isn't it? That's not about me being lonely. That's not about sucking and fucking. That's not about none of that. No, that's about another purpose. That's another reason for me to want to live to be an old man. To make sure I fuck up everybody that crosses her. See what I'm saying? I'll always be her guardian. And even if I'm not in a physical body, if she gets here, I'll be her guardian. I understand that so deep, I can't even explain why I know that. But I know it's true. Because it's true for me with my mom. She dead, but she ain't missing. That's above so below. One more secret. If I could speak about my daughter like she exists, what does that mean spiritually? So if my mother could still be with me, is it quite possible that my daughter's already with me? Then we start to really cook. And then when you look at like why certain things got cut off the way it did towards your timeline, or when things got weird in your life and everything just stopped at once, you'll have that moment one day if you live long enough. Then you go like, well, who really cut these cords anyway? Was it God? Or was it my mother and my daughter? What's the difference, by the way? You believe in spirit guides and ancestors and all these things. Your kids would be in the queue too, wouldn't they? They said the kids pick the parents, don't they? Sign the contract and then come get us, right? All right then. So that means my daughter already in fucking the cloud, ain't she? But if you understand who I am, then you understand who she is. A whole nother fucking problem on this dimension. If I bring her. It's who they think I am. She is who they think I am. Absolutely. I would have to be the evil version of her. Like Satan to Jupiter. You start to understand algebra, the twist of the nuts. My life had to be like this. I had to go through hell. So she does not. You understand something? We go through a lot as men. And if you can go through a lot without losing your damn mind and your soul and your integrity, then that's the only thing we need to do to make sure we take care of our kids in the future. Ain't it? At least that's my people's and God's promise. If we absolve those generational curses, if we try to live more spotless, if we try to set the tone and create a better environment and speak truth to power, then us, in the future, live in a much better outcoming environment. They ain't got shit to do with what Kevin Samuels was talking about, and it's definitely what the fuck these hoes be saying. So, going forward in my life, and after we've seen since the pandemic, and what I went through my spiritual awakening, nah, man, I'm thugging it out for my daughter, bro. And that's trippy, because she ain't even here yet. But she's here. She's here. That means her mother's here. This hoe is somewhere. And she a hoe because she ain't with me right now. You understand everything. That's the only thing that's real to me. That feeling right there. I don't know about anything else. But yeah. So I hope you find what you're looking for, man. But it'd be easier to find it if you got one of those type of mission statements. Like, why do you really want a partner? Is it because you're fucking lonely? There ain't nothing wrong with that. So you want a clingy person. Trust me, you'll get tired of it. Is it because you lack physical intimacy? Join the club, boy. But easy come, easy go. Is it because you're trying to do some power couple thing in fucking Trump's economy? You better wait 3 or 4 fucking years for real. Even you be entertaining that bullshit. You ratchet up here. How about you drop down and just have a cool friend that play Call of Duty with in the meantime? You understand? That's your free will. You can design whatever fucking you think is sublime. And then send it out. Law of attraction. But my order a little bit different. I'm not asking for none of that. I'm asking for my daughter to get here. So it's like Neville Goddard. It's like living in the moment fulfilled. So instead of you climbing the ladder, you just see yourself at the top of the roof. So instead of me trying to manifest this girl and this flavor and this thing and this music taste and all this other bullshit that she like putt golf as much as me, I guess, like, you visualizing my daughter for real. Yeah, metaphysics, man. We know how to hack some shit, don't we? If I can get into the state akin to sleep and imagine myself waking up in the morning, making the most beautiful little girl I've ever seen in human history, some pancakes and some fucking bacon and eggs, and all the silly shit I know she's gonna say to me, and I know it's gonna make me laugh. If I could live in that energy, and I'm living in it right now just talking about it, then doesn't that assume that she has a mother at least? You have to think about that for all your manifestations. Sometimes you can't create and pick and do anything on this step right here and you're locked out. Well, what's the step after that? Can you visualize the step after that? Can you visualize the step at the end of it? Now, the further away you get in steps, the longer it may take for real. But at least it can be clear and you can feel it. That's what you want to create. The thing that's clear that you can feel. And I can clearly feel and understand how I would treat my little girl. And her 2 little fucking French Indian braids. And her saying a bunch of fucking things I know she ain't supposed to say. And I know I ain't supposed to laugh at it. But who the fuck gonna check her? I can make that real just talking about her. I can convince you that she's already here if I talk about her. I might fuck around and name her Europa. You understand something? I might name her Europa Elizabeth Smith, just to honor all my ancestors at once. How about that shit? I'm the D dimension, she's the E dimension. Here we go, sequential order. I'm staying true to the quantum algebra. That's crazy. I could talk about a daughter that don't exist and it'll keep stacking. But you tell me like, well, what about your woman or your wife or the ex or something? What happened? And I'm like, these bitches. You see? How the energy is different. That's what you manifest with, by the way. The thoughts that get you there versus the ones that are just like, well, that's what everyone says. I guess what everyone says, I see it. I want to manifest. I want to be an entrepreneur and TikTok with $1 million. Like, fuck that shit, nigga. I cannot wait to go to mall or whatever the fuck is going to be in the future or traveling around China, India with my damn daughter and watching her snap on niggas. I can't fucking wait. I can't wait to pull up somewhere with a little person or 2 or 3 or 4 of them that all look at the stars and the moon the same way that I fucking do. They're like, hey, daddy, that fucking star just moved. I'm like, I know, nigga, I taught you. I can do that all fucking day. So, if you have something like that that lights you up like that, that's the real things. Those are the real things. Those are the real treasures of heaven. So as long as you understand that, everything else is a cakewalk. Right now I'm just bored and impatient. But fundamentally, if I live another day or don't, wouldn't matter to me. But if God wants me to stay down here and torture me through all this fucking slow-ass chaos and turbulence and rewriting and Mandelaing and changing things and losing things and moving things, and here we are again, then shit, I'll stay around for my daughter. How about that? You gotta find out what that is for you, though. And it changes with age. That wasn't my motive operandi at 20 or 30. She was always in the back of my mind, but it wasn't like, that's it. I want to make sure I did all this other shit first. And I did. Everything was San Diego. Tick, tick. So I did everything I wanted to do before I was ready to be a father. That's how I lived my life. Because I was a little boy that didn't have a mother. And I was outside at 9 years old by myself. You remember that story? Yeah. So that experience informs me what's important. But that's not important for everybody. And you gotta pick that for you. You gotta be unapologetically okay with what you want. Because, I mean, shit. It's your life and your death. Ultimately. So hopefully that makes sense to somebody out there. It's your boy Dayson. Another fucking Sabbath in the dust. Hopefully I helped you get through this day without worrying about all too much of the dumb stuff. Hopefully this benefits you in understanding somehow part 2. Support to support. Pray. Imagine something as beautiful as your daughter. Whatever it is. It doesn't have to be that. It could be your favorite car or movie. But focus more on that than all the things that stress and take all your fucking good vibes away. Balance. We know what it is. We know how hard it is. We know shit real out here. But don't forget, even in yin and yang, in the light, there's a drop of dark, and in the dark, there's a drop of light. So if it's dark, focus on the light. And if it's too much light, don't forget the dark. Peace.